BoJack. So delicious.
Beatrice Horseman was born in 1938 to parents Joseph and Honey Sugarman. Her brother Crackerjack was much older, likely born in the early 1920s. The Sugarman family owned the Sugarman Sugar Cube Company and lived a high-class and privileged lifestyle. Growing up, the family would spend much of their summers in Harper's Landing, Michigan, at the family's lakefront summer home. From a young age, certain gender norms were ingrained in Beatrice that would affect how she saw the world for the remainder of her life. While her father and brother were able to enjoy delicious treats, she was forced to eat sugar on lemon slices for dessert so as not to gain weight, even at this young age.
You can sprinkle some sugar on a lemon. That's a good healthy girl snack.
Oh, all right.
In summer 1944, the entire family went to Harper's Landing shortly before Crackerjack's deployment to Europe to fight in World War II. The family was happy and had a fun dynamic. Crackerjack would play piano and duet with his mother Honey. He seemed to have a strong connection to Beatrice as well. The family took their final full family portrait together in Harper's Landing that summer before leaving. Around the winter of 1944, shortly after being deployed to Europe, Crackerjack was shot and killed. In summer 1945, the family returned to Harper's Landing for the first summer without Crackerjack. The family was struggling to handle the loss of Crackerjack, but Honey got the worst of it. Joseph's discomfort with Honey's pain and grief was apparent, and he left the pair of them at the summer home. By August, America had declared the war over, and fireworks marked the celebrations in Harper's Landing. Honey decided that she and Beatrice needed to go out and celebrate, and they ended up at a restaurant in town. While there, Honey had a bit of a mental breakdown. She publicly sang her half of the duet she used to sing with Crackerjack, "I Will Always Think of You." After finishing singing, Honey continued her breakdown, chugging alcohol and accosting Crackerjack's friend Sal, as well as kissing him. Honey then forced poor Beatrice to drive the two of them home to the Sugarman place, even though she was just a child who had never operated a car before. While driving, Honey smashed her foot down on the gas pedal, and the two of them crashed into a gas station, nearly killing them both. After returning home, Joseph showed intense anger towards Honey for allowing this to happen, as Honey begged Joseph to take her pain away. Shortly after this incident, Joseph had Honey lobotomized, effectively putting her in a zombified state for the remainder of her life. Beatrice was devastated.
Beatrice, promise me you'll never love anyone as much as I loved Crackerjack.
This was advice that Beatrice would seemingly take to heart. Beatrice returned to school where she was regularly picked on by her classmates, particularly Clemelia Bloodsworth. Shortly after the events of Honey's lobotomy, poor Beatrice contracted scarlet fever, something that disgustingly Joseph would blame Honey for.
How could you not have known she has scarlet fever?
Beatrice would fortunately overcome the illness, but in the process, Joseph burned all of Beatrice's belongings, including her beloved baby horse doll. Another traumatic experience for the young girl. In 1963, at 25 years old, Beatrice debuted at her very own debutante ball. She went through this process effectively to humor her father, though it was clear that she didn't think much of the tradition.
Will it end poverty, war, and injustice, or bring back civil rights activist Medgar Evers?
Joseph attempted to pair Beatrice up with Corbin Creamerman, a member of the wealthy and respected Creamerman family. But at the ball, Beatrice met a horse named Butterscotch Horseman. Butterscotch seemingly represented everything that her father didn't. The two shared some banter, and eventually they ditched the rest of the ball together, spending a lovely evening under the stars. 2 weeks after the ball, Joseph was still furious over Beatrice's actions and forced her to make it up to Corbin by going out with him. While on a stroll through the park, Beatrice slowly started to realize that she actually had a lot in common with Corbin Creamerman, and she started to entertain the idea of actually being with him.
Oh dear!
This was unfortunately interrupted by explosive vomit, which led to Beatrice learning that she is pregnant with Butterscotch's child. Butterscotch initially wanted Beatrice to get rid of the baby, but her traumatic experience with her baby doll as a child prevented her from entertaining the idea. The two of them eloped to San Francisco, and on January 2nd, 1964, BoJack Horseman was born. The Horseman family dynamic was an unhealthy one. Throughout the 60s and early 70s, Beatrice and Butterscotch resented each other greatly. Butterscotch resented Beatrice for not supporting his desire to write a great American novel, while Beatrice resented Butterscotch for not accepting her father's help and providing a better life for herself and BoJack. But in 1970, Butterscotch finally agreed to accept that help. He took a job at Sugarman West, and very quickly the Horseman family's living situation started to improve. But this didn't improve their relationship. The two of them consistently fought about things like infidelity.
I can hear you're flirting through the wall when you're supposedly working on your novel.
Beatrice's resentment would extend to her son BoJack as well. She consistently abused BoJack verbally. She would force him to perform for her friends when he didn't want to. In 1972, BoJack tried one of Beatrice's cigarettes. Beatrice then forced BoJack to finish the entire cigarette and even berated him for coughing while smoking it. When she asked what she was punishing him for, Beatrice said this.
You for being alive.
Beatrice and Butterscotch's fight over his infidelity would continue through their relationship. In 1973, they got into a particularly aggressive fight while BoJack watched Secretariat on the Dick Cavett show. After Butterscotch left, Beatrice sat down and said this to BoJack.
Up to be something great, to make up for all the damage you've done.
I will.
Sometime in the mid to late 70s, Beatrice saw the Henrik Ibsen play A Doll's House, which sent her into a bit of an existential crisis, forcing Butterscotch to pick up BoJack from soccer practice. Beatrice remained cruel to BoJack through his teenage years. When he joined the football team, she told him he would just embarrass himself. In the mid-80s, Beatrice's son BoJack left home to pursue a comedy career in Los Angeles, and in 1987, he landed the lead role on situation comedy Horsin' Around. In 1988, Beatrice attended one episode taping of Horsin' Around, but she wasn't impressed and continued to throw intense shade at her son despite his success, ridiculing his work. She also said something particularly haunting to BoJack.
I hope you die before I do, so you never have to know what it's like to lose a mother.
Obviously, her mother's lobotomy continued to loom over Beatrice even in 1988. Her relationship with her son BoJack remained strained for years. In 1999, after Beatrice's father Joseph passed away, Beatrice brought BoJack a painting of Joseph's. Even 3 years after Horsin' Around ended, Beatrice would criticize the show's worth in front of her son.
I never understood the appeal. It's just a bunch of silly stories.
Some people like silly stories.
In 1999, Butterscotch had an affair with the Horseman's young housekeeper Henrietta Platschke, impregnating her in the process. In one of his lowest moments, Butterscotch begged Beatrice to help him through the situation, and despite her resentment, she does. Beatrice gave Henrietta an ultimatum. She offered to pay for Henrietta's nursing school tuition, but only if she gave up the baby for adoption. On September 24, 2000, Henrietta gave birth to a baby horse. Beatrice held her hand the entire time, but as soon as the baby was born, Beatrice took the child away, never giving her a chance to see it, despite her cries. In 2009, Butterscotch Horseman passed away after slipping and hitting his head on a rock in the middle of a duel. Beatrice and BoJack attended the funeral together, and even here, Beatrice chose to chastise BoJack's career on Horsin' Around. Beatrice gave the eulogy at his funeral, claiming, "My husband is dead, and everything is worse now." Unfortunately for Beatrice, Butterscotch had squandered away much of her family inheritance, forcing Beatrice to sell her house and her jewelry. Shortly after, BoJack put her up in Walnut Springs nursing home in Santa Barbara. In 2015, Beatrice reached out to BoJack after reading his autobiography, One Trick Pony. She expressed regret that he sees her as a monster and sort of apologizes, but not in any meaningful way. She tells BoJack that he was born broken and leaves him with these parting words.
You're BoJack Horseman. There's no cure for that.
In 2017, Henrietta's daughter Hollyhock discovered BoJack in search of her biological mother. She thinks that BoJack might be her father, not realizing that he is actually her half-brother. While living with BoJack, the two of them visit Beatrice in Walnut Springs nursing home and spend some quality time with her, though Beatrice has begun to suffer from dementia at this point. The two start visiting every week, though Beatrice seemingly cannot recognize BoJack. Beatrice continued to be critical of BoJack and Hollyhock even in her old age.
You could be thin too. Just go easy on the sweets, and when you go somewhere, don't walk, gallop.
In an attempt to get her to recognize him through her dementia, BoJack acts out an episode of Horsin' Around, but this deeply disturbs Beatrice. In her upset state, she pushed over another patient and is subsequently expelled from the nursing home, forcing her to move in with BoJack. While at BoJack's, Hollyhock gets Beatrice a baby doll that is very reminiscent of the one she had as a child. Beatrice became very fixated on the doll, taking care of it like a real baby. In a selfish act, BoJack threw Beatrice's baby doll over his balcony, deeply upsetting Beatrice once again, and given her past trauma with their baby horse doll, this is pretty understandable. While at BoJack's, Beatrice is very taken with Hollyhock and continued to make her coffee every single morning.
Beatrice, this coffee is amazing.
Unbeknownst to Hollyhock, Beatrice had been spiking the coffee with Chub B Gone, a weight loss supplement that utilizes amphetamines, similar to what she would take most of her life, and clearly a result of those dated gender norms instilled in her by her parents as a child. One day, Hollyhock collapsed in the bathroom and then is taken to the hospital, revealing that she had overdosed on amphetamines. When BoJack realized that Beatrice had been spiking Hollyhock's coffee, he furiously took her to a new nursing home, determined to get her out of his life once and for all. As BoJack walked away from Beatrice, she finally recognized him.
BoJack?
Mom?
BoJack tells Beatrice a story, painting her a picture of somewhere much nicer than the nursing home. He told her she was eating vanilla ice cream.
So delicious.
In October 2018, Beatrice Horseman died in the hospital. BoJack stayed with her in her final moments as she screamed and cried her way into the afterlife. Her final words were, "I see you," though it isn't clear if she was telling BoJack that she saw him or if she was asking for the intensive care unit. Beatrice Horseman lived a very long and full life filled with both incredible privilege and immense tragedy. So many of the things that Beatrice said and did were completely detestable. She treated people horribly, especially her son, but it's important to look at her attitude in context. She was forced into a box as a young girl, told what role she needed to fill. Her brother was tragically killed in the war, sending her family into a spiral. Her mother, who seemed to be the person she was closest to in the world, was lobotomized in her grief, leaving Beatrice with only her ill-equipped and problematic father as her support system. Beatrice Horseman was an abuser, but she was a victim first. She was a strong link in the chain of generational trauma that plagued the Horsemans and those around them. It's natural to feel disdain or even hatred towards Beatrice, but knowing her entire story, it's also easy to feel empathy. She experienced things that are hard to even comprehend. It's no wonder that that sweet little sugarman didn't stay so sweet.
The future is bright. Just look at it.
Herb Kazaz was born in 1961. Not much is known about his early life, but by the 1980s, he was living in Los Angeles and performing as a stand-up comedian while pursuing a writing career. In 1985, at the Laugh Shack, Herb caught the act of a young comedian named BoJack Horseman. BoJack was struggling on stage and, well, Herb heckled him.
Did you get that?
Keep this up and the only thing we're gonna get is our money back.
After the set, Herb struck up a conversation with BoJack, offering to buy him a drink, which
Get cancer, jerkwad.
did not go great at first. But after giving him some advice, the pair actually became very close friends. They worked at a bar together and performed in their free time. While in Los Angeles, Herb also began dating a dear named Charlotte Moore, and she, Herb, and BoJack became a pretty tight-knit friend trio. In 1986, Herb performed a set at the Laugh Shack in front of a handful of television executives, making a good impression on them. He was then invited to an industry party and brought BoJack and Charlotte along for the ride. At the industry party, Herb approaches the TV executives and pitches them a sitcom of his own creation. At the same time, Charlotte makes plans to move to Maine, thinking that she and Herb are not going to work out.
I don't think I'm the person Herb's looking for.
Shortly after this, Herb meets BoJack at the Griffith Observatory in Los Angeles. He gives BoJack a telescope and tells him to look out at Los Angeles. And then he gives him some major life-changing news. ABC has bought his sitcom, Horsin' Around, and Herb pitched BoJack as the star of the show.
If they want my show, then that horse is gonna be BJ goddamn Horseman.
BoJack happily accepts and the two celebrate, and Herb kisses BoJack in their celebration, though he claims he just got caught up in the moment. Shortly after this, BoJack and Herb find themselves outside the back of the Laugh Shack. BoJack asks if ABC is going to let him star in Horsin' Around, and Herb assures him that they will. They just have to go through the formality of filming a screen test. Herb proceeds to outline BoJack in whiteout on the back of the Laugh Shack, telling him that no matter what happens, his image will live on forever.
This way, you'll always be immortalized and undisturbed in Hollywood forever.
Herb ends up coaching and directing BoJack through his screen test for Horsin' Around and genuinely helps him deliver a great performance.
You think we got it?
Buckle up, buddy. Your life is about to start.
Thanks to this performance, BoJack lands the lead role in Herb's sitcom. In 1987, they shoot the pilot for Horsin' Around, a show about a horse who adopts 3 sibling orphans. The orphans are played by Joelle Clark, Bradley Hitler-Smith, and Sarah Lynn. After the pilot shoot, Herb rallies the cast and tells them to take care of each other.
No matter what, we're going to stick together.
Herb then takes BoJack up to the roof of the TV studio, and the two of them drink soda together in the water tank, celebrating their accomplishment. BoJack asks Herb if he's worried that everything is going to change.
No, I'm not scared, BJ. The future is bright. Just look at it.
Though Horsin' Around was a huge success, Herb and BoJack's relationship became rocky over its production. They were regularly fighting about the quality of the writing on the show. In the early 1990s, Herb was caught having sexual relations with another man in a public place. He was arrested for public indecency, and it became a major scandal due to the family-focused nature of Horsin' Around. Herb begged BoJack to have his back with the network during the scandal, and BoJack agreed.
You know what? You can count on me, Herb.
However, after a conversation with network executive Angela Diaz, BoJack is persuaded to stay on the show, going back on his promise to Herb. Herb was fired from Horsin' Around and replaced with TV veteran Danny Bananas. BoJack never reached out to Herb after this happened. Throughout the final seasons of Horsin' Around, Herb still kept in touch with the other members of the cast and would speak on the phone with Joelle Clark even while she was on set. He tried to maintain the cast's bond even from afar.
Hey, be nicer to Sarah Lynn, will you? You two are family.
After his career in television, Herb pursued many philanthropic endeavors, including starting a charity. He even met President Bill Clinton. But in the 2000s, Herb was diagnosed with rectal cancer. At some point, he began to write a book. In 2014, Herb's cancer was getting worse. He had dinner with Lynn and asked her to make sure that his book got published, though she was not sober at the time, so she did not remember to do this. Later in 2014, Herb gets a message from BoJack, the first contact he's made in 20 years. BoJack wants to meet up and talk, knowing he might not get another chance. Herb calls BoJack back, but does not pull punches. He really tears into him and tells him to come see him in Malibu if he really needs to.
You got something to say to me? You come out to Malibu and say it to my face. I'll be alive tomorrow.
BoJack follows through and goes to Malibu with Diane to see Herb for the first time in 20 years. Herb immediately makes fun of BoJack in a playful way and then invites them in. Over the course of the day, BoJack and Herb catch up, and things are cordial. They even bond over some shared frustrations and make jokes together.
Every article I read now is juice this and juice that.
You know why? Juice controls the media.
Hey-o!
After a day of catching up, Herb says he's tired and tries to send BoJack and Diane off so he can rest. But before leaving, BoJack goes into Herb's room and attempts to apologize for never contacting him after horsing around. Herb listens to BoJack's apology and firmly proclaims that he does not forgive him, much to BoJack's confusion. Herb explains that he doesn't owe BoJack closure or a happy ending, and that he never cared about the show horsing around.
But what I needed then was a friend. And you abandoned me. And I will never forgive you for that.
He then tells BoJack to get out of his house. On the way out, BoJack notices the telescope from when horsing around was greenlit, but Herb emerges to tell him to give it back. The two end up fighting over the telescope until BoJack leaves. This would be the last time Herb ever saw BoJack Horseman. In 2015, miraculously, Herb actually beats his cancer. Unfortunately, while driving home from the hospital, his car brakes gave out. He crashed into a truck, but again miraculously survived the crash. Double unfortunately, it was a peanut truck, and Herb was deathly allergic to peanuts. The peanuts killed him instantly. Here are some excerpts from his final tweets.
Oh no, I think I'm gonna hit that truck. Hashtag, hopefully it isn't full of peanuts. Hashtag, oh no, it was full of peanuts.
Herb's funeral was not huge, but had some notable attendees, including the entire cast of Horsing Around and Herb's good friend Henry Winkler, who gave the eulogy. Herb's one posthumous wish was what he asked Lynn for back in 2014. He wanted to make sure that his manuscript was published. Herb's gold, as he called it. Unfortunately, as it turned out, the manuscript was not very good.
But also hungry, ... for life. He literally wrote out ...
Herb's friends decided that what was best for his legacy was that the manuscript not be published. For some reason, Herb's ashes were then given to BoJack Horseman. To honor his legacy, BoJack donates to an orphanage and names it after Herb, leaving his urn there, though there was a mistake on the plaque reading Gerb instead of Herb.
You know, Herb would probably think that this is pretty funny that you couldn't even get this right.
And this concludes the story of Herb Kazaz, comedian, writer, showrunner, philanthropist, and friend. Though his life was cut short, in more ways than one, Herb remained optimistic and always pushed forward. He still harbored resentment and made tough decisions, like choosing not to forgive BoJack, but he didn't let it consume him. He led a life that many can only hope to. So, how would you describe your life, Herb?
It's a catastrophe.
But it's fake.
Yeah, well, it makes me feel better.
Princess Carolyn was born on June 6, 1974 in Eden, North Carolina. She was the youngest in a litter of 12 siblings and was also the runt of the litter. PC's family was very low income, and her mother, Cutie Cupcake, was a full-time live-in maid for a wealthy family, the Wallaces. Her entire family lived in a small apartment above the Wallaces' garage. PC's favorite movie was the Amelia Earhart story, which also happened to be the only videotape her family owned. This was a dramatic and exaggerated retelling of Amelia Earhart's journey as a pilot. Princess Carolyn used this film as an escape and watched it so much that the tape actually wore out. Princess Carolyn's mother was an alcoholic, which got worse as she got older, and often led to PC being forced to do her mother's maid work for her. In 1992, at age 18, Princess Carolyn's siblings had all moved out, leaving her to live alone with her mother. Around this time, PC became friends with the Wallace's teenage son, Cooper Thomas Rogers Wallace III. PC encouraged him to try out for the football team, and he became the first-string quarterback. This led to a romantic connection, and the two of them slept together. The same night of this hookup, Princess Carolyn argued with her mother about going to college in California. Cutie chastised PC for wanting to leave and tried to scare her about their inability to pay for college. She guilt trips PC in an incredibly unhealthy way.
All the way on the other side of the country from your mother? You're going to abandon me?
Not long after this, Princess Carolyn discovers that she's pregnant with Cooper's child, leading her to believe her life is over. However, Cutie sees this as a huge opportunity that the Wallace family will now be forced to support her for the rest of her life. Cutie then gives Princess Carolyn a necklace and tells her that it's an old family heirloom passed down from the old country.
When you wear this, I want you to remember that you've come from a long line of women who've taken our licks, but we always land on our feet.
She then tells PC not to blow it because this is their shot. Princess Carolyn meets with Cooper and Mr. Wallace that night, and they agree that the two will get married. He tells her that they'll be financially supported for the rest of her life, with the caveat that her entire life will be meticulously planned out. PC agrees. Unfortunately, after this, Princess Carolyn has her first miscarriage, and Cutie blames it entirely on Princess Carolyn.
Miscarriages don't just happen. This was our ticket. That baby would have changed everything for us.
PC sobs and apologizes to her mother, who then tells her that she's free now, and reveals that an acceptance letter to UCLA came in the mail. Shortly after this, Princess Carolyn heads off to Los Angeles. As she waits to board the plane, her mother begs her to stay with her just one more year. PC refuses and heads off to her new life. In 1993, Princess Carolyn begins working as an intern for talent agent Marv Sparbory to help pay for college. Through working with Marv, PC meets BoJack Horseman. The first time Princess Carolyn met BoJack, she went to his house to drop off scripts, only to discover he was passed out on his lawn covered in tapioca pudding. PC hoses down BoJack, drags him inside, and covers him with a blanket. The second time PC meets BoJack was after a taping of Horsing Around. She went backstage to say hi, but BoJack wrote her off and told her to leave him alone. The third time she met BoJack was at her office when BoJack came in to meet with Marv. On Halloween 1993, Princess Carolyn attends BoJack's first annual Halloween party. She dresses as Amelia Earhart, but was put on door duty to hand out Emmy screeners to trick-or-treaters. Eventually, PC was promoted from intern to Marv's assistant. In 2003, Princess Carolyn attended a poker match at Wilder Valderrama's house with a variety of other Hollywood folks, including Mr. Peanut Butter. PC notices that PB has a tell when he's bluffing. In 2004, Princess Carolyn attended BoJack's annual Halloween party, once again dressed as Amelia Earhart. While there, she answers the door for some trick-or-treaters, who she says are too old to be trick-or-treating, and sends them away. She also helps BoJack make a last-minute costume using toilet paper to turn him into a mummy. In 2007, Princess Carolyn and BoJack Horseman sleep together for the first time. She tells him that she doesn't want to make a thing of it, and he agrees. PC then starts working to get BoJack some work to prove that she has agent potential. She convinces him to meet with a TV writer named Cuddly Whiskers to talk about a show he wrote. The meeting goes really well, but BoJack is still worried about doing the project. PC begs him to give a reason. BoJack says that the show sounds incredible, and he's worried that he isn't. PC tells him he's got it all wrong.
You're bright, and you're funny, and you're handsome, and you're talented. But if you can't see that, then you're the biggest, dumbest piece of shit in the world.
BoJack agrees to do the show and thanks Princess Carolyn for it. After a table read for the show goes exceptionally well, BoJack and Cuddly Whiskers panic and decide to rewrite the script, despite Princess Carolyn's objections. BoJack berates PC for giving her 2 cents.
Is that how you think of me? As your agent's assistant?
Well, what do you think you are?
I don't know, I guess...
Well, here's some free advice. You should know.
After this, Princess Carolyn immediately goes to Marv and asks to be an agent. Marv quits on the spot and gives her all of his clients, including BoJack Horseman. BoJack and Cuddly Whiskers' show morphs into something called the BoJack Horseman Show, and Princess Carolyn goes to BoJack's premiere party at his house. At this party, PC rejects BoJack's advances, telling him that she wants to have a family by the time she's 40 years old.
I don't want to spend the next 7 years of my life falling in and out of love with you. I've wasted too much time waiting for things to happen. And I'm not going to wait anymore.
Unfortunately, the premiere for the BoJack Horseman show is a miserable failure, sending BoJack spiraling. He calls Princess Carolyn to come comfort him, and due to her upbringing, being conditioned to cover for and emotionally support her mother for her entire life, she obliges. The two sleep together again.
Don't you break my heart, BoJack Horseman.
In 2009, Princess Carolyn once again attends BoJack's annual Halloween party, but now they're dating. She answers the door for a teenage Todd Chavez, who questions why she's on door duty at her boyfriend's party. PC ponders this before leaving the party to rethink her life. Princess Carolyn maintains an on-again, off-again romantic relationship with BoJack through 2014. Sometime during this period, her father died, and BoJack attended the funeral with her. Over this time, PC continued to excel as a talent agent. In 2014, Princess Carolyn formally breaks things off with BoJack romantically, but not professionally. Despite this, they continue to sleep together for a period of time afterwards. After learning that pop star and actress Sarah Lynn fired her agent, PC springs into action with a daring plan. She clumsily attempts to woo Sarah Lynn while subtly dropping the name of her rival, Vanessa Vanessa Gecko, who also happens to be Sarah Lynn's ex-boyfriend Andrew Garfield's agent. As soon as Sarah Lynn decides to hire Vanessa Gecko, PC has the info leaked and hoped that it would lead to Andrew Garfield firing his agent for signing his ex, in which case she would attempt to sign Garfield herself. Not long after this, Todd Chavez starts to write a rock opera, and when it's looking like it's going to be a success, PC swoops in and signs Todd as a client. Shortly after this, when BoJack goes out of town for his book, Todd turns BoJack's house into a museum called Boreanaz's house, where people get to see where David Boreanaz lives, despite not being his actual house. Princess Carolyn quickly jumps in on the scheme and helps increase revenue. Unfortunately, Todd can't keep up with the cash flow, and the entire operation is shut down. PC abandons ship, and Todd is sent to jail. Shortly after this, BoJack is sent spiraling because Mr. Peanut Butter and Diane Nguyen got engaged. Princess Carolyn gives him her "get your shit together" speech, and then gets him a new gig as the face of Guten Bourbon. Unfortunately, the same day, PC's agency Vigor merges with another agency, FME, forcing her to share an office with her rival, Vanessa Gecko. She then learns that BoJack has abandoned his gig for Guten Bourbon, but her other client, Todd Chavez, immediately books the role in his place. BoJack shows up at PC's office and attempts to rekindle their romantic relationship. Princess Carolyn tries to turn him down, knowing it's just a rebound from his Diane drama. She tells him she can't be his girlfriend and his agent. This leads to BoJack firing PC and hiring Vanessa Gecko so that he can date PC. While giving a "get your shit together" speech to Todd, PC misses the meeting for the Ava Braun film project she put together for her client, Cate Blanchett. Exasperated by the stress of the day, PC agrees to go out with BoJack and has a wonderful time. For the moment, she's very happy. Unfortunately, they both get phone calls at the same time. PC learns that Vanessa Gecko has signed Cate Blanchett away from her, while BoJack is invited to go see Herb Kazaz in Malibu. BoJack breaks things off with PC and leaves her alone at the restaurant.
Of course. That's what you get when you fall for a horse.
This is when Princess Carolyn kicks it into gear. She gives herself a "get your shit together" speech and gets to work. Princess Carolyn quickly throws together a film adaptation of a book called Suffragette City, attaching Cameron Crowe to direct. She knows this is Cate Blanchett's favorite book and is able to lure her away from the Ava Braun project. PC re-signs Cate Blanchett. Then, because the Ava Braun project fell apart, PC is able to organize a new rom-com based on the story of the D from the Hollywoodstein being stolen by Mr. Peanut Butter for director Quentin Tarantino. She also books BoJack a role on the project. PC took her licks, but she always lands on her feet. She then calls BoJack to tell him the good news, but he tells her he doesn't care about that and that nothing matters. Princess Carolyn hangs up, looks out her window over the Santa Monica shoreline. The clock strikes midnight and her phone notification goes off.
Happy birthday, Princess Carolyn. You are 40.
Not long after this, Princess Carolyn is tricked by BoJack into coming to the bar to help him sabotage Diane and Mr. Peanut Butter's wedding, which she takes major exception to. But while there, she meets Vincent Adultman, a man who specializes in business transactions at the business factory. The two hit it off and start dating. PC later thanks BoJack for inviting her to the bar where she met him. She even says she's in love with him. A couple of months after Diane and PB's wedding, the film Mr. Peanut Butter's Hollywood Heist, that was put together by Princess Carolyn, starts production, with BoJack playing the part of Mr. Peanut Butter. The project eventually morphs into a bi-monthly curated basket of snacks. Around this time, BoJack also fires Diane from writing his book after her first draft is drastically different than what he expected. Princess Carolyn is furious that BoJack is rewriting the book himself, given that Diane's book was actually good. BoJack ultimately releases Diane's book to major critical acclaim, and in 2015, he even wins a Golden Globe for the book. With his newfound star power, Princess Carolyn starts finding BoJack work. They turn down the villain in the next Bond film, and Princess Carolyn suggests BoJack do the next Coen Brothers movie, but BoJack wants to do Secretariat. PC is also a little worried about her relationship with Vincent at this point. The two go out to dinner and have a serious talk about their relationship.
I thought I wanted to date a real adult, but I'm actually young at heart. I need to feel the grass between my toes.
That's baby stuff.
No.
Princess Carolyn breaks up with Vincent at dinner. Not long after this, at PB Levin's launch party for Smoothies, Vincent makes a grand gesture professing his love for PC.
I had an attitude problem, but then I took a time out and I thought about what I did.
The two make up and plan a trip together. About a month later, Princess Carolyn has a new terrible assistant and is dealing with BoJack stumbles through his first days on Secretariat. She's also talking more with her friend and co-worker Rutabaga Rabidowicz, but after sharing with him some inside info about a project she's putting together for one of her clients, he uses that info to get his own client to screen test for the same project. Shortly after this, Princess Carolyn and Vincent visit Todd's new theme park, Disneyland. Vincent throws a bit of a tantrum, which PC claims is because of his new adult braces, but he complains that she's embarrassing him. Later, Princess Carolyn attends the funeral of Herb Kazaz, the creator of Horse and Around and BoJack's former best friend. While there, PC gets caught up in the lie that she actually knew Herb very well, which isn't true, and was forced to improvise stories of her friendship with Herb for the entire wake. Because of this forged connection, Henry Winkler decides that PC should have Herb's ashes. On March 19th, 2015, Princess Carolyn attends Diane Nguyen's surprise 35th birthday party. After Diane and Mr. Peanut Butter get in a huge fight about whether or not Tony Curtis is dead, the party ends prematurely. PC offers to take Todd home. On the way, they see a boy crossing the street who looks exactly like Vincent. Princess Carolyn assumes that this is Vincent's son. After she gets home, the boy shows up at her door and says his name is Kevin. He explains that he's Vincent's son. Vincent shows up eventually too, though we never really see them at the same time for some reason. Strange. After much discussion, Princess Carolyn breaks up with Vincent. PC soon attends a wedding for one of her nieces. Later, Hollywood agent Ronnie Bonito is found dead, leading to a free-for-all for agents to sign as clients. Princess Carolyn was late for work that day, and she's only able to sign one of them, Mr. Peanut Butter. Fortunately for PC, Rutabaga has a tip that Ronnie had a super hush-hush client that nobody knew about, J.D. Salinger, author of Catcher in the Rye, and others. PC tracks down J.D. Salinger, signs him, and helps him pitch a new project to Wanda at MBN, a game show called J.D. Salinger Presents Hollywood Stars and Celebrities. What do they know? Do they know things? Let's find out. Princess Carolyn realizes that the best person for the hosting job is none other than Mr. Peanut Butter, and she lands big deals for both of her new clients at the same time. Despite this, PC receives no recognition for her success from her boss at Vigor. To cheer her up, Rutabaga gives her his famous movie star speech. He then tells her that he and his wife are getting a divorce. After this, Princess Carolyn goes on a press tour with BoJack and Diane to promote the paperback release of One Trick Pony. While fielding questions, Diane drudges up old allegations against Hollywood star Hank Hippopopoulos, causing a media frenzy. PC tries to help Diane navigate this by setting up a meeting at Manatee Fair. During the premiere episode of Hollywood Stars and Celebrities, What Do They Know? Do They Know Things? Let's find out. BoJack looks a bit like an asshole and an idiot. To help combat this, PC tells BoJack about Mr. Peanut Butter's bluff tell that she learned playing poker with him in 2003. Shortly after this premiere, Rutabaga pulls PC into a janitor's closet and tells her that he wants to leave Vigor and start an agency with her. Princess Carolyn isn't sure, as she's worked at Vigor for her entire career. She's then roped into helping BoJack and Secretariat director Kelsey Jennings break into the Nixon Library to steal a shot for the film. PC is a part of the team that creates a distraction at the art gallery near the Nixon Library, and while there, she has a vision of herself living in one of the paintings at the gallery. It's a fantasy of a calm, serene life, and she's immediately bored by it. She leaves, and as soon as she gets back to her office, she pulls Rutabaga into the elevator, kisses him, and accepts his offer. Shortly after this, Rutabaga purchases the building for their new agency with 2 months of prep before they move in, but he also tells PC that the property and company is under her name while he deals with his divorce. PC asks BoJack and Mr. Peanut Butter if they'll follow her to her new agency, and they both agree. Shortly after this, BoJack doesn't show up on the set of Secretariat, and PC calls him to try and wrangle him in, only to discover that he's in New Mexico and won't be coming home anytime soon. 2 months later, the new agency is ready to launch. BoJack has returned to LA, and PC informs him that as he requested, she gave BoJack's Horseman around residuals to build a new orphanage. They go to the opening, which is uncomfortable. As Princess Carolyn and Rutabaga are preparing to move into their agency, PC realizes that Rutabaga is still working things out with his wife, despite the fact that they've been sleeping together. Rutabaga insists that he will be divorced. Princess Carolyn then reaches out to Diane, who has been secretly crashing on BoJack's deck for months, and offers her a job as a social media liaison for the new agency. Diane asks her why she's offering to help, and PC replies by describing the exact tendency we saw instilled in her by her mother.
My life is a mess right now, and I compulsively take care of other people when I don't know how to take care of myself.
Princess Carolyn and Rutabaga then make a noisy and dramatic exit when they quit Vigor, and as they get in the elevator, Rutabaga tries to kiss PC. Princess Carolyn rejects him, and Rutabaga responds with some incredibly rude comments about how PC is in her 40s, will never do better than him, and should expect to be alone if she holds out for better. She responds that she isn't afraid to be alone and delivers the final blow.
And you might want to find someplace else to work, because you're not coming with me.
With the company and property all in her name, she has no obligation to hire Rutabaga and leaves him to run her new company by herself. Soon, PC's agency Vim is up and running with help from her new assistant, Judah Man Now Dog. However, Princess Carolyn really starts to struggle with her new role running an agency, as she's used to doing all of the hands-on work herself. Her client, J.D. Salinger, decides to end their run of Hollywood Stars and Celebrities. What do they know? Do they know things? Let's find out. And then Salinger proceeds to fire PC for unprofessional behavior. Through the stress, Judah suggests that he take on more responsibility at the company, as well as prioritize finding great gigs for their existing clients instead of spreading themselves thin finding new clients. With this new directive, PC tells Mr. Peanut Butter to start looking for new work and ideas, and he starts up PB Livin' again. Not long after this, Mr. Peanut Butter and Todd both get sprayed by his skunk neighbor, and Princess Carolyn comes over to help eliminate the smell, which introduces all types of issues. Eventually, they burn their clothes, setting fire to Mr. Peanut Butter's lawn, and PC suggests that they insist this was on purpose to install drought-resistant landscaping. Later in the year, Secretariat finally hits theaters and is a huge success. Princess Carolyn calls BoJack to tell him that he's now a bona fide movie star. That same night, Princess Carolyn actually has a free evening and jokingly asks Judah to get her 3 dates since she so rarely has time off. Judah takes her seriously and books 3 separate dates for her that night. PC's first date is incredibly boring and talks about the glass industry nonstop. The second is an albino rhino gyno that basically laughs in PC's face when she suggests she'd like to still have kids. So, not great dates. The third is a mouse named Ralph Stilton, and the pair laugh at the irony of a cat and mouse being set up on a blind date. But despite this, the two have an amazing time together. At the end of the night, Ralph asks if he can see her again, and she laments that she has no idea when her next free evening will be. They agree that she'll call him if she ever frees up. Not long after this, Diane, who's getting an abortion, accidentally tweets, "I'm getting an abortion," from pop star Sixtina Aquafina's Twitter account, causing all kinds of drama at Vim. But when the reaction is actually positive, they lean into the lie, with Princess Carolyn's help. This leads to a new hit single about abortion, as well as PC producing a fake live broadcast of Sixtina's abortion that turns out to be surprisingly tasteful and informative. PC sits with Diane after her abortion, and Diane tries to justify her experience to PC, somebody who wants to be a mother, but Princess Carolyn cuts her off.
Diane, you don't need to explain anything to anyone.
PC then gets a call from Sixtina, who is now actually pregnant and wants to keep the baby. PC and Diane brainstorm the best way to navigate this new development. During the 4-year consideration season in Hollywood, PC helped BoJack and the Secretariat team decide what FYC ads they want to use for his awards campaign. They opt for a mirror ad that says, "You are Secretariat," which causes major problems in billboard form. With BoJack's new star power, PC powers ahead to try and get him a huge franchise role in David Fincher's Flight of the Pegasus trilogy. Simultaneously, Rutabaga and Vanessa Gecko are working to get their client Chuff Hollister the same role. They send Kelsey Jennings to try and book BoJack on her new film and help her secure funding, which would interfere with the Flight of the Pegasus schedule. BoJack actually really wants to do Kelsey's film, and PC now has to navigate BoJack's wishes and her own agency's success. Kelsey's film option expires in the new year 2016, so on New Year's Eve 2015, PC tries her best to get BoJack both Kelsey's film and Flight of the Pegasus, but unfortunately, because of her overzealousness, both fall through, leaving Kelsey furious at BoJack and BoJack role-less. Judah immediately recognizes that they'll need to cut costs, and PC yells at him. She then apologizes, sends him home, and watches the New Year's fireworks as she sits in her own failure. Shortly after this, in 2016, PC goes to meet BoJack at Elefante and tries her best to damage control the situation, but BoJack is set on firing her. While doing this, he accidentally fires the head chef at Elefante, Sandro, instead, who leaves with the vast majority of the staff, all while a food critic is waiting for their food. Princess Carolyn and BoJack argue for a while, unloading a lot of pent-up feelings and resentment from years of working together and dating. They get in a physical fight at the restaurant. Eventually, they end up talking in the meat locker, and PC starts to tell BoJack the things she does like about him, though he tries to write them all off. She tells him she liked being with him and doesn't regret the time they were together. The last staff member remaining at the restaurant then tells PC and BoJack that they need a mushroom risotto for the food critic. PC says she knows how to make it, but instead of putting out another BoJack fire, she leaves. As she drives away, she can't help herself from turning around to go help BoJack one more time. She makes the mushroom risotto and they serve it to the food critic. Later, BoJack and PC talk and reminisce about their time together and about the first few times they met. PC begs BoJack not to fire her and give her one last chance. He refuses and he fires her anyways.
What do you think?
No.
With these major losses, PC is forced to close Vim. She fires Diane, and Judah suggests that PC embrace her new opportunities in life. Princess Carolyn immediately calls Ralph, and the two start dating. Sometime during January or February 2016, BoJack shows up at PC's apartment and yells that he's sorry to her from the front yard. PC appears at the balcony with Ralph and then goes inside without talking to BoJack. PC and Ralph take a trip to Egypt together, and not long after this, they have dinner with Mr. Peanut Butter and Diane. PC is having a really hard time turning her agent brain off and starts booking appointments for Diane, suggesting she meet with Ralph's sister Stefani about working for her new news outlet Girl Crush. This is when PC realizes that she shouldn't be an agent, she should be a manager. She reopens Vim and rehires Judah, now a management company. Judah also informs PC that a teenage girl is trying to contact BoJack, but PC tells him that she doesn't work for BoJack anymore. In October 2016, Princess Carolyn is now having some major success running Vim as a management company. She's also supporting Mr. Peanut Butter's run for the governorship of California. She also learns that she's pregnant, which she keeps to herself. Ralph asks PC if she wants to move in with him, but she tells him it isn't a good time. In early 2017, at the gubernatorial ski race down Devil's Mountain, PC tells Ralph that she was pregnant, but since had a miscarriage. Ralph tells her that he thinks they should try to get pregnant on purpose.
I'm saying maybe we should get you pregnant on purpose.
Really?
Later in 2017, PC asks Todd to help her with her client Courtney Portnoy's image by going on a date with her, hopefully making her appear more relatable. Todd reluctantly agrees, but messes up a couple of times. PC then tells Todd he needs to try again, which leads to Courtney proclaiming to the paparazzi that she and Todd are engaged. Shortly after this, PC and Ralph are fully pursuing pregnancy, but PC's gyno tells her she's running out of eggs. He gives them a series of helpful tools to try and get pregnant, including a watch with the voice of Harvey Fierstein that informs her when she's ovulating.
Let's put a baby in you.
They get a notification while eating lunch, and they quickly try to rush home to have sex, but are pulled over and arrested by Officer Meow Meow Fuzzy Face. Without any other option, PC and Ralph have sex in the back of the cop car. Later this year, a mass shooting takes place at a mall, which puts Courtney Portnoy's film Mistaken in jeopardy. Princess Carolyn works with the studio to try and rework the film or do damage control. She hires Diane to write a puff piece about Mistaken, but after Courtney Portnoy stops the pair of them from being mugged with her gun, Diane embraces firearms and writes an article about that. PC uses this to help reframe Mistaken as pro-woman, but after a woman commits a mass shooting, California outlaws guns entirely, putting an end to Mistaken.
I can't believe this country hates women more than it loves guns.
No?
Soon, PC is forced to team back up with Rutabaga, who is working as Courtney Portnoy's new agent, and the pair plan a spur-of-the-moment fake wedding for Courtney and Todd. This plan is derailed when Meryl Streep announces she's retiring from acting and having a retirement party the same day as the big Hollywood fake wedding. PC and Rutabaga decide to pitch Meryl a movie she can't say no to.
Are you suggesting some sort of Nutty Professor 2 the Clumps type situation where Meryl Streep plays every role?
They end up trapping Meryl in a box with a contract underneath.
We got Meryl!
But in the end, Todd decides against marrying Courtney, which puts an end to their wedding plan once and for all. After Rutabaga leaves and insults PC's potential capabilities as a mother in the process, Judah tells Princess Carolyn that she will make a great mother. After Judah leaves, PC pulls out a positive pregnancy test confirming that she is indeed pregnant. Later that year, PC attends Mr. Peanut Butter's campaign fundraiser for his gubernatorial candidacy. While PC is using the bathroom in their pool house, the entire property collapses underground due to the fracking that Mr. Peanut Butter authorized in his backyard. PC and Todd wander through the underground tunnels looking for a way out and run into an army of ants. PC helps them negotiate a new labor deal with their queen, and they then help move Mr. Peanut Butter's house back above ground. After this, Princess Carolyn goes with Ralph to visit his family at Stilton Acres. What she didn't realize is that they were there celebrating St. Squeakivis, an anti-cat holiday which puts PC and Ralph's relationship in a rocky place and makes PC very uncomfortable. When leaving Stilton Acres, Ralph's parents insult PC to his face, and he sticks up for her, saying that he loves her and telling them about their baby.
I love Princess Carolyn, and we're having a baby, and I couldn't be happier.
Unfortunately, shortly after this, PC has the worst day of her entire life. First, Courtney Portnoy fires her because of the mistaken and failed wedding debacles. Then she discovers that she has miscarried again and that pregnancy might not be in the cards for her. She also tries to get her necklace fixed, the one that her mother gave her, and the jewelry store informs her that it's not a family heirloom at all, but a cheap piece of jewelry from the 1960s. She also learns that during the previous year, Charlie Witherspoon offered to merge his agency with Vim and that Judah never told her about it. In her frustration, she fires Judah. PC struggles to figure out how to tell Ralph about her miscarriage, so she goes to her old apartment, which she still owns, but runs into Todd's new clown dentistry school. She ends up drinking with Todd and the clowns all night. Ralph eventually comes over to check on her, and they get in a fight about their relationship and the miscarriage. Princess Carolyn then breaks up with Ralph. Later that night, PC crashes on her couch at her office and talks to BoJack on the phone. She tells him that when she's having a really bad day, she imagines her descendant doing a school report about her in the distant future, and it makes everything feel like it will turn out okay, even though it's not real. After this awful day, PC continues to spiral, drinking more often. In January 2018, Princess Carolyn is called into a meeting at Vim with a young writer named Flit McVicker. PC is very dismissive until she sees the name of the show, Filbert, the same name she and Ralph had decided on for their baby. Princess Carolyn takes special interest in this project, which seems to have more symbolic importance than actual importance. With the help of Todd and his clowntists, she makes her meeting with Lenny Turtletop at Paramount, who suggests she pitch the show to whattimeitrightnow.com, but demands she attach an actor to the project. Shockingly, he wants BoJack Horseman for the role. In order to get the deal signed and approved on time, PC forges BoJack's name without asking if he'll do the project. Later, PC officially pitches the show to whattimeitrightnow.com, and they approve, particularly because they're fans of BoJack. After another bender and spiral, Todd brings PC to the woods and ties her to a dentist chair, giving her one of her own patented get your shit together speeches.
Look, the woods are dark and scary, but the only way out is through.
Princess Carolyn eventually goes to beg BoJack to work on the project for her, and shockingly, without any second guessing, BoJack agrees. He also tells her that she should consider adoption because she would make a great mother. By September 2018, Filbert is in full swing with Princess Carolyn producing the project. She's also in the process of adopting a child herself, but struggles with the caseworker she's paired up with at the adoption agency. BoJack is also having a hard time with the series and complains to PC, who begs him to just stick it out for the 10 weeks of filming. Princess Carolyn later decides to cast a canceled actor named Vance Wagner to play Filbert's partner Fritz on the show, who's also receiving a Forgivey Award. When BoJack inadvertently looks disgusted at the award ceremony, he gets good press, which is also bad for Vance and for Filbert. PC has him try to clear it up, but he just further entrenches himself in his newfound positive reception from the feminist crowd. Vance eventually quits Filbert, and PC decides to cast Mr. Peanut Butter as Fritz instead. That same month, Princess Carolyn goes back to her hometown, Eden, North Carolina, to talk to a mother about potentially adopting her child. This brings back all kinds of memories of her childhood, as she hadn't visited since her mother died. She meets with Sadie, who is 18 years old and isn't sure if she can keep her baby or not. While PC is trying to make a good impression on Sadie, she's continually interrupted by folks from the production of Filbert, which makes Sadie think that PC might be too busy to be a good mother.
I know you're busy. I don't want me or my baby to get in the way of your career.
That evening, Sadie's boyfriend suddenly proposes to her and implies that he wants to raise a child with her. PC tries to convince Sadie that he might not be trustworthy, but Sadie chastises Princess Carolyn for treating this adoption like a sales pitch. She puts her in her place and walks away from the adoption. Later, while working on Filbert, PC asks Todd, who is now the vice president of ad sales for WhatTimesItRightNow.com, if she can have an office on set. She's drafted the paperwork, but as he's about to sign, he accuses PC of eating his string cheese. They get into an argument over this that goes all the way to a mediator at the production studio. They eventually resolve the dispute and agree to be better co-workers and roommates, right as Todd discovers that his missing string cheese was in his jacket pocket all along. On Halloween 2018, Princess Carolyn once again attends BoJack's annual Halloween party as Amelia Earhart, and as always, she's answering the door. After Filbert wraps filming in November 2018, Mr. Peanut Butter approaches Princess Carolyn about optioning a greeting card that he found for a movie called Birthday Dad. PC doesn't really understand, but sees that the card was written by her ex Ralph's company. The two get dinner together to catch up. While at dinner, PC gets a call from her caseworker about a woman at a nearby hospital who wants to give her baby up for adoption. Ralph helps PC race there to try and secure the adoption. Princess Carolyn meets the new baby, and her birth mother, Bridget, mistakes PC and Ralph as a couple. Ralph implies he'd like them to be a couple again, but PC rejects him. She says that she's ready to be a single mom and raise this baby by herself.
I'm not afraid of how hard it's gonna be. I already love this baby, and that gives me so much power. I don't need anything else.
And this actually ends up inspiring Bridget to raise the child herself, leaving PC childless again. Filbert premieres in early 2019, and before the premiere, Princess Carolyn is tasked with dealing with two writers who wrote jokes on popsicle sticks, who accuse Flip McVicker of plagiarizing one of their jokes in Filbert. She's able to solve the dispute at the Filbert premiere, where they also learn that the show has been renewed for a second season. Later in the year, while filming Filbert Season 2, in a drug-fueled stupor, BoJack ends up actually choking his co-star Gina during a choking scene. This is filmed by crew members and leaks, creating major gossip and speculation. Princess Carolyn sets up a fluff piece interview with Biscuits Braxby so that BoJack and Gina can do major damage control. Before the interview, PC gets a call from Sadie in North Carolina, who's going into labor. She says that her boyfriend left her and she wants to give PC the baby, but she also says that if she can't get there by the time the baby is born, she's going to give the baby to someone else. Rather than race to Eden, PC ends up dealing with the PR nightmare. Filbert actually ends up getting canceled for unrelated reasons after the robot CEO Henry Fondle is accused of sexual harassment.
Now entering sleep mode.
You want to sleep with me?
Instead of work with Flip to try and find the show a new home, PC leaves LA and goes to Eden to adopt her new child, who she says she's going to name Untitled Princess Carolyn Project. In mid to late 2019, PC is adjusting to life as a single mother while she manages and produces Mr. Peanut Butter's new movie, Birthday Dad. Unfortunately, Mr. Peanut Butter becomes difficult to work with, which greatly frustrates the director, Flea Daniels. When PC gets home after this debacle, her nanny quits, forcing PC to be more hands-on as a parent while dealing with her workload. The next day, Princess Carolyn has to go to a photo shoot for Manatee Fair for their Hollywood Women Can Do It All issue. She thinks about skipping this event until she learns that Vanessa Gecko is there, and then she attends. She has Todd watch her baby while she goes, only to discover that the kids were supposed to be a part of the photo shoot. Todd has to bring back the baby to the photo shoot after all. While at the shoot, PC gets roped into organizing an event at Vim for women in the industry, adding more to her full plate. This eventually morphs into a full-on gala. PC is then also roped into going to BoJack's rehab to pick up Mr. Peanut Butter. On the way there, Flea Daniels calls to complain about Birthday Dad, stating that it's only 42 minutes long and barely makes sense, eventually quitting the project. At Pastiche's rehab facility, PC takes a quick break that turns into a long nap. BoJack wakes her up and she realizes she missed the gala at Vim. PC gets the idea to sell the Birthday Dad movie cut as a pilot episode to MBN as a potential series, and MBN buys it. When PC gets to Vim, she realizes that the gala event has ended, but she has a real heart-to-heart with Vanessa Gecko, who gives her some great advice about raising a child.
You just have to do it the best that you can, and know that that's the best you can do.
PC questions why they spent so long hating each other, and Gecko claims she never actually hated Princess Carolyn. When Princess Carolyn gets home, she spends some much-needed time alone with her daughter, who she finally comes up with a name for, Ruthie.
Isn't that right? Ruthie?
Shortly after this, PC and Ruthie attend Mr. Peanut Butter and Pickles' surprise wedding, which goes horribly wrong as Mr. Peanut Butter admits to Pickles that he cheated on her right before everyone jumps out for the surprise. They all have to hide themselves from the couple the rest of the night. While hiding, Ruthie escapes and PC and Todd have to chase her down without tipping off Mr. Peanut Butter or Pickles. She eventually recaptures Ruthie and escapes the house. While trying to get her back, PC recognizes that Todd has a real knack for childcare and asks him to be her permanent nanny. He agrees. PC continues to manage Mr. Peanut Butter, who has become a meme known as Sad Dog online. PC thinks it's smart to lean into this meme. She also fields a call from Diane, who wants advice on a book she's writing, which PC promptly sells and gives Diane 6 months to finish. Around this time, a major assistant strike hits Hollywood, shutting down the entire city, which obviously cannot function without assistants. PC and Lenny Turtletop are negotiating with the assistant's leadership. PC initially tries to end the strike by simply offering the strike's leader, Casey, a promotion, which does work. PC eventually realizes that she was treated just as poorly when she was Marv's assistant, and decides she actually should help the striking assistants instead. She contacts Judah and hires him to represent them. Judah manages to end the strike in a single sit-down negotiation. While talking to Judah, PC realizes that this strike was the most time she's gotten to spend with Ruthie, and also that Judah might be the assistant she should have promoted. In late 2019, BoJack, who's now out of rehab, shows up at PC's house. He brings her a painting as a gift and asks her for a recommendation for a drama professor position at Wesleyan University. While talking to BoJack, PC gets emotional about going back to work, worrying that her new connection with Ruthie will disappear. BoJack gives her some helpful advice, that she probably shouldn't be handling so many things hands-on since she's the boss. She needs other people to work close to her position.
You are producing a show, running a company, catering to your clients, raising a child, a Todd. You need your own Princess Carolyn to take care of you.
Princess Carolyn subsequently rehires Judah as chief of operations, giving her more free time to spend with Ruthie every week. In early 2020, PC tries to motivate Diane into finishing her book, which is a struggle. PC is eventually sent a few chapters of a different book by Diane, a young adult novel called Ivy Tran Food Court Detective. Princess Carolyn encourages Diane to continue this project, but Diane doesn't want to. In spring 2020, Princess Carolyn, Todd, Ruthie, and Diane all attend the end-of-year performance for BoJack's drama class. After the performance, PC has a heart-to-heart with Diane and convinces her that writing Ivy Tran is the best thing for her to do. Immediately after this, Todd discovers BoJack passed out on the ground, and they all retreat to BoJack's office. BoJack informs them that there are reporters looking into his past, but he isn't sure why, and they all start to brainstorm to figure out what the story is. They write everything bad that BoJack has ever done on a whiteboard. Eventually, the reporters call Diane, and they realize the story is about Sarah Lynn's death. PC thinks they can spin the story in BoJack's favor, but Diane objects and says he should just tell the truth. BoJack is then contacted by the reporters himself, and he immediately denies the allegations, ignoring Diane's advice. She leaves in objection. Princess Carolyn sticks around to try and help BoJack through it, claiming that she's stuck by him for 25 years, and that when she tells Ruthie about the great love of her life, she doesn't want it to have a sad ending.
And when I tell my daughter the story of the great love of my life, I want it to have a happy ending.
PC sets up an interview with Biscuits Braxby to address the new allegations. The interview actually goes very well, and BoJack comes out looking incredibly sympathetic. But because the ratings were so huge, they decide to do a second interview the following night, despite Princess Carolyn's objections. While at the interview, PC realizes that Todd has the night off, and Judah offers to watch Ruthie for her. The second interview is an absolute disaster, making BoJack out to be a monster. Princess Carolyn seems pretty over it at this point. She reinforces that she told BoJack to go back to Wesleyan and not do the second interview.
Told you to do just the one interview and go back to Connecticut.
PC arrives home that night, emotionally exhausted, and embraces the time she can spend with Ruthie and Judah. Not long after this, Todd and his new girlfriend Maud convince PC to let them open a daycare for her office employees. They also tell her that they're moving in together. Princess Carolyn forgets to bring a gift to their housewarming party, but Judah brought 2 gifts and lets PC attach herself to them. Princess Carolyn learns that Judah is in a band and shows interest in going to his gig. But shortly after, Lenny Turtletop calls Princess Carolyn and asks if she can lead a new female-centric production company, basically giving her the opportunity to pitch her dream movie studio. PC and Judah work together pulling data for the pitch, but PC tells Judah to leave and make his gig. While working on the pitch, PC decides that it isn't important, and what is important is watching Judah's show. She arrives only to find that Judah went back to the office himself to help Princess Carolyn. At the office, Princess Carolyn and Judah decide they should get their own financiers and start the movie studio themselves. Princess Carolyn asks Judah to perform for her, and he plays a love song for her. Shortly after this, BoJack is sent to prison for breaking and entering into his old house. He's sentenced to 14 months in prison. During this time, Princess Carolyn gets engaged to Judah, and in 2021, they get married. They have 2 weddings, a real one and an industry one. Near the end of his prison term, BoJack is released from prison for a day to attend Princess Carolyn's industry wedding. At the wedding, Princess Carolyn and BoJack catch up. She expresses that his new movie, The Horny Unicorn, is trending like crazy, and that he has a real shot at a comeback. BoJack tells her he started a drama program in prison and wants to volunteer when he gets out. The pair then share a dance and reminisce about their lives and what could have been. BoJack expresses that if he does get his comeback, he'll need help when he gets out of prison, and PC says that she can recommend some excellent people, suggesting that she is done working with BoJack herself. And as a bonus, in a fictional 2021, in a flooded Los Angeles, Princess Carolyn's imaginary descendant Ruthie tells her entire class about the worst day of Princess Carolyn's life. This was, of course, all a fabrication that PC used to cope with her worst days. PC is one of the most complete characters in BoJack Horseman, which is saying a lot. We learned so much about her entire life and history, and how her childhood helped mold her into the person we saw throughout the show, the good and the bad. She's truly one of my favorite characters in TV history, so thanks for joining me on this timeline journey. Mr. Peanut Butter and Johnny Two Cellos? What is this, a crossover video? Mr. Peanut Butter was born on August 20th, 1969 on the Labrador Peninsula in Canada. Born 5 minutes earlier was his brother, Captain Peanut Butter. Captain Peanut Butter was relatively protective of Mr. When their parents died, Captain chose to tell Mr. that they were both sent to a farm in the country where they could run around carefree.
I haven't been able to visit, but everyone in my family goes to that farm eventually.
Oh, dude, your mom's dead.
Mr. Peanut Butter attended Northwestern University for college. We have no confirmed dates of his attendance, but I think we can assume he went from 1987 to 1991. Mr. Peanut Butter had a penchant for walking into rooms without looking where he was going, which led to a series of events that would change his life forever. One time, he accidentally walked into a cockpit of a plane and ended up co-piloting the very plane that brought him to California. But more importantly, in 1992, Mr. Peanut Butter wandered into a live set where they were filming Untitled Horsin' Around Knockoff, starring Vincent D'Onofrio. It was clear that Vincent's performance in this sitcom was not working, and fortunately, as they realized this, Mr. Peanut Butter wandered onto set and wowed the execs and audience. He was given the role on the spot, and Untitled Horsin' Around Knockoff became Mr. Peanut Butter's house. Mr. Peanut Butter's house was obviously very similar in premise to Horsin' Around, as Mr. Peanut Butter adopted 3 orphans and had to raise them. The kids included the older brother Zachary and 2 twins, Zoe and Zelda. Around this time, Mr. Peanut Butter married his first wife, Katrina. In 1993, Mr. Peanut Butter invited BoJack to his Halloween party, but BoJack lied about having his own party. Mr. Peanut Butter decides to invite his entire party over to BoJack's instead. He and Katrina attend together. Katrina asked Mr. Peanut Butter not to leave her alone at BoJack's party, to which Mr. Peanut Butter agreed, but did not follow through. He continually left her alone at the party, swiftly apologizing before leaving her once again due to another distraction. Very dog-like. At one point, Katrina is forced to talk politics with Ben Stein and Tim Allen, and eventually blows up at Mr. Peanut Butter before leaving the party to be alone. In 1994, Mr. Peanut Butter was nominated for an Animal's Choice Award for Best Male Animal in a Comedy, Drama, or Variety Show, competing against BoJack Horseman and Hank Hippopopoulos. Hank wins the award, and the 3 end up talking at the after-party at Chateau Marmoset. Hank tells a joke that would leave a huge imprint on Mr. Peanut Butter.
What is this, a crossover episode?
That is the funniest thing I have ever heard!
Mr. Peanut Butter tells Hank how big of an inspiration he was to PB and takes a selfie with him. He then goes off to see Katrina, whose hands have disappeared down a busboy's pants. After this, Mr. Peanut Butter and Katrina get divorced. In 2003, Mr. Peanut Butter attended a poker match at Wilmer Valderrama's house with a variety of other Hollywood folks, including Princess Carolyn, who notices that he had a tell in his poker bluffs. Sometime around or before 2004, Mr. Peanut Butter meets his second wife, actress Jessica Biel. In 2004, the two of them go to BoJack's now annual Halloween party together. Jessica wants to dress up as the characters from The Notebook, but PB dresses up as a notebook. Biel also asks Peanut Butter not to let her see any mummies mummies because she auditioned for a role in The Mummy with Brendan Fraser and didn't get the part, which traumatized her. Without a costume, BoJack improvises a mummy costume using toilet paper, which traumatizes Jessica Biel further. PB was incapable of helping because his notebook costume was too large to fit through the door. In 2007, Mr. Peanut Butter is still married to Jessica Biel, who criticized Mr. Peanut Butter's tendencies to take any job that is offered to him, including ads for seahorse milk that would air under the ocean. She also began to rave about her new friend Justin Timberlake. While the two of them are at Starbucks, Mr. Peanut Butter meets Diane Nguyen for the first time, who was a barista at said Starbucks. 2 months later, Mr. Peanut Butter hosted a fundraising event for the John Edwards campaign for president. While there, Mr. Peanut Butter and Jessica get into a huge fight backstage, which ends with Biel asking for a divorce so that she can date Justin Timberlake. Mr. Peanut Butter also connects with Diane at this very event, at which she was part of the catering crew. He recognizes her from Starbucks, and the two hit it off immediately.
Add me on MySpace, okay?
Sure.
All right. Guess I'll see you around.
They began to date shortly after this, and by 2009, Diane had moved in with Mr. Peanut Butter. On Halloween 2009, Mr. Peanut Butter attended BoJack's annual Halloween party with Diane. Diane accidentally embarrassed herself in front of BoJack, who had, unbeknownst to her, just learned his father had died. Diane gets upset at Mr. Peanut Butter for encouraging her to talk to him and further embarrasses herself.
I hate big parties.
What?
Diane tells Mr. Peanut Butter being as fun as his ex-wives is too much pressure and leaves. She later apologizes to PB for ruining another Halloween, but PB denies that she did this and says he's glad to know she hates parties now.
Now I know you don't like parties, so we will never have that argument again.
In 2014, Mr. Peanut Butter runs into BoJack at the restaurant Elefante.
What is this? A crossover episode?
You know, that gets funnier every time.
Shortly after this, Mr. Peanut Butter's girlfriend Diane is hired to write BoJack's biography, which means PB starts spending a lot more time around BoJack. Around this time, Mr. Peanut Butter also starts filming a reality show about himself called Peanut Butter and Jelly, which doesn't seem to last very long, though it does facilitate a public apology from BoJack to Neil McBeal, the Navy SEAL, for eating his muffins. Soon after this, Mr. Peanut Butter is followed around by a journalist named Wayne who is writing an article on Mr. Peanut Butter for BuzzFeed. Wayne also happens to be Diane's ex-boyfriend, and it turns out the article was just a ruse because Wayne wanted to get back together with Diane. After Diane takes a trip to New York and Boston with BoJack, Mr. Peanut Butter begins to express some jealousy towards their friendship and inside jokes. He asks BoJack if he has anything to worry about, which he denies, but this doesn't stop the pair of them from participating in a series of silly escalating challenges trying to outperform each other. After PB goes home, BoJack drunkenly steals the D from the Hollywood sign as a gesture for Diane, but regrets it. Mr. Peanut Butter figures out it was BoJack and says he will help him return the D. Instead, Mr. Peanut Butter brings the D home and steals BoJack's gesture, offering the D to Diane as a symbol of their love. Mr. Peanut Butter later apologizes to Diane for the overblown and grand gesture and expresses how much he understands and loves her, and he proposes on the spot.
Erica, did you hear she said yes? Come on in here. All right.
After going with BoJack to Malibu to see his old friend Herb, BoJack tries to kiss Diane, which turns her off immensely. At some point after this, she tells Mr. Peanut Butter about the encounter. Not long after this, Mr. Peanut Butter gets his license suspended for chasing the mailman in his car. He ends up hiring Todd Chavez as his personal driver. Due to her stress level of planning the wedding, Diane and Mr. Peanut Butter decide to move the wedding up to within the month and have a smaller celebration. While at the bank, Mr. Peanut Butter and Diane are unknowingly part of a staged bank robbery by BoJack and Margot Martindale in an attempt to steal Diane's engagement ring and break up the couple. It actually just pushes the pair of them closer together, and they decide to get married within a week. Before the wedding, Mr. Peanut Butter confides in Todd that he is having doubts about his marriage with Diane, which Todd opts not to tell BoJack. Diane and Mr. Peanut Butter get married at Elefante, which is now owned by BoJack thanks to the escalating competitions from earlier that year. That night, Mr. Peanut Butter makes Todd the executive vice president of West Coast operations at his new company, PB Livin'. A couple of months after this, Quentin Tarantulino begins shooting a film called Mr. Peanut Butter's Hollywood Heist, recounting the false events of PB's theft of the Hollywood D. Mr. Peanut Butter is being played by BoJack Horseman, and Diane is played by Naomi Watts. Mr. Peanut Butter has some issues with the film, but not many.
I find it really troubling that my movie self is wearing a crew neck t-shirt. I only wear V-necks.
In the end, the movie is redeveloped into a bi-monthly curated gift basket of snacks. After some drama surrounding the book, Diane's book about BoJack, One Trick Pony, is released and even wins BoJack a Golden Globe in 2015. Diane is also now presented with some big new career opportunities, including potentially going overseas to follow and write about millionaire philanthropist Sebastian St. Clair. Mr. Peanut Butter does not like the idea of Diane traveling overseas, and he convinces her not to go. PB and Todd also start brainstorming business ideas for PB Livin' and come up with a pitch for Halloween in January, a Halloween store that is only open in January. They pitched to BoJack and some other potential investors. After opening the store, they had the floors taken out and never had them replaced, which caused a series of injuries, including to Andrew Garfield. PB and Todd also pitched Smoothies, a smoothie that is also a mood, and Full Waffle, a waffle falafel. Around a month later, Mr. Peanut Butter sees himself in the mirror and tries to punch himself for wearing his clothes. He has to get stitches on his arm and is forced to wear a cone on his head. Not long after this, Todd opens a huge amusement park called Disneyland, and because it opened while he was working at PB Livin', Mr. Peanut Butter claims partial ownership over the venture. He has his lawyers look it over, which triggers all kinds of legal issues with the real Disneyland. Todd very luckily discovers that Walt Disney trademarked the wrong name for Disneyland, and he's allowed to keep running it, but he bans Mr. Peanut Butter in the process for almost bringing everything down. Mr. Peanut Butter eventually returns to Disneyland to apologize to Todd, and while there, a huge fire breaks out, trapping Todd on the roller coaster. Mr. Peanut Butter climbs to the top and saves Todd's life. Not long after this, Mr. Peanut Butter attends Herb Kazaz's funeral to schmooze. While there, he encourages Princess Carolyn to continue telling her stories of friendship with Herb, which are all lies. On March 19th, 2015, Mr. Peanut Butter takes Diane out for an entire day of activities for her birthday, including
Women on the Wall, an exploration of gender in text and media, Barbara Kruger and Jenny Holzer in conversation with Helen Molesworth.
Diane was excited to crawl in bed after a long day, but PB had other plans. During the party, Diane and Mr. Peanut Butter have an enormous fight over whether Tony Curtis is dead or alive, which abruptly ends the party. The two of them have a huge argument and discussion about their relationship and dynamics. Diane expresses major frustrations over his giant grand gestures and seeming inability to recognize that she does not like them. Mr. Peanut Butter does express recognition that he actually listens to her sometimes when they get to the room he themed after Starbucks for the party.
I don't love Starbucks.
You don't love Starbucks, you love the independent coffee place, it's just that the Starbucks is more convenient.
Yeah.
Mr. Peanut Butter and Diane lay out on their jello-filled pool, and Diane gets angry at him again for subtly guilt-tripping her about planning to go to Cordovia with Sebastian St. Clair. They talk this out, and PB expresses his fears about her leaving, and they come to a better understanding of each other's needs. Not long after this, PB Livin' completely runs out of money, and PB's accountant tells him he needs to get a job. He goes to see his agent and discovers that he has died of autoerotic asphyxiation. PB begins wandering around LA looking for work and ends up finding a job at Lady Foot Locker. While working this job, Princess Carolyn recognizes PB's natural hosting capabilities and becomes his new agent, getting him a job on the new game show that she's producing with J.D. Salinger. J.D. Salinger presents Hollywood Stars and Celebrities. What do they know? Do they know things? Let's find out. Mr. Peanut Butter's new series, Hollywood Stars and Celebrities. What do they know? Do they know things? Let's find out, ran back-to-back with Hank Hippopoulos' show, Hey, I Think You Can Dance. While on a press tour promoting the paperback edition of One Trick Pony, Diane drudges up old allegations against Hank Hippopoulos, which jeopardizes PB's show. Mr. Peanut Butter asks Diane not to push the issue any further, however, she still does. After a huge negative press campaign against her and countless death threats being sent to their house, Mr. Peanut Butter asks Diane to go to Cordovia and work with Sebastian St. Clair, reversing his previous stance. Diane asks if that's really what he wants.
Why does it suddenly matter what I want?
Soon, Hollywood Stars and Celebrities, What do they know? Do they know things? Let's find out premieres on MBN, and the first two contestants are BoJack Horseman and Daniel Radcliffe. The game show seems to be rigged in Radcliffe's favor, and BoJack takes exception to how PB is treating him on the show. He insults Mr. Peanut Butter and mocks him because his wife left the country to get away from him, to which Mr. Peanut Butter also takes exception. He confronts BoJack about kissing Diane on live television. BoJack apologizes and tells PB his genuine insecurities.
I'm jealous.
Mr. Peanut Butter doesn't want to forgive BoJack, but network exec Wanda tells him he has to for the show. He forgives BoJack, and to make up, they make out on live television, for some reason. Sometime after this, BoJack asks Mr. Peanut Butter to help him and director Kelsey Jennings break into the Nixon library to secretly film a scene for Secretariat. Mr. Peanut Butter plays Checkers, Nixon's dog. While Diane is in Cordovia, she and Mr. Peanut Butter speak on the phone regularly, but eventually Diane calls PB to tell him she doesn't think they can talk anymore. It's too hard for her. Mr. Peanut Butter reluctantly accepts this. A few months after this, Mr. Peanut Butter sees a woman at Elefante who looks just like Diane. He calls her and asks her to come home because he can't find the batteries to the remote. Diane says she'll be home that night. Diane eventually reveals to Mr. Peanut Butter that she left Cordovia quickly after arriving and had been crashing at BoJack's for months. Because of this, the pair of them participate in couples counseling with a therapist. Mr. Peanut Butter and Diane regularly check in about where they are to reform that trust. Mr. Peanut Butter and Princess Carolyn have a conference call with J.D. Salinger, who wants to end Hollywood Stars and Celebrities. What do they know? Do they know things? Let's find out. He told the story he set out to tell, so because he's now out of a job, Mr. Peanut Butter starts up PB Livin' again and kidnaps his former accountant Oxnard to help restart the business. business. While brainstorming new ideas, Oxnard sarcastically imagines that Todd might have an idea involving spaghetti strainers, which leads PB to buying countless spaghetti strainers and putting them all around his house. Not long after this, Todd and Mr. Peanut Butter get sprayed by Mr. Peanut Butter's skunk neighbor and call Princess Carolyn to help. When PC arrives, Mr. Peanut Butter expresses his concern over how Diane might react to the skunking.
I swear to God, we are like 5 big fights away from a divorce, and I do not want this to be one of them.
PC has PB and Todd take a bath in tomato juice, and Mr. Peanut Butter shakes it out of his fur, getting tomato juice all over the house. While they smell better, the house and their clothes do not, so the pair of them burn the clothes outside, setting the entire yard on fire. Princess Carolyn suggests that they pretend it was on purpose to install drought-resistant landscaping. Mr. Peanut Butter calls Diane early the next morning after she never arrived home from a day with BoJack, and he's very upset with her. This is big fight number 1.
You can't keep doing this to me.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Peanut Butter and Diane continue couples therapy where PB excels at expressing his feelings for Diane while Diane struggles. That night, Diane goes to a party at Alexi Brosifino's house while PB stays home and watches Bones.
Bones!
To the bones, mobile!
Later that night, Diane arrives home tripping on a drug called Gush, and she expresses her love for Mr. Peanut Butter. She then tries to pick him up to carry him to bed, but falls and breaks her wrist. While at the hospital, the doctor reveals to her that she is pregnant. While leaving the hospital, both Diane and Mr. Peanut Butter express that they think they should get an abortion, which she does. Not long after this, Todd and his friend Emily pitch Mr. Peanut Butter on a company idea, a rideshare app that utilizes women drivers for women passengers so that they can feel safer. PB loves the idea, and they set up the company and start working out of BoJack's house. For New Year's 2015, moving into 2016, Mr. Peanut Butter and Diane visit the Labrador Peninsula, where he grew up, to visit his brother, Captain Peanut Butter. While there, Todd calls PB to suggest that they start including male customers at Cadabra, and PB agrees. Todd later calls again to reveal that the addition of male customers was a success, except that now their women drivers don't feel safe, so Mr. Peanut Butter suggests that they find new women drivers. They end up hiring the dancers from Whale World. Also while there, Diane expresses some concern over some of the things that Captain Peanut Butter said to her, and Mr. Peanut Butter takes exception to this and gets in an argument with Diane.
Because you have a shitty relationship with your family doesn't mean every other family has to have drama too.
This is big fight number 2. After this, Mr. Peanut Butter goes to talk to Captain. Captain reveals that he has a twisted spleen and needs surgery. The two have a heart-to-heart and howl at the moon together. In 2016, Mr. Peanut Butter and Todd purchase a new office space for Cadabra after its major success. Not long after this, PB is offered a gig announcing the Oscar nominees after the previous host, Jimmy Fallon, was hit by a bus. Just before Mr. Peanut Butter announces the Oscar nominations, he gets a call from Captain about his surgery. Unfortunately, Mr. Peanut Butter drops his phone, which he accidentally kicks continuously and has to chase across town and even through the sewers. He eventually gets it back, and Captain reveals that his surgery was a complete success. Unfortunately, Mr. Peanut Butter also lost the envelope that the nominees were in while chasing down the phone. Mr. Peanut Butter and Todd then decide the nominees themselves, including BoJack being nominated for Best Actor for Secretariat. Unfortunately, BoJack wasn't actually nominated. Mr. Peanut Butter goes to BoJack's celebratory house party to tell him, where he finds that BoJack has crashed his Tesla into his own pool. Mr. Peanut Butter saves BoJack from drowning, gives him mouth-to-mouth, and then informs him that he wasn't actually nominated for an Oscar. A few weeks after this, Mr. Peanut Butter and Diane return home to find BoJack and Sarah Lynn had broken into their house on a drunken and drug-fueled bender. The two leave, shoving over Diane and breaking her wrist again in the process. A few weeks after this, a huge accident off the coast sends a huge amount of cooked spaghetti barreling towards Pacific Ocean City. In order to save the day, a countless number of spaghetti strainers are needed. Unfortunately, the only person with this number of spaghetti strainers, Mr. Peanut Butter, has gone to see Secretariat that day and turns his phone off. Eventually, Todd is able to get a hold of him, and Mr. Peanut Butter is driven to the beach by the Cadabra whales, who help strain all of the spaghetti and save Pacific Ocean City, rendering Mr. Peanut Butter a public hero. Later that night, after celebrating the heroism and also Diane's new job at Girl Cruise, Mr. Peanut Butter's ex, Katrina, comes to the door and asks Mr. Peanut Butter if he'd like to run for governor. By October 2016, Mr. Peanut Butter's campaign is in full swing. They're attempting to garner enough signatures to recall Governor Woodchuck Kutchuck Berkowitz, which would trigger a special election, potentially paving the way for PB to get elected. Unfortunately, PB does not get enough signatures for this, so instead he challenges Woodchuck to a ski race down Devil's Mountain. The winner would become the governor. Through November 2016, Mr. Peanut Butter continues to go on press tours criticizing the governor for refusing his challenge, which Woodchuck claims is unconstitutional. Katrina garners political support and ends up putting together an amendment that, among other things, makes the gubernatorial ski race perfectly legal. It also authorizes construction on a bridge to Hawaii. In early 2017, 2017, Woodchuck finally agrees to the ski race with Mr. Peanut Butter, who then reveals that he doesn't actually know how to ski, while Woodchuck is in fact very skilled. Mr. Peanut Butter briefly goes to ski school, which seemingly teaches him nothing about skiing. Mr. Peanut Butter tumbles his way down the entire gubernatorial ski race, while Woodchuck easily makes it down the mountain. Unfortunately for him, Todd falls out of the sky on his drone throne, lands on a picnic bench that turns into a couple pieces of wood, and then crosses the finish line first on his impromptu skis, becoming governor of California. He immediately resigns, which triggers a special election, paving the way for Mr. Peanut Butter to properly run against Woodchuck. Later that year, Mr. Peanut Butter starts to lock in his positions as governor. Todd signs PB's name on a pro-fracking letter, which cements PB as a pro-fracking candidate, greatly frustrating Diane in the process. The major stress of the campaign soon starts to affect Mr. Peanut Butter and Diane's relationship, and specifically their sex life. Diane is still very upset that he's a pro-fracking candidate. Unfortunately for her, his numbers are actually up because of his stance, so he continues to double and triple down. This leads to Mr. Peanut Butter approving fracking in his own backyard, which is the last straw for Diane. She publishes anti-Mr. Peanut Butter articles with Girl Cruise, which leads to a huge argument and physical altercation between them. This is big fight number 3.
Don't you dare. Robert Blake gave me that mug.
This fight, however, also manages to fix their sex life. Around October 2017, after a series of mass shootings, Diane writes an article for Girl Cruise about what it's like handling a gun as a woman and the positive impact it has on her own feelings of safety. Mr. Peanut Butter, being a dog, hates guns, and the two of them have a public debate about guns on MSNBC. This seems to continue to aid their sex life as they have angry sex after each argument. Not long after this, BoJack shows up at Mr. Peanut Butter's house looking for Diane, who isn't there. He asks for PB's help to find his mother's baby doll, which he threw over the balcony, and PB sniffs it out for him. Shortly after this, Mr. Peanut Butter has a fundraiser at his house for his gubernatorial campaign. Tons of celebrities are there, including famous actor Zach Braff and Mr. Peanut Butter's ex, Jessica Biel. Shortly after the fundraiser begins, an earthquake plunges the entire house deep underground, trapping the entire party. Diane is furious at PB over this development, and they get into big fight number 4.
Is this one of our sexy fights?
No!
Soon, Woodchuck Berkowitz tunnels into the house and assures them that somebody is coming to rescue them, but before long, the party devolves into chaos, and Mr. Peanut Butter and Woodchuck vie for power. Mr. Peanut Butter wins the popularity contest, and they decide to tie up Woodchuck, but soon, things devolve even further. Jessica Biel takes control and puts fire in charge of their little society. Not long after this, they eat Zach Braff. Fortunately, Princess Carolyn brokers a deal with the ant people who help raise the house out of the ground. After this, Mr. Peanut Butter drops out of the race and decides to endorse his former rival Woodchuck Kutchuck Berkowitz. Woodchuck rejects his help and tells him to stay out of politics. Mr. Peanut Butter then starts up PB Livin' again with Todd, who pitches clown dentistry. Katrina starts to run a new campaign for Jessica Biel to run against Woodchuck, and Mr. Peanut Butter offers to help Woodchuck to prevent his ex-wife from becoming governor. Soon, Biel is rising in the polls and seems to pose a significant threat to Woodchuck. Fortunately, Diane goes to write an article about Biel via interview, revealing that she hates avocados. This entirely sinks her campaign, leading to Woodchuck's re-election. In January 2018, Mr. Peanut Butter and Diane are preparing to move into their new home after the underground incident. When they eventually arrive at the house, they decide instead they should take a quick vacation to Hawaii across the newly built bridge. The traffic is awful, and they eventually pull off to a rest stop and stay at a cheap motel there. While they're there, Diane tells Mr. Peanut Butter about how she always wanted a Belle room, which is what she used to call Belle's library in Beauty and the Beast. When the pair of them return home from their vacation, PB reveals that he had the Belle room installed in their new house, which infuriates Diane, who has time and time again told him that she doesn't like grand gestures. They get in a major argument about this. This is big fight number 5.
I wanted to make our home feel like a place that you would want to live that could be yours as well as mine.
Why is that so important to you?
Because otherwise it feels like you're a guest.
The two talk about their relationship further, and Diane breaks down, saying she doesn't think she can do it anymore. Later that year, Mr. Peanut Butter and Diane begin their separation. They remain friends and have dinners together. While eating at Elefante, a waitress named Pickles Aplenty starts to flirt with Mr. Peanut Butter. Diane suggests that PB have a housewarming party, which he decides is a great idea. Mr. Peanut Butter soon starts seeing Pickles and invites her to his housewarming party. In September 2018, Diane returns to LA from a trip to Vietnam, and Mr. Peanut Butter picks her up from the airport and drives her home. While in the car, they sign the papers to finalize their divorce, and Mr. Peanut Butter reveals that he is seeing someone romantically. Diane tells him that she's really happy for him. Mr. Peanut Butter continues to date Pickles, which has its ups and downs. Pickles becomes worried that the relationship is moving too quickly. The pair go on an evening date to watch the International Space Station blow up, which has all kinds of hang-ups. At dinner, Mr. Peanut Butter reveals that he still has feelings for Diane, and things quickly become awkward. But while watching the explosion, they share a nice moment together.
I like you, and we have fun together. And every time we see each other, I like you a little more.
They kiss as the space station explodes overhead. Soon after this, Mr. Peanut Butter hosts the red carpet for The Forgivies. While there, PB asks PC about an upcoming role in a film reboot. Princess Carolyn tells him he isn't tough enough, so Mr. Peanut Butter decides to toughen up his image. Todd takes him to the toughest bar in Hollywood, but instead of fighting tough guys, he accidentally helps them fix all of their various injuries and ailments.
I'm gonna go home and make love to my wife!
Mr. Peanut Butter decides he just isn't a tough guy. Fortunately, Mr. Peanut Butter still ends up being cast as Fritz on BoJack's new prestige drama series, Filbert. Shortly after Mr. Peanut Butter starts his work on Filbert, BoJack becomes jealous of the attention that he's getting. After BoJack's mother Beatrice dies, Mr. Peanut Butter offers his condolences. He starts talking about how his parents were sent to a farm and he hasn't seen them in years, which he quickly learns actually means that they are dead. He is devastated. On Halloween 2018, Mr. Peanut Butter and Pickles go to BoJack's annual Halloween party together. While at the party, BoJack remarks about how many exes and girlfriends PB has brought to his party over the years, which makes Pickles feel very insecure. Mr. Peanut Butter starts to wonder what happened with all of his exes and why they all turned so bitter towards him. He tries to apologize to Pickles for talking about his exes and says they should leave. Instead, she runs off crying and locks herself in the bathroom. Mr. Peanut Butter then has a heart-to-heart with Diane and laments that he seems to ruin amazing women as he dates them. Diane offers him some genuine advice about the people he dates and that he should stop dating people so young or choose to grow up himself.
You keep dating women in their 20s.
I do that.
After Diane has another heart-to-heart with Pickles, Pickles leaves the bathroom and leaves for another party with Mr. Peanut Butter. Not long after this, Mr. Peanut Butter goes to see Princess Carolyn about optioning a greeting card for a movie called Birthday Dad. In early 2019, Mr. Peanut Butter and Pickles attend the Filbert premiere together. While there, Pickles reveals that she really doesn't like the show and stopped watching the premiere after 10 minutes. This upsets Mr. Peanut Butter, and Pickles decides to go home to watch the entire season, even though she hates it. Mr. Peanut Butter then offers to take Diane home, who is distraught after a fight with BoJack and cannot find her parking ticket. When they arrive at Diane's, Mr. Peanut Butter goes inside with her, and they sleep together. Immediately after the premiere, Filbert is a massive success, and they start to shoot Season 2. While on set for Season 2, Mr. Peanut Butter mistakes BoJack's paranoia with his own paranoia, concerned that somebody knows about his affair with Diane.
Someone is hiding something.
How did you know? Did you talk to Diane?
While in a drug-fueled stupor on set, BoJack begins to genuinely choke Gina during a stunt choking scene. Mr. Peanut Butter helps to stop BoJack. Later in 2019, after this incident, Mr. Peanut Butter goes to talk to Diane about their affair. They discuss why he feels so bad about what happened, and Diane explains that he should feel guilt about it. They argue about it and then have sex again. When they're done, Mr. Peanut Butter falsely believes this means that they're going to get back together and says he's going to go tell Pickles. Diane explains to him that she does not want to get back together with him.
We can't do this ever again. I'm sorry.
Mr. Peanut Butter has dinner with Pickles at Elefante with the intention of telling her about his affair. However, instead, he panics and proposes. She accepts. Later in 2019, Birthday Dad is in full production, being directed by Flea Daniels, but Mr. Peanut Butter's guilt about his affair with Diane is eating away at him. PB's guilt leads to ridiculous demands of re-editing, and Daniels decides to pull the plug on the entire film. Pickles can tell that Mr. Peanut Butter is feeling ashamed of something, but Mr. Peanut Butter lies to her that the only thing he's worried about is his friend BoJack, who is now in rehab. Not long after this, Mr. Peanut Butter actually goes to visit BoJack in rehab, but instead of helping BoJack, he uses it as his own therapy to work through his guilt about Pickles and Diane. BoJack actually gives Mr. Peanut Butter some great advice about how bottled up guilt can seep out and negatively affect people in other ways.
You convince yourself that you're being selfless, but it comes out in other ways, and it infects everything.
Later, Mr. Peanut Butter and PC decide to pitch Birthday Dad as a TV series instead of a movie, which is greenlit. A bit later in 2019, Todd decides to have a surprise wedding for Mr. Peanut Butter and Pickles at Mr. Peanut Butter's house and invites everyone. Unfortunately, right as they're about to jump out and surprise them, Mr. Peanut Butter confesses that he cheated on Pickles with Diane, leading to the entire party attempting to stay hidden from the couple as they fight. Mr. Peanut Butter tries his best to apologize, but Pickles is very understandably upset. This leads to all kinds of arguments about their families and also some guy named Greg from a gas station.
Why are you bringing him up?
I don't know, but he sucks too.
After a series of starts and stops in the discussion, some involving boba tea, Mr. Peanut Butter asks Pickles if she still wants to marry him. She says as long as it only happened once, they can put it behind them. Mr. Peanut Butter then confesses that he actually slept with Diane twice. Pickles retreats to the backyard, still upset. While hiding, BoJack and Diane give Mr. Peanut Butter advice disguised as a coin sorter and thermostat, which really helps Mr. Peanut Butter when he approaches Pickles shortly after. He listens to her concerns and lets her speak. The two decide that their relationship can continue if Pickles is allowed to sleep with someone as revenge. This goes on for a while as she continues to try and sleep with someone who she has a real connection with, as to make sure it's an even trade considering Mr. Peanut Butter and Diane's prior relationship. Soon, the word about Mr. Peanut Butter's infidelity becomes public, which causes his co-stars and crew on Birthday Dad to treat him with disgust and anger. This leads to a photo of Mr. Peanut Butter being incredibly sad on a park bench, being turned into a meme known as Sad Dog. While on the set of Birthday Dad, Mr. Peanut Butter is almost hit by a slow-moving car driven by pop star Joey Pogo, and Princess Carolyn spins this into PB living up to his Sad Dog meme. Joey Pogo then ropes Mr. Peanut Butter into becoming the face of a major campaign, bringing light to the realities of depression, as the event is spun into a failed suicide attempt. While on his tour as the face of depression in late 2019, Mr. Peanut Butter runs into BoJack in Washington, D.C. BoJack is now out of rehab and on his way to Wesleyan University to become their new drama teacher. Mr. Peanut Butter brings BoJack to a TV history museum and shows him his old sweater from Horsing Around. Also at the museum is the entire kitchen set from Mr. Peanut Butter's house. BoJack finally indulges Mr. Peanut Butter, and the pair of them play out their crossover episode on the set. Mr. Peanut Butter weeps with joy. Later, Mr. Peanut Butter talks to Pickles on the phone, who expresses to him that she keeps sleeping with other guys, but none of them are making her feel any better. She wants to cheat on Mr. Peanut Butter with someone like Mr. Peanut Butter. This gives PB the idea that Joey Pogo might be the right person. In early 2020, Joey and Mr. Peanut Butter soon go into business together as co-owners of Elefante. They rename the restaurant Elefino. Soon after this, two reporters named Max and Paige speak to Mr. Peanut Butter about BoJack Horseman. This is interrupted by an argument between Pickles and Joey. Pickles starts to get frustrated working with Joey Pogo at the restaurant and expresses to PB that she doesn't want to work with him anymore. Mr. Peanut Butter continues talking to Paige and Max about when BoJack and Sarah Lynn broke into his house shortly before Sarah Lynn's death. Pickles and Joey then decide that they're going to sleep together to complete the cheating saga. But after they do so, they realize that they really might have feelings for one another. He also expresses that he needs a social media manager who understands his brand, which perfectly describes Pickles. Pickles then tells Mr. Peanut Butter that she's going to go on tour with Joey to take the job opportunity. She gives him one last hug and kiss and leaves. Shortly after this, the pair of them break up. Mr. Peanut Butter starts to get very lonely after Pickles stops living with him, but luckily for him, BoJack loses his house and income after his disastrous TV interviews and comes to PB looking for a place to live. Mr. Peanut Butter tells him he can live there forever. Mr. Peanut Butter also helps get BoJack some work on Birthday Dad as an extra. On that same day, Mr. Peanut Butter attends Todd's housewarming party where he brings Pickles' favorite alcoholic energy drink, which he claims he won't need anymore. Around this time, Mr. Peanut Butter writes a memoir called Rad Dog, My Journey from Sad Dog to Birth Dad Dog, which he claims was very easy to write, and he wrote in a single weekend. After its release, Diane calls Mr. Peanut Butter from Chicago, and the two catch up. Mr. Peanut Butter talks to her about how he's learning to be on his own after being in relationship after relationship year after year. They have a really nice conversation and get some closure on their own relationship.
If we hadn't met each other until now, we wouldn't be the people we are now.
Yeah.
Not long after this, BoJack is sent to prison for breaking and entering into his old house. In 2021, he's released on a day pass to attend Princess Carolyn's wedding, and Mr. Peanut Butter picks him up from prison. The pair of them catch up over food and discuss the things BoJack has missed. Mr. Peanut Butter asks BoJack about his post-prison plans, and he says that the only thing he's worried about is not messing up while he's out for the wedding. On the way to the wedding, Mr. Peanut Butter also reveals that he's remained single since he dated Pickles and is continuing to work on himself. Before heading to their final destination, Mr. Peanut Butter stops at the Griffith Park Observatory for a press conference. PB has arranged for the Hollywood D to return to the hillside sign after his Hollywood heist removed it so many years earlier. It's revealed that they messed up and replaced it with a B, unveiling Hollywoob for the first time. When they get back in the car, Mr. Peanut Butter reassures BoJack that everything will be fine at the wedding. And that is the end of the complete Mr. Peanut Butter timeline. Mr. Peanut Butter is such a fun character. His arc might be one that could have used a tad more development on the back end, but he still represents so many interesting aspects of life, Hollywood, and relationships. He's a character who for so long is so blissfully unaware of his own shortcomings, but by the end, he truly comes to grips with the things he needs to change about himself. I wish we had maybe gotten to see a bit more about those things play out, but regardless, I love Mr. Peanut Butter, the king of crossovers.
But every happy ending has the day after the happy ending, right?
Diane Nguyen was born on March 19, 1980, and grew up in Boston, Massachusetts. She actually wasn't given a name by her parents until she was 4 years old, eventually being named after Diane Chambers from the TV show Cheers.
Hi, Kinko. I'm Diane. It means my parents liked the show Cheers.
Diane's childhood was not easy. She had 4 brothers, all of whom were quite mean to her for her entire life. In 1996, when Diane was 16 years old, her brothers began writing her letters as a secret pen pal named Leo, who invited Diane to homecoming. They then hired a hobo to play Leo and filmed Diane's devastated reaction to this revelation. They called the video the Cryan video. Diane's father would often prioritize her brother's confidence and happiness over her own. Diane claimed that her father was mean and sadistic and delighted in her failure. Her mother treated her poorly in other ways, including guilt-tripping her for leaving Boston to start her own life.
Queen Dee blesses us with her presence. To what do I owe the honor?
Diane didn't have a good experience at school either. In high school, Diane was stuffed in a locker by cheerleaders who wrote the word virgin slut on her forehead, a rude oxymoron, and she was often bullied by a classmate named Chrissy Keating. She did have a friend named Abby, but that friend proceeded to abandon Diane when she was adopted by a cooler crowd, and then joined in on making fun of Diane, even using her knowledge of her life against her. Despite this, Diane provided Abby with emotional support when Abby's mother got sick. Because of her difficulties at home and at school, Diane found comfort in the series Horsin' Around and watched it weekly, wishing that her family could be as loving and supportive as they were. Sometime around 1998, Diane began attending Boston University, where she majored in literature and equine studies. During this time, Diane had her first experience with depression and began taking Prozac, but she stopped taking it when she struggled with the side effects, such as acne breakouts, weight gain, and Dawson's Creek becoming bad. After college, Diane moved to Los Angeles, California, and by 2007 she was working as a barista at a Starbucks with her friend Roxy and boyfriend Wayne. She also moonlit as a caterer with these friends while applying as a writer for various publications. During this time, she learned a piece she wrote was rejected by the New Yorker. While working at Starbucks, Diane met TV actor Mr. Peanut Butter, who was with his then wife Jessica Biel. Shortly after this, Diane also saw Mr. Peanut Butter at an event that she was catering. During this event, Jessica Biel broke up with Mr. Peanut Butter, and shortly after this, Mr. Peanut Butter and Diane began dating.
Add me on MySpace, okay?
Sure.
All right. Guess I'll see you around.
In 2009, Diane went with Mr. Peanut Butter to BoJack Horseman's annual Halloween party. Diane, being a big fan of BoJack through Horsin' Around, attempted to introduce herself to him. This went poorly and embarrassed Diane, though she was unaware that he had just learned of his own father's death.
I'm on the phone right now.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Mom, I'm still here.
Between 2009 and 2014, Diane spent 3 years researching and writing Secretariat, A Life, a biography on the racehorse Secretariat. She also authored The Rise and Fall of Stronghard and Tracing Zippo Pine Bear. In 2014, Diane attends another party at BoJack Horseman's house, this time as a candidate to ghostwrite his memoirs. The two hit it off, and BoJack decides to work with her on his book, before learning that she is dating Mr. Peanut Butter.
Oh my God.
Work on BoJack's memoir was rocky, and it took a bit for BoJack to open up to Diane. After a drawn-out conflict with Neil McBeal, the Navy SEAL, BoJack finally starts to reveal real details about his past to Diane. While Diane and BoJack are meeting with their publisher Pinky at Penguin Books, Diane gets a call and learns that her father has died, though she is seemingly not upset by it. The pair of them then make a pit stop in Boston before leaving the East Coast. While in Boston, Diane learns that her family has done literally nothing to deal with the death of her father, leaving all of the work up to her. Meanwhile, BoJack bonds with all of her brothers. After making all of the arrangements for her father's funeral, none of her family shows up to the service, including her father's corpse. It turns out that the family had gotten Mr. Nguyen chummed, hoping to throw it in Derek Jeter's face, and instead of going to the service, they drank at a bar while watching sports. This sends Diane into an absolute furious rage, and she drives off in frustration. BoJack locates Diane and gives her a letter written as Leo, her secret pen pal. He tells her she's too good for her family and she shouldn't waste her energy impressing them. The two share a nice moment together and go back to Los Angeles. When they arrive back in LA, Mr. Peanut Butter expresses concern that Diane and BoJack are becoming closer. Though BoJack denies it, the pair of them begin to compete in what becomes an incredibly dumb pissing contest, during which Diane falls asleep. BoJack ends up taking it even further, stealing the D from the Hollywood sign for Diane. Mr. Peanut Butter tells BoJack he'll help him return the D, but instead actually takes credit for stealing the D as a grand gesture for Diane. That night, BoJack leaves a voicemail for Diane confessing his feelings for her. While he was leaving the voicemail, Mr. Peanut Butter proposes to Diane and she accepts.
She said yes! Let's kick it! Erica, did you hear she said yes? Come on in,
in here!
Shortly after, Diane joins BoJack on his trip to Malibu to see Herb Kazaz and enjoys a mostly nice afternoon with them before BoJack and Herb get into a actual physical fight. On the way back from Malibu, BoJack stops the car and gets out on the Pacific Coast Highway in an attempt to collect himself. While Diane gets out to see if he's okay, BoJack kisses her. Deeply uncomfortable, Diane retreats back to the car. After this awkward encounter, Diane tells BoJack that she has enough to write the book and begins avoiding him.
Listen, I was looking over my notes, and I think I have enough to go write the book.
Now spending more time with Mr. Peanut Butter, the pair decide to move their wedding to take place within a month. Unbeknownst to Diane, during this time, BoJack is attempting to sabotage the wedding and even goes so far as to hire character actress Margot Martindale to stage a bank robbery and steal Diane's wedding ring. But this goes very wrong, leading to Diane and PB moving their wedding up to the following week.
We could get married Saturday. Am I crazy?
Yes, don't do it.
On June 13th, 2014, Diane Nguyen and Mr. Peanut Butter get married. A couple of months later, Diane finishes her book about BoJack titled One Trick Pony, and unfortunately, BoJack hates it and tells her to fix it. Instead, she leaks the first few chapters, which leads to a very positive reaction from readers. Despite this, BoJack fires Diane.
Maybe you're right.
Really?
No, you're fired.
1 week later, after attempting to write the book himself, BoJack attends Diane's panel of ghostwriters and apologizes publicly. He tells her they can publish the book and asks her one question.
I guess my question is, do you think it's too late for me?
Diane stares back at BoJack in silence. No response. In 2015, One Trick Pony has become a massive success and helped catapult BoJack back into the spotlight. It even wins a Golden Globe for Best Comedy or Musical Film. Diane is contacted by philanthropist Sebastian St. Clair, who asks her to write his memoir as he does humanitarian work in war-torn Cordovia. She is also offered a job to be a character consultant on the film production Secretariat, given her experience writing Secretariat's biography. Ironically, the role of Secretariat actually goes to BoJack, partially due to the success of One Trick Pony. Diane is torn between the two job opportunities, but Mr. Peanut Butter convinces her to stay home and work on Secretariat.
You know I support you, whatever you want to do, but you're not going to find what you're looking for in these awful made-up places.
Diane ends up running into BoJack at Mr. Peanut Butter's launch party for his new PB Live-In venture, Smoothies. The two of them retreat to the roof where BoJack first opened up to Diane, and they have another heart-to-heart. Diane apologizes for leaving BoJack hanging at the Ghostwriter panel and opens up about her own beliefs.
I don't think I believe in deep down. I kind of think all you are is just the things that you do.
Well, that's depressing.
The two commiserate over the fact that they will soon be co-workers on Secretariat. 1 month later, production begins on Secretariat. Diane and BoJack actually decide to carpool together. Unfortunately for Diane, she isn't given much room to character consult on set, instead being told to babysit a large cable so people don't trip. Diane is still being courted by Sebastian St. Clair, and she tells him that she plans to come write his memoir after filming on Secretariat is finished. On March 19th, 2015, Diane celebrates her 35th birthday with a great day out with Mr. Peanut Butter. She considers it a perfect birthday until she learns that PB planned a surprise party for her that night. During the party, Diane gets in a huge fight with PB about whether Tony Curtis is dead or not, ending the festivities early. The two of them have a big conversation about their relationship and how Mr. Peanut Butter doesn't seem to listen to what she needs or wants. She doesn't like parties or big gestures, and his surprise for her was both. While discussing their relationship, Diane realizes that Mr. Peanut Butter really doesn't want her to go to Cordovia, but she expresses how important it is for her to feel like she's helping people and making a difference. She also expresses fears over falling into a routine as a couple.
I wake up in the morning and I feel like I have no purpose. And I'm 35, and if I don't make some change in my life, then this is how I'm gonna feel forever.
Not long after the surprise party, Diane helps Todd try to hide a chicken who was engineered to become food from the authorities. Meat is kind of complicated in the BoJack universe. They later try to break her out of further captivity. Though they break the law, BoJack actually gets them out simply by being famous. After Mr. Peanut Butter's company, PB Living, goes bankrupt, Diane becomes incredibly concerned that they're going to lose their house and resorts to penny pinching and even stealing from work. PB, of course, finds a job in the luckiest, most happenstance way possible, and these fears are put to rest. Soon, Diane goes on tour with BoJack to promote the release of the paperback edition of One Trick Pony. During the Q&A with journalists, Diane answers a question about BoJack's reputation taking a hit following the release of the book.
Were you worried at all that it would hurt BoJack or his
career?
That's a great question.
Diane ends up citing a series of celebrities who have done much worse than BoJack, including Hank Hippopopoulos. This accusation makes Diane public enemy number one in the media, and people begin attacking her for her comments on Hank. It completely overshadows the book tour and even leads to Mr. Peanut Butter begging Diane not to take it any further, as his new job and TV series shares a network with Hank's show. Despite this, Diane ends up on various news programs debating the Hank Hippopopoulos situation, and even goes to Manatee Fair to try and blow the story up once more. This leads to a dramatic discussion with Hank himself in a parking garage in which he intimidates Diane into backing down.
Look, you had your fun, so why don't you call it a day and go home to your husband?
Diane and BoJack end up having a major conversation about their friendship and working relationship after this. Diane ends up apologizing to BoJack for hurting his feelings through the book they wrote. Later that night, Mr. Peanut Butter confronts Diane about the Hank situation and asks why she made things worse, which actually leads to him telling Diane that she should go to Cordovia with Sebastian St. Clair, reversing how he felt about it previously. Shortly after this, Diane leaves LA for Cordovia. In Cordovia, Diane follows around Sebastian and attempts to write about him, but is incredibly disappointed to discover that he doesn't seem to care about the people he's helping. He only cares about his image being bolstered so that more people will donate to his organization. After this, Diane returns to LA. But instead of returning home, Diane crashes at BoJack's house without telling Mr. Peanut Butter that she's back. Diane goes down a bit of a depressive spiral while staying with BoJack, and her presence puts a huge strain on BoJack's relationship with his girlfriend Wanda. Wanda and BoJack end up breaking up after this. Diane opens up about her fears about going home to Mr. Peanut Butter and the nature of happiness. She later calls Mr. Peanut Butter and says she can't talk with him on the phone anymore. She spends the next 2 months continuing to crash at BoJack's house without contacting Mr. Peanut Butter. After these 2 months, Princess Carolyn calls Diane and offers her a job at her new agency, ghostwriting celebrity tweets, which she accepts. While meeting with one of her new clients, Sixtina Aquafina, she and Mr. Peanut Butter spot each other from across the restaurant. PB calls Diane and she agrees to come home. Though they have made up, Diane and Mr. Peanut Butter start couples counseling to help their relationship, while Diane continues to work for Vim running their socials. Not long after this, BoJack ropes Diane into a mystery adventure searching for his old showrunner Cuddly Whiskers from when he was on the BoJack Horseman show, which leads to them discovering a dead body of a dancer from Whale World in his pool. This mystery leads them across LA, eventually discovering that there's a brand of heroin called BoJack, and then up to Ojai where they find Cuddly Whiskers. During this adventure, Mr. Peanut Butter angrily chastises Diane for not coming home and getting caught up in another BoJack adventure.
You have to call me. It doesn't matter what's happening. It doesn't matter if it's the middle of the night. You can't keep doing this to me.
Diane and Mr. Peanut Butter attempt to deal with this at couples therapy, and their therapist tells Diane that she should try to work on putting her feelings into words, which is difficult for her because she wasn't given the space or support to express herself as a child. Diane is contacted by a hugely popular actor, Alexi Brosifino, who leads an entourage known as the Snatch Batch. Alexi actually texts Diane to come over and hang out, which was a huge surprise to her. She goes over and meets the crew, Carlos, David, and Shit Show, and they all do a new drug together called Gush. While tripping balls with Alexi, Diane learns that Alexi never actually meant to text her to hang out, and that he meant to text a different Diane, but he just went with it after she showed up. Diane goes through a bit of a freak out, which then transitions into an existential revelation, and she rushes home to see Mr. Peanut Butter. The revelation and the drugs help her express herself to Mr. Peanut Butter, who she attempts to physically pick up, which leads to her breaking her wrist. While at the hospital for the broken wrist, Diane learns that she is pregnant. Not long after this, Diane's stress about her job, pregnancy, and planned abortion lead to her accidentally tweeting, "I'm getting an abortion" on Sixtina Aquafina's Twitter account. Though she expects to get fired, this blunder actually leads to positive press for Sixtina, and Diane helps her lean into the abortion angle. Sixtina releases a song about abortion called "Get Dat Fetus, Kill Dat Fetus," though Diane is very concerned over this approach. Sixtina and Princess Carolyn then hatch a plan to broadcast her fake abortion live on pay-per-view despite Diane's protests. While in the waiting room for her own abortion, Diane talks to a young woman at the clinic who expresses that Sixtina's music made her feel empowered to make the right decision for herself, which helps Diane see the value in what Sixtina is doing. Diane and Mr. Peanut Butter end up going to the Labrador Peninsula for New Year's 2016, where they spend time with Mr. Peanut Butter's brother, Captain Peanut Butter. Captain Peanut Butter continually says existential things to Diane when they're alone, which pushes Diane to tell Mr. Peanut Butter to press his brother about what's wrong. This leads to a big fight between the two of them.
Just because you have a shitty relationship with your family doesn't mean every other family has to have drama too.
In early 2016, BoJack is nominated for an Oscar for Secretariat and throws a huge party. Knowing BoJack well, Diane comes to the party to see if he's handling it okay. BoJack takes exception to this and insults Diane, telling her she fetishizes her own sadness. Diane angrily responds in turn with an equally painful insult about what will happen after he wins his Oscar.
You're gonna be so miserable miserable, you'll want to kill yourself. And you're gonna have nobody left to stop you.
Later that day, Diane is unfortunately fired from Vim, which is failing as an agency. Diane then goes to grab food with her friend Roxy and rants about how self-centered people can be.
This is what's wrong with society. Diane. Nobody thinks about the world outside themselves.
Ironically, in this moment, she is being incredibly self-centered and ignoring her friend Roxy. Sometime between mid-January and late February 2016, Diane and Mr. Peanut Butter arrive home to find BoJack and Sarah Lynn drunk and high, wearing their clothes. They had also eaten everything in the house. As they run out of the house, they shove Diane over and she breaks her wrist again, which had just healed. After Sarah Lynn's tragic death, Diane goes to BoJack's to comfort him. She opens up to BoJack and reveals that she actually used to watch Horseman around a lot as a kid, and it brought her comfort through her painful home life.
And for half an hour every week, I had a home. And it helped me survive.
BoJack in turn tells Diane that she's too good to be writing Instagram captions. While at dinner with Princess Carolyn and her new boyfriend Ralph, Diane learns that Ralph's sister Stefani is starting a new feminist website called Girl Crush, and Diane is given an interview. During the interview, Stefani asks some hard questions about what Diane would be willing to write about relating to her personal relationships, given that BoJack and Mr. Peanut Butter haven't been free of scandals, and Diane seemingly acknowledges that she might have to write pieces critical of her loved ones. She then accepts the job. Diane and PB celebrate together and toast to their success as Mr. Peanut Butter's ex Katrina knocks on the door and asks Mr. Peanut Butter if he's interested in running for the governor of California. Shortly after Sarah Lynn's funeral, BoJack disappears, and over the next several months, Diane continually calls him and leaves messages. In October 2016, Mr. Peanut Butter's campaign for governor is heating up. Diane is supportive, but secretly hopeful that it will end sooner than later, as she doesn't think Mr. Peanut Butter will be a good governor. In early 2017, Mr. Peanut Butter's campaign somehow ends up creating a literal ski race for the governorship of California, which he loses, but his opponent Woodchuck Kutchuck Berkowitz does not win either. When the winner, Todd Chavez, immediately resigns, a special election is triggered, leading to further campaigning from Mr. Peanut Butter. This causes Diane to panic pretty severely, and as she tries to leave another message for BoJack, the phone responds that his mailbox is full. In summer 2017, while working at Girl Crush, Diane finally receives a call back from BoJack, who is panicking. He apologizes to Diane for being gone for a year and a half, and the two catch up and fall back into their old banter, and say that they miss each other. Diane is very worried that Mr. Peanut Butter is going to become a pro-fracking candidate in his campaign, and begs him not to do it. Unfortunately, he does anyways, and Todd goes out of his way to distract Diane from learning about this development. Todd gives Diane a phony story about Channing Tatum's illegitimate daughter, and has Diane chase the story by testing DNA, which actually belongs to BoJack and his alleged daughter Hollyhock, who came to LA seeking out BoJack. Diane and Mr. Peanut Butter start having difficulties in the bedroom around this time, and they blame the campaign. Diane is understandably very upset that PB is pro-fracking and eventually decides to write pieces criticizing that decision in Girl Crush, starting a public feud between Diane and Mr. Peanut Butter. PB ends up approving fracking to start happening in their literal backyard. PB confronts Diane about the articles and criticizes her for airing their dirty laundry in public. Diane tells him that she thinks he would be a bad governor and publishes another article right in front of him. They get into a physical altercation which leads to equally physical angry sex, solving their sex problem. After a mass shooting threatens the success of the Hollywood film Mistaken, Princess Carolyn asks Diane to write a puff piece to help give it good press. Diane meets with the star of the film, Courtney Portnoy, and when leaving the restaurant, somebody attempts to mug them both. Courtney pulls out a gun and stops the mugger in their tracks. This leads to Diane trying out guns at a shooting range and ultimately writing a Girl Crush piece about having a handgun. The piece blows up and inspires women everywhere to buy guns to protect themselves. It also leads to Mr. Peanut Butter having another public feud with Diane, as he hates guns, and they even debated on live television. The rise in gun sales to women leads to massive overhauling in gun laws in California, outlawing them entirely.
I can't believe this country hates women more than it loves guns.
While talking to her friend Roxy, Diane pointedly ignores her to give Todd advice on his potential sham marriage with Courtney Portnoy, showing once again that she is not a very good friend to Roxy. Shortly after this, BoJack finally calls Diane, even though he has been back in LA for a while. Diane is upset that it took him so long. BoJack goes to see Diane at their house where a fundraising dinner is going on. As everyone arrives, the fracking in their yard causes the entire house to collapse underground, trapping the entire party. Diane is understandably furious at PB, and she and BoJack end up getting really drunk and having a heart-to-heart while trapped. Diane is very upset about the state of her life and her sense of self, and tells BoJack she's really upset that he didn't call her. BoJack tells her that he wanted to be better for her. BoJack opens up about the situation with his potential daughter Hollyhock, and Diane suggests mutual consent forms from the adoption agency. BoJack gives Diane the secret to being happy.
Just pretend you are happy, and eventually you'll forget you're pretending.
After they escape the underground, Diane and Mr. Peanut Butter begin staying in the Hotel Kangaroosevelt, during which Diane enjoys many poolside massages. She tries to give BoJack advice about Hollyhock during this time, but is mostly ignored. Diane soon learns that Jessica Biel has taken Mr. Peanut Butter's place running for governor, and she convinces Mr. Peanut Butter that he has to campaign for Woodchuck to stop Biel from being elected. Not long after this, Diane tries to help BoJack find Hollyhock's birth certificate at City Hall, though they give up when they find how long the lines are. Diane is asked by Stefani to write a piece on Jessica Biel for Girl Crush, and Diane deviously plants the fact that Biel hates avocado. This revelation in the article causes her support to plummet and tanks her campaign. In January 2018, Diane and Mr. Peanut Butter decide to take the new bridge to Hawaii for a vacation, but this doesn't go very well. The massive amounts of traffic causes major tension. They decide to stop the trip and pull over to stay in a motel. While there, Diane explains to PB that she always wanted a Belle room, like the library that Belle had in Beauty and the Beast. The two return to LA, and Mr. Peanut Butter reveals that he had a Belle room installed in their new house, which infuriates Diane.
Why would you think I would like this?
Because you told me this is what you've always dreamed of?
She says this fantasy was personal and that she feels like he ruined it. She laments the fact that Mr. Peanut Butter can't seem to grasp that she hates big grand gestures like this, and she's said it over and over again. Mr. Peanut Butter explains that he's trying really hard with these kinds of gestures because he's afraid Diane will leave him like his other ex-wives. They discuss their relationship and the hardships they've faced, and Diane expresses that she's really exhausted trying to make it work. The two end up separating, and Diane moves into a small apartment. The two of them try to remain friends and even have occasional dinners together. On one such occasion, Diane struggles with the fact that their waitress, a pug named Pickles Aplenty, is successfully flirting with Mr. Peanut Butter. PB has a housewarming party at Diane's suggestion, and she attends, sporting a fresh new haircut. Though she invited BoJack, she ends up attending the housewarming party alone. While at the party, Diane sees Mr. Peanut Butter kiss Pickles, but is really bothered when she sees him place his hand on the small of her back, pulling her in closer. This triggers Diane immensely, and she leaves the party sobbing. Diane immediately leaves LA and flies to Vietnam to get away, though she is quickly asked to write for Girl Crush while she's there. She writes a piece called 10 Reasons to Go to Vietnam, a Girl Crush personal travel guide. Diane struggles with her time in Vietnam as she doesn't actually speak the language. While there, she meets a crew member on a film who assumes she's Vietnamese and can't speak English, and she actually goes along with it. It eventually falls apart, and they argue before she leaves.
You were just pretending this whole time? I was actually feeling something special here.
Really?
Diane flies back to LA, and Mr. Peanut Butter picks her up from the airport. They catch up, and when they arrive back at Diane's apartment, they sign the papers to finalize the divorce. Mr. Peanut Butter tells Diane that he's now dating Pickles, and Diane tells him that she's happy for him. Shortly after this, Princess Carolyn and Flip McVicker cast canceled actor Vance Wagner to play Fritz on BoJack's new series Filbert. Diane questions and disagrees with this decision immensely. After Vance eventually turns down Filbert, PC changes her tune and wants to cancel him, so she puts Diane and BoJack together to speak out against him. With Diane's talking points, BoJack successfully becomes a feminist media talking head. Diane is then confronted by Anna Spanakopita about the takedown of Vance, and Diane gets heated about the lack of accountability in Hollywood.
Woman to woman, can't you admit this is screwed up?
After this, Vance Wagner says that he left Filbert because it was sexist. So Diane and BoJack review scripts, and Diane claims that the show is in fact sexist. She makes some really important points about how Filbert seems to use its deconstruction of toxic masculinity merely as an excuse to relish in toxic masculinity. BoJack largely writes off what she says. Later, after a Revelation on Orion Seacrest types podcast, BoJack asks Diane to come work on Filbert and help fix the issues with the scripts. She's hired on the show, and Mr. Peanut Butter is then cast as Fritz. On Diane's first day on set, the creator Flip McVicker basically tells her to keep quiet and cash her checks.
Sit in my office, don't chew too loud, and collect your paycheck.
When Diane leaves set, she finds Anna Spanakopita in her car. Anna plays an audio tape of BoJack vaguely admitting to something that happened between him and a girl in New Mexico on a boat.
What?
I keep asking myself, if her mother didn't walk in, would I have done it?
Diane continues to struggle to get Flip to listen to her suggestions. On PC's advice, she manipulates Flip into thinking the ideas were actually his. One of the ideas leads to a stunt that gets BoJack hurt on set, and Diane feels really guilty about this. Diane also continues to struggle with what to do about the tape she heard of BoJack. She consults her therapist and works through her feelings on it. Diane's changed behavior towards BoJack leads him to seeing Diane's therapist himself, which eventually leads to the doctor cutting ties with Diane and keeping BoJack as a client. Diane actually comes to terms with this and tells BoJack he needs more help than she does, but BoJack writes off the entire concept of therapy and claims he's too smart for it. He also tells Diane that they're the same. This sends Diane into an incredibly angry state. As a response, Diane actually writes blatant references to the New Mexico tape into the next Filbert script without telling BoJack. When BoJack performs the scene, he's incredibly uncomfortable and distraught over these references. On Halloween 2018, Diane goes to drop off script pages for BoJack, having forgotten about his annual Halloween party. In her short time there, her car gets blocked in between two other cars. Mr. Peanut Butter's new girlfriend Pickles approaches Diane and tells her it's okay if she's jealous. Diane tells her that she isn't jealous. Diane runs into BoJack, who is uncomfortable after the previous episode of Filbert, and Diane ends up having a very hard time getting out of his driveway with all of the cars in the way. Pickles, now upset at Mr. Peanut Butter, locks herself in the bathroom, and PB expresses his fears about his love life to Diane. Diane tells him that he needs to stop dating women so much younger than him or grow up himself because his girlfriends simply outgrow his maturity level. Diane then has a heart-to-heart with Pickles. She actually gives Pickles some very sweet advice and reassurance about Mr. Peanut Butter.
And he loved me so much for 10 years. If there's one thing I know about that guy, it's that he loves the person he's with deeply and unconditionally.
Diane ends up taking a helicopter home just to get out of the party. In early 2019, Diane attends the Filbert premiere. She bumps into BoJack, who she hasn't had much contact with since Filbert finished shooting. BoJack gives a speech about how Filbert makes him feel better about the bad things he's done in his past, which triggers Diane, and she leaves the premiere. While leaving, she ends up stopping to talk to BoJack and tells him she doesn't want the show to justify people's shitty actions. The two get in a huge fight where Diane brings up tons about BoJack's past that he needs to reconcile with, including New Mexico and Sarah Lynn. She angrily leaves after this fight.
Please let go of me.
Diane, please.
You're hurting me, and I would like you to let go now.
On the way out, Diane runs into Mr. Peanut Butter, who drives her home. He ends up going inside with her, and they have sex. Diane quits Filbert for season 2, which begins shooting shortly after. However, production is shut down after a gruesome incident between BoJack and Gina Cazador on set. Later in 2019, Mr. Peanut Butter visits Diane and tries to get her to tell Pickles about their affair, but Diane refuses. Their argument leads to another round of angry sex. Mr. Peanut Butter thinks this means that they're getting back together, but Diane immediately denies this. She convinces Mr. Peanut Butter to tell Pickles the truth, but instead, Mr. Peanut Butter proposes to Pickles. Diane then meets with Stefani about Girl Crush, which is pivoting to video, and Stefani wants Diane to be the face of their video team. Shortly after this, BoJack goes to see Diane at her house, and he asks her to write a takedown of him and reveal the truth of everything he's ever done wrong. She refuses and tells him he needs to take accountability for himself. This results in Diane driving BoJack to a rehab center in Malibu called Pastiches. As they arrive, Diane opens up to BoJack about her friend Abby, who abandoned her in high school, and relates it to her relationship with BoJack.
You're here, and I hate you. But you're my best friend, and you need me.
BoJack walks into rehab, and Diane drives off into the sunset. Diane spends much of 2019 traveling around the country making video content for Girl Crush with a cameraman named Guy. Eventually, the two start a romantic relationship. The pair stop in Guy's hometown, Chicago. Diane and Guy go through some awkward stages while determining what their relationship means. Guy doesn't want to introduce Diane to her son unless it's serious, and also doesn't seem to know how to introduce her to his friends. Stefani tries to convince Diane to start chasing more feel-good stories, which she tries to do, but ultimately ends up chasing a scandal surrounding the White Whale Corporation. While chasing this story, Guy and Diane argue about aspects of her life, and Guy wonders why Diane doesn't leave LA if she's so miserable there. She in turn criticizes him for his wishy-washy feelings on their relationship.
Am I your girlfriend? Am I the, woman that I work with?
They end up going to the White Whale building, where the CEO reveals the full scope of their scandal and power. It's also revealed that Congress passed a bill that makes murder legal for billionaires, protecting him from prosecution. After this failure, Diane decides to go back to LA, and she waits at the train station with Guy. He wants her to stay in Chicago, but Diane refuses. As soon as she arrives back in LA, Diane has the realization that she made a mistake. She calls Guy back and tells him that she wants to move to Chicago. Before Diane leaves LA for good, she goes to see BoJack. BoJack has been in rehab this entire time, but is out on a day pass for Mr. Peanut Butter and Pickles' surprise wedding being thrown by Todd. Diane meets him there. Unfortunately, Mr. Peanut Butter reveals the truth about him and Diane to Pickles right before the surprise, leading to everyone at the party hiding from the couple, including Diane and BoJack, who have a heart-to-heart while hiding.
When I got my 2-month chip, I thought, I wish Diane could see this.
Diane wants to make sure BoJack will be okay without her. and he tells her that he will be. Diane moves to Chicago in mid to late 2019 and struggles immensely to write her new book on personal essays. She then begins to struggle with depression. She's worried that going on antidepressants will have negative side effects like the ones she dealt with in college. Despite this, Guy gently pushes Diane towards taking the meds.
I'd feel better if you just tried the medication your doctor prescribed.
Well, I'd feel worse.
While Guy is on a work trip to the Galapagos Islands in late 2019, Diane gets a surprise visit from BoJack, who is now out of rehab. Her apartment is a disaster and is littered with trash and cigarette butts. Diane opens up about her struggles with her book and her insecurities about her relationship and what might happen if she takes antidepressants. That if she takes them, it will just reveal the real her to the world and to herself. The messy, struggling writer who she feels she is in this very moment. BoJack tells Diane something she really needed to hear.
I wanted to thank you for believing in me when I didn't, and for encouraging me to accept the help I needed.
This helps shift Diane's perspective, and she decides to start taking the antidepressants. In early 2020, the antidepressants are having a mostly positive effect on Diane, though she is still struggling to write her memoir. She tries really hard to access and write about her trauma, but with little luck. While working on her book at the mall, she ends up writing a young adult mystery story called Ivy Tran Mall Court Detective, inspired by what she saw at the mall. But she thinks this kind of story is beneath her and wants to write about her trauma. When she continues to struggle writing her memoir, she goes off her meds, which sends her spiraling. Guy encourages Diane to continue taking her meds, and also, without her knowledge, sends Princess Carolyn the pages of her Ivy Tran story, which gets an incredible response from PC. Diane is of course furious about this and still wants to write her deep, gritty memoir. In May 2020, Diane goes to visit BoJack at Wesleyan University, where he's now teaching. She goes there to see his drama class's end of semester performance. After the performance, Diane has a deep conversation with Princess Carolyn about what it would mean to write about her trauma as a coping mechanism, as a way for her pain and suffering to make sense and to be turned into something useful.
That means that all the damage I got isn't good damage. It's just damage.
Eventually, Diane decides that she's going to write the Ivy Tran book instead. After this, Diane, PC, and Todd discover BoJack passed out in front of the theater, and they help him back to his office. He reveals that there are reporters looking into his past and planning to run a story about him. They just don't know what. The group racks their brains trying to figure out what the story could be about. One of the reporters, Paige Sinclair, ends up calling Diane and asks about BoJack's relationship with Sarah Lynn. PC wants to try and spin the story, but Diane knows this is a bad idea. She even questions BoJack's involvement with Sarah Lynn, knowing certain details that others didn't.
She died of a heroin overdose, yeah? And you had heroin, BoJack brand. You kept it in your glove compartment.
Diane.
BoJack reveals that he did give her the heroin that killed her, and Diane tells them she doesn't want any part of what's happening, and she leaves. BoJack ends up having a TV interview with Biscuits Braxby about his part in Sarah Lynn's death, but Diane doesn't want to watch it. The interview ends up going well, and BoJack schedules a second interview for the following evening. The day after the interview, Diane meets Guy's son, Sonny, for the first time, and immediately makes him cry when talking about his parents. Later that night, Diane is struggling to write and decides to turn on BoJack's second interview. She catches the end where Biscuits tears into BoJack about being a selfish and careless person. BoJack actually agrees with Biscuits, and Diane shows a look of discomfort and conflict. 3 months later, Diane is still revising her book, but has an advanced copy. She considers writing more adult content, but PC presses her to try and write a sequel to Ivy Tran. Sonny actually reveals that he read her advanced copy of the book and that he loved it. He has a really nice conversation with Diane about some of the inspiration for the characters, like Ivy and Moose's relationship mirroring Diane and BoJack's. Sonny says he thinks the book will be good for girls with low self-esteem, and Diane says she'll start working on the sequel. Weeks later, the book is released. But also, Guy's ex-wife Lady is moving to Houston with Sonny, and Guy asks Diane to move there with them so he can stay with his son. While Diane is doing book signings, she finds a book written by Mr. Peanut Butter. She calls him and the two catch up and get some much needed closure and perspective on their relationship. Mr. Peanut Butter tells Diane something important that she takes to heart.
If we hadn't met each other until now, we wouldn't be the people we are now.
Yeah.
Not long after this, Diane gets a drunken phone call from BoJack, who leaves a message, basically telling her that he's going to go swimming while drunk and high with little regard for his own safety, unless she calls him back. She woke up to the message and called the police to try and check on him. BoJack nearly drowned in his old pool, which struck Diane with heavy guilt. BoJack is actually tried and sent to prison for breaking and entering into his old house. This guilt made Diane question her entire relationship and all of the decisions she's made, and almost caused her to not move to Houston with Guy. She eventually changes her mind, and the two of them get married. In 2021, Diane runs into BoJack at Princess Carolyn's wedding. BoJack meets Diane on the roof, similar to where BoJack first opened up to Diane when they were writing One Trick Pony. Diane vented about everything BoJack's voicemail did to her, and opened up about her life since then. She expresses something important to her, that the people we meet and the relationships in our lives are all a part of who we are and how we become ourselves. She doesn't regret being with Mr. Peanut Butter because he helped make her who she is. And implicitly, she feels the same way about BoJack. Even if their relationship is coming to an end, she's happy to have met him. She says one last thing that she needs to say.
It's going to be okay. And I'm sorry. And thank you.
Diane gets up to leave, but BoJack stops her to tell her one last story. He gives her a funny anecdote about prison, and the pair of them fall back into their old playful banter in a very sweet conversation. Eventually, the conversation ends. They sit together, and they look up at the stars in the sky in silence. And that is the complete Diane Nguyen timeline. Diane is an amazing character and has one of the most significant and well-threaded arcs in all of BoJack Horseman. Her journey is one of identity and self-discovery, but also of self-acceptance. One thing we learn through Diane's story, from Live Fast Diane Nguyen to The Dog Days Are Over to Good Damage to Nice While It Lasted, is the idea that the hardships we faced, the failures we've endured, the struggles and victories and everything in between, they are all a part of who we are. It's the rain that has weathered us into the shape we find ourselves, and it's important for us to accept that we wouldn't be the people we are if it weren't for those experiences. Diane's story taught me a lot about myself, and I know so many people see themselves in her. So here's to Diane Nguyen.
I want to be an architect.
In 1984, Sarah Himmelfarb was born. Sometime before her acting career began, she changed her name to Sarah Lynn with the help of lawyer Sarah Lipschitz. In 1987, at the age of 3, Sarah Lynn was cast as Sabrina on situation comedy Horsin' Around. Cast alongside her was Joelle Clark as her older sister Olivia, Bradley Hitler Smith as her older brother Ethan, and of course BoJack Horseman as her adoptive father, the Horse. When the show began in 1987, Sarah Lynn was close with her castmates, as well as show creator Herb Kazaz. They had a genuine bond after shooting the pilot, and without a real father figure in her own life, Sarah Lynn looked up to her TV father, BoJack. Unfortunately, BoJack was not a great role model for Sarah Lynn, and even gave some problematic advice that she internalized for years.
The most important thing is you gotta give the people what they want, even if it kills you, even if it empties you out until there's nothing left to empty.
Nevertheless, Sarah Lynn truly looked up to BoJack and even wanted to spend time with him outside of work, and she was comfortable telling him her own hopes and dreams.
I want to be an architect.
From an early age, Sarah Lynn expressed her desires to go to college and become an architect, only to be shut down by her mother, who says that college is for ugly people who can't tap dance. Carol Himmelfarb pushed Sarah Lynn into stardom in the spotlight, apparently offering sexual favors in exchange for auditions and roles for her own daughter.
Mommy didn't do what Mommy did to that Star Search producer so that you could be an architect.
Despite wanting to learn and go to school for architecture, Sarah Lynn was forced into the Hollywood lifestyle, with Horsin' Around providing her with 9 years of steady sitcom work. Over this period of time, Sarah Lynn was homeschooled by her stepfather, a bear whose last name was Richardson, though we never learn his first name. On many occasions, Sarah Lynn expressed discomfort with her stepfather, who she described as a photographer. Through context clues, it is heavily implied that he sexually abused her.
Can't you do this in Sarah Lynn's dressing room?
My stepdad's in there and he's being weird.
Why is that my problem?
Sarah Lynn's character Sabrina was a fan favorite character on Horsin' Around. In the early 1990s, Horsin' Around creator Herb Kazaz was caught in a scandal and fired from the show he created. TV veteran Danny Bananas took his place as showrunner, and through his tenure, the show began to focus a lot more on Sabrina. This led to jealousy from co-star Joelle Clark, which hurt their relationship.
Want to go to the mall this weekend? Don't you have any friends your own age from school? No, my mom's boyfriend homeschools me. He's a photographer.
Because Sarah Lynn was homeschooled by her mother's boyfriend and soon-to-be husband, she didn't have many friends of her own age, so losing Joelle to jealousy was a major blow. At age 10, shortly into the Danny Bananas tenure of Horsin' Around, Sarah Lynn felt so uncomfortable around her stepfather that she asked Horsin' Around hairstylist Sharona if they could do hair and makeup in BoJack's dressing room instead. While in the dressing room, BoJack and Sharona got into a fight before leaving the room. When left alone, Sarah Lynn got her hands on an unlabeled water bottle full of vodka that BoJack had left on the counter. Sarah Lynn got drunk and had to be taken home from set that day. This led to Sharona being fired from the series. This was seemingly Sarah Lynn's first introduction to alcohol. Sarah Lynn also saw success outside of Horsin' Around. She headlined People magazine revealing that she had a talent for singing, and by age 11, she had her own clothing line. In 1996, Horsin' Around aired its series finale, in which the horse died of a broken heart because his kids didn't love him enough. a dark ending for the sitcom. But Sarah Lynn's success was only just beginning. In 2002, after turning 18, Sarah Lynn released her debut album I Am Sarah Lynn and hit single Prickly Muffin, which was named after the nickname the horse gave Sabrina on Horsin' Around.
Why aren't you dressed for school, Prickly Muffin?
Sarah Lynn drastically changed her image as she no longer wanted to be seen as the innocent little girl from Horsin' Around anymore. As a pop sensation, Sarah Lynn skyrocketed to stardom. By 2004, at age 20, she was packing stadiums of fans to see her perform, and soon she was considered to be the biggest pop star in the world. By 2007, she had her own Kevin Klein fragrance, and that same year, she traveled the world on her Sexually Confident Virgin tour. The weight of this stardom weighed heavy, though. In December of 2007, after one of her stadium shows, Sarah Lynn was elated to hear that BoJack Horseman had come backstage to see her. She expressed to BoJack just how heavy that weight of the superstardom felt.
I know I'm smiling right now, but the light inside me is dying.
BoJack was one of Sarah Lynn's last bastions of hope that the people surrounding her weren't just using her for her fame and connections, that he might just be a true friend who wants to catch up. But those hopes were dashed when BoJack asked Sarah Lynn to guest star on his failing sitcom, The BoJack Horseman Show. This seemingly was the final push, sending Sarah Lynn off the deep end. Over the next 10 or so years, Sarah Lynn would form severe addictions to drugs and alcohol, as her follow-up albums flopped. At some point over this period, the substance abuse led to an incident where her heart stopped and was restarted by paramedics at Adam Levine's Halloween party. Shortly after that same party, she received a DUI and her license was taken away. Sometime in or before 2014, Sarah Lynn also began dating British actor Andrew Garfield. Sarah Lynn still maintained a friendship with Horsin' Around creator Herb Kazaz, who had been diagnosed with rectal cancer. In 2014, well into her addiction phase, a dying Herb Kazaz took Sarah Lynn out to eat, where he would beg her to get sober, as well as make her promise to get his book published after he dies. Later in 2014, Sarah Lynn and Andrew Garfield ran into BoJack at IKEA, moments before Andrew publicly broke up with her. Sarah Lynn had a massive breakdown in the store, stabbing herself in the stomach with a rusty bayonet and taking a dump on a sofa. BoJack helped to check Sarah Lynn into a rehabilitation center, but shortly after, Sarah Lynn checks herself out of rehab and goes to BoJack's house, seeking a place to stay.
Who could that be?
BoJack let Sarah Lynn stay with him and briefly acted like a father figure to Sarah Lynn for the first time since Horsin' Around. This arrangement did not turn out to be a healthy one, as BoJack ended up enabling Sarah Lynn's partying and substance abuse habits. BoJack decided to spend some one-on-one time with Sarah Lynn, having a fun day out in Santa Monica together, at the end of which BoJack gave Sarah Lynn his TV Guide Award. He always thought he'd give it to his own kids someday and decided Sarah Lynn should be the one to have it. Sarah Lynn ended up selling the TV Guide Award for drug money, leading to this argument.
I'm not your dad, and you're not my child. We're just a man and a lady living in a house together, and we're both adults, and we're both a little drunk.
After Sarah Lynn came to BoJack, the most significant father figure in her life, for help and support, they started to have sex with each other, a very unhealthy dynamic. Eventually, BoJack realized he can't continue to enable Sarah Lynn this way and told her she can't stay with him anymore. Sarah Lynn decided to go find somewhere new to party and shows a profound understanding of the depressing place that life has taken her.
I'm at a place right now where I never need to grow as a person because I can constantly just surround myself with sycophants and enablers until I die tragically young.
Later in 2014, Sarah Lynn was contacted by BoJack, who was looking for drugs. She, BoJack, and Todd go on a massive bender in order to help BoJack write his memoirs. This established a new and dangerous relationship for BoJack and Sarah Lynn. In 2015, Sarah Lynn reunited with BoJack and her other Horsin' Around castmates at Herb Kazaz's funeral. After fighting and digging up old beef with each other, the four of them embarked on a scavenger hunt to find Herb's manuscript, the same one Sarah Lynn was supposed to help get published after his death. During this time, Sarah Lynn says something that suggests her stepfather has sexually abused her.
It's bear fur. I can tell. My stepdad was a bear.
Shortly after Herb's funeral, Sarah Lynn got sober. For the majority of 2015, at least 8 months, she stayed clean from drugs and alcohol, though she didn't express a desire to stay that way. Even though she was healthy, Sarah Lynn still struggled with the perils of stardom while sober. The paparazzi continued to bother her even in her own home. When she was once again contacted by BoJack to party, she immediately jumped at the chance.
You want to party?
Oh, thank God. Yes!
In early 2016, from January 15th until February 28th, Sarah Lynn and BoJack went on a massive drug-fueled bender. They started at Sarah Lynn's house, where they indulged and watched Horsin' Around DVDs. They later left to go to Sarah Lynn's AA meeting, where she would get her 9-month sobriety chip. Eventually, they started to drive around LA as BoJack attempted to make amends and apologize to those he had wronged. They stopped at Mr. Peanut Butter and Diane's house, Princess Carolyn's apartment, and went on to Anna Spanakopita's place a few times before BoJack decided to make the long trek to Ohio to apologize to Penny Carson. On their way to Ohio, Sarah Lynn calls her mother Carol Himmelfarb Richardson and leaves a voicemail apologizing for being such a major disappointment. As she leaves the voicemail, she leans out the car window, hitting anything she can with a baseball bat. After they arrived at Oberlin College, BoJack and Sarah Lynn followed around Penny to a few different locations before deciding it was time to leave. Unfortunately, BoJack stumbles and falls into an a cappella group, at which point Penny notices BoJack. The crowd quickly starts to realize that BoJack is there, as well as Sarah Lynn, and after Penny disappears into the crowd, BoJack and Sarah Lynn start to drive back. On the drive, Sarah Lynn discovers a bag of heroin in BoJack's glove compartment, and when the two get back to Sarah Lynn's house in LA, they snort it together. While high on heroin, the two of them went to a few different locations. First, the very same bench where BoJack gave Sarah Lynn his TV Guide Award. On February 28th, they go to a dingy motel where they lay on the bed together, Sarah Lynn drifting in and out of consciousness. They turn on the TV just in time to see the Oscars award Sarah Lynn for Best Original Song in the film The Nazi Who Played Yahtzee. Initially, Sarah Lynn is overjoyed with the win, before realizing that she should have been at the show herself, overcome with regret. Sarah Lynn has a brief existential panic attack, expressing her unhappiness with how her life has turned out.
What am I supposed to do? I don't know what to do. Am I doomed? Are you doomed? Are we all doomed?
No.
BoJack then offers to take Sarah Lynn to the planetarium, a place she requested to go a few different times over the course of their bender. At the planetarium, Sarah Lynn admires the building's architecture. The two of them sit together, looking into the vast empty void of space. Sarah Lynn leads her head onto BoJack's shoulders and says her final words.
I want to be an architect.
Sarah Lynn lost consciousness in the planetarium. When BoJack realized that she was in trouble, he panicked. He waited 17 minutes before calling an ambulance to pick her up. BoJack met Sarah Lynn's mother and stepfather at the hospital, where Sarah Lynn was pronounced dead, on February 28, 2016, at 31 years old.
Actress and pop star Sarah Lynn is dead at 31.
Though Sarah Lynn was gone, her story didn't end here. The world mourned her death, and in 2019, Carol Himmelfarb Richardson contacted some reporters about her daughter's death, and using the voicemail Sarah Lynn left during their bender, the investigators tracked the clues back to BoJack, uncovering nearly everything that they had gone through together. In 2 televised interviews with Biscuits Braxby, BoJack reveals everything about his relationship with Sarah Lynn. The drug bender, the 17 minutes he waited, their sexual relationship, and this ultimately led to BoJack's public cancellation, effectively ending his career. The tragedy of Sarah Lynn is that she was never given a chance. At age 3, her mother forced her into a life as a child actor. She used her. Her stepfather sexually abused her. She was never given an opportunity to make any real friends, losing those she thought she had made in the process. She was shoved into superstardom at a delicate age, and then when Hollywood was done with her, she was ridiculed. The people who had a chance to help her failed her. She was never given the opportunity to be her own person. She never felt like she was allowed to be. And that is profoundly sad.
You do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself around.
Todd was born on April 15th, 1991 in Los Angeles, California to his mother Helen and his biological father, who we actually never meet in the series. As a toddler, Todd would sing and bang on his butt like bongo drums during bath time. But in 1995, when Todd was around 4 years old, his mother Helen married Jorge Chavez, who adopted Todd. Both Todd and Helen took Jorge's last name. Though Jorge adopted Todd, he was pretty tough on him throughout his childhood, leading to a fractured relationship between the two of them. Todd did not believe that Jorge liked him, though Jorge felt that he was just preparing Todd for the difficulties that would face him in the world.
Is the news that you're marrying her, inserting yourself into our family, and ruining my life? Because I already heard that news like 25 years ago.
On October 31st, 2004, a 13-year-old Todd, his friend Emily, and a few other kids tried to trick-or-treat at BoJack Horseman's house. They were turned away by Princess Carolyn, who told them they were too young for the party and too old to be trick-or-treating. Todd, Emily, and their friends then TP'd BoJack's house. In 2007, at age 16, Todd was still friends with Emily, who had a pretty significant crush on Todd and wasn't particularly careful about hiding it, though she claimed she wasn't allowed to like anyone because her dad edits The Sopranos.
The show about the guy in the mob, that's what my dad does.
Whoa!
Todd and Emily hung out a lot and even participated in flash mobs together. Later that same year, the two of them were paired up during a game of 7 Minutes in Heaven and made out, leading to Emily asking Todd out. The two of them became boyfriend and girlfriend. 2 months after this, Emily asked Todd to have sex, to which Todd reluctantly agrees, but only moments before Emily's dad comes home. To escape, Todd shimmies out the window down a film reel of the series finale of The Sopranos. As he lands, he rips off the final section of the reel, permanently removing the final sequence of the episode. Within the next couple of years, Todd gets hopelessly addicted to the video game Decapathon. This addiction caused him to flunk out of high school, Emily dumps him, and his mother eventually kicks him out of her house. Todd didn't contact his mother or Jorge for years after he left their house. Sometime after 2008, but likely before Halloween 2009, Todd spent an entire year on the run from the Russian mafia. But on Halloween 2009, an 18-year-old Todd returned to BoJack's house and actually attended the Halloween party this time. During the party, BoJack got the news that his father died in a duel, and after the call, he returned to his house to see that the only person left was Todd, emotionally opening up to Todd in the process.
I don't feel anything. What's wrong with me?
Nothing's wrong. Just sometimes parties are over.
Todd offers to stay with BoJack for a bit, and BoJack tells him to stay as long as he wants, which Todd would make good on. The following morning, Todd made BoJack hash browns, which he promptly threw up in the pool. Todd continued to live with BoJack after this, and while living there, he got into all kinds of hijinks. In 2012, Todd bought a cheap toxic waste dump and proclaimed he would use the land to build a Disneyland. In 2014, Todd got involved with a drug cartel and was forced to throw a quinceañera for the cartel's leader's teenage daughter. Later that year, he was involved romantically with a foreign scammer who tried to drain his already empty bank account. This was also when Todd finished drawing up the blueprints for his Disneyland. Todd was with BoJack when he reconnected with Lynn at IKEA and witnessed their problematic hookup firsthand, nearly getting pulled in himself. But Todd's biggest accomplishment of 2014 was writing his rock opera, Newtopia Rising, Book 1, The Search for a New Utopia. With BoJack's help, Todd authored and orchestrated the entire rock opera and was even given the opportunity to perform it in front of famed rock opera producer Virgil Van Cleef, who loved the performance. He told Todd all it needed was a third-act showstopper. He asks Todd to write the final song and perform it in front of financiers to prepare for a premiere the following month. Princess Carolyn subsequently signs Todd as a client. Unfortunately, BoJack orchestrated an elaborate scheme to prevent Todd from achieving his own success and leaving him. After learning about his addiction to Decapathon, BoJack hires character actress Margot Martindale to trick Todd into buying the newly released Decapathon 7. Todd quickly becomes re-addicted and subsequently blows his performance in front of the financiers. Shortly after this, BoJack goes out of town, leaving Todd alone at his house. After BoJack's house is misattributed as David Boreanaz's house on a Hollywood Star tour, Todd starts to showcase the house like a museum as Boreanaz's house, which actually sees massive success. Unfortunately, after Princess Carolyn launders the money through illegal channels, Todd lands in prison for running the illegal operation. Todd's stint in prison was also eventful. He's actually courted by two gangs at once, the Latin Kings and the Aryans, and is torn between joining each one. Instead, he decides to try and join both in an attempt to spend equal time with both of them, which, as you might expect, went poorly.
A standoff at the Supermax has turned into a full-on race war.
Before he was dealt the true fallout of this decision, a helicopter crashed into the prison, leading to a full prison break and getting Todd out of jail. After his escape from prison, Todd unwittingly lands an acting gig as the mascot of Guten Bourbon. The position was meant for BoJack, but he left the set. Todd immediately became a complete diva, but still kept the role after PC gives him a get your shit together speech.
You are Todd, goddamn. What's your last name?
Chavez.
Your last name is Chavez?
Shortly after this, Todd joins BoJack and Diane on a trip to Malibu so that BoJack can see Herb Kazaz, but Todd stays with the car, trying to turn it around in Herb's driveway. Todd is then nearly robbed by the Celebrity Stealing Club, but manages to bond with the two of them, and they spend a lot of the afternoon hanging out and venting about their lives, but in the end they still end up knocking out Todd and escaping. Not long after these events, Todd learns about BoJack's rock opera sabotage, and because of this, he refuses to help BoJack try and sabotage Diane and Mr. Peanut Butter's wedding, even after Mr. Peanut Butter confides in Todd that he felt some doubts about the marriage.
I don't know if I'm ready to get married again.
Mr. Peanut Butter then makes Todd the executive vice president of West Coast operations at his company, PB Livin'. BoJack is soon cast in a film by Quentin Tarantino about how Mr. Peanut Butter heisted the Hollywood D from the Hollywood Hills, and Todd spends a lot of time on set. He actually makes a huge impression on Quentin and starts having significant creative input into the project. Eventually, the two develop the script into a bi-monthly curated box of snacks. BoJack accuses Todd of doing this to get back at him for sabotaging the rock opera, but Todd admits this wasn't his intention. After Diane's version of BoJack's book is finished, BoJack fires her and attempts to write the book himself with the help of Todd and Lynn. The three of them go on a drug-fueled writing bender, putting together a barely cohesive manuscript and hallucinating wildly at the same time. On Christmas 2014, Todd and BoJack watch a Horse and Around Christmas special called Sabrina's Christmas Wish together. A few months into 2015, Todd finished construction on his Disneyland. He was then promptly sued by the Walt Disney Company for obvious reasons, but he miraculously won in court after discovering that Walt Disney accidentally trademarked Disneyland with 2 I's instead. Unfortunately, shortly after this, Todd's Disneyland caught fire and burned to the ground. Later, Todd accompanied BoJack to Herb Kazzaz's funeral and subsequently went on a scavenger hunt with a cast of horsing around. Todd, however, gets sidetracked and discovers the prop used in Family Matters that made Steve Urkel super cool, turning him into Stefan. Despite this being just a prop, Todd uses it to become the cool version of himself, Toad.
Who's Todd? My name's Toad. Toad Chevalier.
Toad basically has the coolest day of his entire life, though the moment BoJack sees his new attitude, he criticizes him, knocking Toad back down to earth and into Todd again. After Diane's birthday party that year, which ended in a big fight, Todd leaves with Princess Carolyn. While PC goes up to her apartment, Todd is left with her phone and his own phone, which, due to a software error, both develop sentience and fall in love. When the phones update, they lose sentience and revert to normal phones. Tragic.
Oh, this is too much.
Later that year, a Chicken for Days truck filled with chickens that were meant to be slaughtered crashes. One chicken escaped and found its way over to Mr. Peanut Butter's house and started another wacky Todd adventure. Todd spends the day with Diane trying to save Becca, the chicken, from being sent back to the slaughterhouse and killed. They take Becca to a smaller, more quote-unquote humane farm, but quickly change their minds and break her out. They're arrested by the police for their crimes, but BoJack's fame gets them out of the jam. Shortly after this, PB Livin goes bankrupt because of Todd and Mr. Peanut Butter's ill-advised business schemes, forcing PB back to work and Todd back into the world. And very quickly, Todd got himself into one of his most ridiculous hijinks yet, switching places with Prince Gustav of war-torn Cordovia. While running the country, Todd gives away Prince Gustav's fortune and causes an economic collapse. After returning to his real life, Todd takes an assistant position on J.D. Salinger's Hollywood Stars and Celebrities. What do they know? Do they know things? Let's find out. He has a rivalry with fellow assistant Mia McKibben in winning J.D. Salinger's favor, which he obviously loses. Shortly after this, Todd finds himself engulfed in the world of improv comedy, joining an improv team at Shenanagags, where he actually does quite well for himself.
Oh shit, Todd's in a cult.
He invites BoJack to his next improv show, but BoJack doesn't show up. Todd's success in improv earns him an invite to the comedy cruise liner The Giggle Ship by the owner of Shenanagags, Copernicus. Before he leaves for the cruise liner, Todd has a particularly sad conversation with BoJack about their friendship.
We had some good times, though, right?
Did we?
Right.
But on the Giggle Ship, it quickly becomes clear that this really was a cult that is exploiting its members. Fortunately, BoJack boards the ship and manages to rescue Todd while exposing Copernicus as a fraud. BoJack connects with Todd over the first time they hung out together and reaffirms their friendship, and the two escape. Later that year, Todd accidentally falls asleep in BoJack's luggage before a trip to New York, waking up in the hotel and promptly getting lost wandering the hallways. Back in Los Angeles, Todd and Mr. Peanut Butter upset a skunk and get sprayed in the process. They take a bath in tomato sauce at PC's suggestion, eliminating the skunk smell, but tracking tomato sauce all over Mr. Peanut Butter's house. Soon, the day of Secretariat's theatrical release would hit, and Todd wakes up BoJack out of excitement for his friend. The film is a rousing success, and the two of them hit the town to celebrate, going to the Hotel Kangaroosevelt for drinks. While there, Todd runs into his ex-girlfriend Emily. While spending time with Emily, Todd brainstorms an app idea, a rideshare app for women that only has women drivers. Emily reaffirms that this is a really great idea, while also gauging if Todd is still single or not.
So, do you think your girlfriend would get jealous if we started this project together, or...
Oh god, this is so embarrassing for you, but I actually don't have a girlfriend.
Todd and Emily start to go back to a hotel room, but Todd becomes incredibly uncomfortable after Emily propositions him, and he decides to call it a night, leaving Emily confused. But Todd and Emily continue their friendship even after this and actually start the business idea that Todd had at the hotel. Cabracadabra launches with its office space inside BoJack's house. Todd and Emily's friendship continues to blossom in this time, and the two of them stay up late talking and laughing with each other most evenings, despite something seeming to bother Emily the entire time they're at BoJack's. Eventually, Emily becomes so uncomfortable that she tells Todd he should run the company without her. Emily hints that the reason she's leaving has to do with BoJack and leaves. Todd lets Emily keep her shares of the company. After Cabracadabra's success, Todd decides it's time to expand the customer base to include men, even though this contradicts the entire point of the app. After this is a success, they notice that the drivers are starting to feel uncomfortable because the men are rating them based on looks, so they they obliviously decide to start hiring new, more attractive drivers. They bring in the orca dancers from Whale World to drive the cabs. This moves us into 2016. Todd's company is a huge success, and they're moving into a new office building. While hanging with Mr. Peanut Butter, who has been hired to present the Oscar nominees, PB goes on a wild goose chase to get his phone back and loses the envelope with all of the selected nominees in the process. This leads to Todd and Mr. Peanut Butter creating a completely new list of Oscar nominees from scratch. This then leads to many false nominees being listed, including BoJack Horseman.
BoJack Horseman for Secretariat.
The next morning, Todd stops by BoJack's house to find a sad and lonely BoJack, and BoJack begs Todd to stay with him, claiming Todd owes him for everything he's done for him. BoJack then reveals that he slept with Emily that night at the Hotel Kangaroo Roosevelt, much to Todd's shock.
You had sex with Emily?
Todd angrily tells BoJack off as BoJack attempts to apologize, telling him to stop making excuses, that it isn't his parents or the bad things that happened to him, he is the problem.
You are all the things that are wrong with you.
A little over a month later, Mr. Peanut Butter sells Cabracadabra, and Todd receives $8 million for his stake in the company. He meets up with Emily to talk about their newfound riches and success. During this conversation, Emily asks Todd if he's gay.
This isn't the 1600s or some places in the present.
Todd says he doesn't think he's gay, but he doesn't think he's straight either, and that he thinks he's nothing, showing that Todd is really grappling with his sexual identity. When the two of them get the bill, Todd realizes he accidentally tipped the waitress his entire $8 million fortune and laughs it off, broke once again. In October that year, Todd meets up with Emily again to catch up, and Emily refers to Todd as asexual, to which Todd feels deeply uncomfortable.
But I want a boyfriend who isn't asexual.
Whoa, why did you call me that?
Todd also expresses that if he still had his money, he would have built a drone throne, a drone that he can sit on while flying through the sky. Sometime after this, Todd joins a massive orchestra in Los Angeles as their new triangle player. He also saved a lion from drowning in a shipwreck, delivered her baby, and circumcised it as they rode to safety on a helicopter ladder. In 2017, Todd receives a gift from Emily, his drone throne. Unfortunately, he immediately drops the remote, trapping him on the drone with a giant bag of kettle corn. After flying across California on the drone, Todd accidentally falls into the middle of Mr. Peanut Butter and Woodchuck Kudchuck Berkowitz's ski race for the governorship of California, accidentally winning the race in the process and becoming the governor. In his victory speech, Todd immediately resigns from office, forcing a special election.
Would like to resign?
Yeah, I'm just really not into labels right now.
Shortly after this incident, Todd has one of the craziest days of his life, all while still working as a member of the orchestra. Todd is helping Mr. Peanut Butter while he runs for governor, secretly giving him his pills and a piece of cheese and making breakfast. Todd then refuses to sign Mr. Peanut Butter's name when a package arrives, preventing PB from getting his fracking research. Princess Carolyn then asks Todd to go on a date with movie star Courtney Portnoy, to which Todd reluctantly agrees. After this, Katrina tells Todd to always sign Mr. Peanut Butter's name because of the fracking research debacle, and he then signs a pro-fracking letter for Mr. Peanut Butter, making PB a pro-fracking candidate. Right after this, Todd is chloroformed by a young horse named Hollyhock, who is searching for BoJack Horseman, who she thinks is her biological father.
People always said I looked like BoJack Horseman.
That's a terrible thing to say to a baby.
They talk about BoJack, and then she chloroforms him again, bringing him to BoJack's house. Todd pretends Hollyhock is BoJack's new maid, and also gets some of BoJack's DNA to see if he and Hollyhock are related. BoJack is not pleased with Hollyhock's services as a maid, so Todd proceeds to clean BoJack's entire house himself. Soon the news that Mr. Peanut Butter is pro-fracking breaks, and so Todd is forced to prevent Diane from hearing this news with distractions. In the process, he lies to Diane about a story involving Channing Tatum and an illegitimate daughter, trying to prevent her from learning about BoJack's situation, but getting her to test the DNA for him. Todd goes to meet Courtney Portnoy at a Shark Jacobs fashion show, accidentally stumbling onto the runway and creating a massive new fashion trend in the process. PC gets angry that Todd never gets a photo with Courtney, as it was all for publicity. It turns out BoJack and Hollyhock's DNA match, but Diane thinks it's Channing Tatum, so she goes to his house. Todd initially tells Hollyhock the DNA is not a match, and then pretends to be Channing Tatum and talks to Diane through Channing Tatum's door. Hollyhock figures out that she is related to BoJack and leaves. Todd then meets with Courtney and finally gets a photo, and she tells the press that they're engaged, which confuses Todd. Next, Todd tells BoJack that Hollyhock is his daughter. BoJack takes this time to tell Todd that he appreciates him, and Todd opens up to BoJack about being asexual, verbalizing it for the very first time. This is a big moment for Todd, but he also isn't ready to be friends with BoJack again, and he leaves instead of staying with BoJack, learning that he needs to do things for himself.
Well, if you ever need a place to crash, that couch.
I'm gonna go.
Oh, right now?
Then, instead of going to play the triangle with the orchestra that night, he actually goes to an asexual meetup, finally doing something for him.
Good for him.
Wow. That's an insane day. After a mass shooting, the film studio in charge of Courtney Portnoy's new film, Mistaken, brainstorms how to combat the bad press. Todd suggests creating the right pumped-up kicks to outrun the bullets. After this debacle, Todd and Courtney meet with Princess Carolyn, and Courtney rehires Rutabaga Rabinowitz, who suggests that Todd and Courtney get married immediately. Todd is uncomfortable with this, but agrees to a sham wedding with a big payout after a few years. Todd talks to the folks in his asexual meetup group about the marriage, and they explain to him that many aces can have romance without sex being involved, which surprises and enlightens Todd. Todd then decides to end the sham marriage arrangement.
I can't marry Courtney.
What?
Oh!
During a brief dinner for Mr. Peanut Butter, his house collapses underground due to the fracking in his yard. Todd and Princess Carolyn are separated from the remainder of the party and end up running into an ant colony. They help mediate a negotiation with the ants to allow for the house to be returned to the surface, which is successful. Shortly after this, Mr. Peanut Butter ends his race for governor and starts up PB Livin' again. He and Todd start pitching ideas to their lawyer, and Todd pitches clown dentists. They start to work on this clown dentist project and run the operation out of Princess Carolyn's apartment. Unfortunately, this operation is then put under investigation by the Better Business Bureau, with an axolotl named Yolanda in charge of the investigation. Todd is forced to put on a clown stravaganza to save his business. He prepares for this show with his clown dentist and Princess Carolyn, but first the Clintists help PC get to Paramount Studios for an important meeting. 1 week later, they put on the show, and Yolanda hates it, ending the clown dentist business once and for all.
I must recommend that you dissolve this venture immediately.
Todd releases the clown dentists into the woods by the abandoned insane asylum and elementary school. After Princess Carolyn has a breakdown, Todd brings her into the woods to give her a get your shit together speech, and gives PC some shockingly great advice about her life and career.
The woods are dark and scary, but the only way out is through.
Unfortunately, they're quickly assaulted by the clown dentists and have to escape the woods. The clown dentists now have rabies from raccoons, and Todd calls Yolanda to help him solve the problem. They fail and also have to run away to escape the rabid clown dentists, which leads to Todd's brand new exercise business idea. Run for your life, escape the rabid clown dentists. Yolanda deems the business better, and then asks Todd on a date, revealing that she too is asexual. In 2018, Todd is now dating Yolanda, who seems to take issue with his lack of direction in employment.
What are you gonna do while I'm at work all day?
While out to dinner with Emily and her new boyfriend, Todd thinks of an idea for an asexual dating app, which causes some friction in his relationship with Yolanda.
But without it, asexual romantics might end up settling for just whatever other asexual romantics they might meet, even if they have nothing else in common.
Todd asks BoJack to help him find a job, and he sets him up with an interview for a janitor position at whattimeisitRightNow.com, the website and streaming service that is producing BoJack's new TV series, Filbert. During the interview, it is quickly clear how overqualified Todd is for the job, given his ridiculous employment history. Todd is given the job of president of ad sales for the entire company, giving him access to a massive office and assistant. Soon after this, Todd goes with Yolanda to visit her family, who she has yet to tell that she's asexual. Unfortunately, they are a very sexual family, so keeping this a secret is tough. The family wants the couple to make love in their house. After Yolanda's mother and twin sister try to seduce him, Todd accidentally reveals that he's asexual, while Yolanda's father plans to give them a barrel of aged family lube. This all results in a wild family fight, spilled lube, and a slippery Todd gliding gently out of the house. As it turns out, the family was very accepting of Yolanda's asexuality, but Todd took issue with the fact that Yolanda lied about Todd going to college to make him sound impressive. Realizing the only thing they have in common is asexuality, the two of them break up.
The only thing we have in common is that we're asexual.
Later, Mr. Peanut Butter asks Todd how to be tough, so he takes him to the roughest bar in Hollywood. Mr. Peanut Butter's attempts to rough up some paparazzi actually ends up helping them.
No more clicking. You fixed my TMJ, which means no more wearing a night guard to bed.
Now in charge of Filbert because of his position at whattimeisitRightNow.com, Todd has to come down hard on Princess Carolyn about the budget of the series. Later, an accident leaves BoJack injured on set, of which Todd informs PC. Eventually, Todd and Princess Carolyn get in a huge ongoing fight surrounding a piece of string cheese that Todd says was his, which prevents him from signing a contract allowing her an office on the set of Filbert. The two go to a mediator to solve the dilemma. PC ends up lying about eating the string cheese to avoid further conflict, but also claims she should be allowed to eat it, sending the argument to arbitration. The two continue to argue and set boundaries at PC's apartment where they're both living. Eventually, the two work it out, and when Todd reaches for his pen to sign the agreement, he finds his string cheese. On Hollywood 2018, Todd goes back to BoJack's Halloween party and blocks in Diane's car with his company car. He then lets Diane take the car for a ride. Shortly after this, Todd is visited by Emily at work, and they bond over their recent breakups. Emily reveals that she created the dating app that Todd suggested, an asexual dating app called All About That Ace. She also tells him that he was the best boyfriend she ever had, and that she's sad that they can't have sex. Todd asks Diane for advice about Emily, which gives him one of his most insane ideas ever. He creates a sex robot named Henry Fondle to present to Emily, which does not go well.
I'm not sure you understand how sex works.
Henry Fondle then ends up setting the floor on fire. Todd and Emily lament the fact that they seem incompatible and seemingly break it off once and for all. Todd goes to get rid of Henry Fondle, but he says, let's get down to business, so Todd brings him to work with him. Miraculously, Henry Fondle gets himself a job at whattimeisrightnow.com from the CEO himself. Henry Fondle then renews Filbert for a second season. As Filbert releases, Todd panics, realizing he was supposed to sell ads for the show, but forgot, and offers to sell $30 million worth of ads as quickly as possible. After a horrendous incident on the set of Filbert where BoJack strangled his co-star Gina, Todd questions why production stopped. Todd then tries to pull the plug on production entirely, but PC ends up stopping him.
Now, can you give me a chance to get everything under control?
Yes, yes, yes.
After Henry Fondle is fired for sexual harassment, Todd takes him out to a field and kills him, disabling the robot forever. He quickly takes off his work suit and returns to his normal clothes. In 2019, Todd begins to help Princess Carolyn take care of her adopted daughter, who at first had not been named. He causes some major confusion around Hollywood by calling her Untitled Princess Carolyn Project, leading to the creation of Birthday Dad. Later, Todd plans a surprise wedding for Mr. Peanut Butter and his fiancée Pickles, but right before they surprise the couple breaks up. Todd helps Princess Carolyn track down Ruthie as they try to hide from PB and Pickles, making Princess Carolyn realize that Todd is really good with kids. She then hires Todd to be her nanny. Somehow, Todd hires 12 assistants to help him with his normal Todd duties while he nannies for Ruthie. Soon after this, Todd's stepfather, Jorge, comes to visit him and tells him that his mother is in the hospital and needs a kidney transplant. Unfortunately, Todd sold one of his kidneys to buy sock puppets. The two go to get his kidney back, only to discover that it's been purchased by the White Whale Corporation and is now in Chicago. Todd then knocks out Jorge and Weekend at Bernie's his body on a plane and to Chicago so that they can retrieve the kidney. Todd fails to get into the White Whale building with Diane's keycard, but then Jorge pretends to be a custodian and gets them into the warehouse. The two have a discussion and argument about whether or not Todd wants him and his mother in his life. Todd laments that his mother hasn't bothered to call him in 10 years.
I want to know that you're okay.
Then why haven't you called in 10 years?
You don't think I wanted to?
Soon, a security guard thinks that Jorge is attacking Todd and tries to stop him, but Todd explains that they're stealing a kidney and he actually just lets them go. With the kidney. They take the kidney to the hospital. While there, Jorge reveals that he was hard on Todd to prepare him for the tough world ahead of him, but realizes he was mistaken that he needed to do this because Todd is white and had a very different life than he did. Todd leaves the hospital without saying hello to his mother, but tells Jorge she has his number. Shortly after this, Todd tries to open up to BoJack about his mother at the Silver Spoon Diner, but BoJack doesn't pay much attention.
Moms are weird, right?
Yeah, moms are weird.
He also tells BoJack about his asexual dating app. Shortly after this, Todd is very close to calling his mother when he gets a match on All About That Ace, a bunny named Maud. The two of them start dating sometime after this. In May 2020, Todd goes with Princess Carolyn and Ruthie to watch the student performance of BoJack's first ever Wesleyan drama class. While on campus, Todd stumbles into a social experiment where some students put a marshmallow in front of Ruthie and tell him if she doesn't eat it, she'll get a bigger reward. Todd then calls his girlfriend Maud, who tells him to eat the marshmallow. Todd does, and starts to panic about the ramifications of this action, so he then recruits a chemistry student to help create a new marshmallow. When Todd brings that marshmallow back, the students call him out and tell him that they know he ate the marshmallow. When Todd reveals his chemistry concocted marshmallow, a man bursts into the room, claiming his name is Willie Wesleyan and that Todd has won the school. Very Willy Wonka. This is revealed to be a man taking part in an LSD case study next door. After the performance, Todd finds BoJack having a panic attack outside the theater. BoJack reveals details of an incident that took place in New Mexico in 2015 and that reporters are asking questions about it, though Diane thinks that they must be searching for something bigger. BoJack, Diane, PC, and Todd all start to brainstorm all of the bad things BoJack has ever done to figure out what the story is about. After BoJack has a bit of a meltdown, Todd tells him that he maybe hasn't changed and that he's acting like the old BoJack. He then leaves to put Ruthie to bed.
I need to go put Ruthie to bed. Call me when new BoJack's back.
BoJack eventually learns that this new story is about his role in Sarah Lynn's death in 2016 and schedules a TV interview with Biscuits Braxby to talk about it. The day of the interview, Todd asks BoJack if he's ready for it, before asking Princess Carolyn if he can have a night off to go on a date with Maud that week. While on the date with Maud at her parents' house, Maud asks Todd if he wants to watch the second BoJack interview, which sends him into a bit of a reflective moment.
That guy was my best friend for like 5 years. But not because we have anything in common, I just landed at his house one night.
Ultimately, the two of them decide they should move in together. Not long after this, Todd and Maud move into their new apartment together. Todd decides not to invite BoJack to their housewarming because of his new reputation after that second interview. They have a great party with tons of friends, though BoJack does show up uninvited, forcing Todd to ask him to leave.
I'll see you around.
During the party, Jorge calls Todd to tell him that he and his mother will not be attending. Not long after this, Todd and Maude go to have dinner with Jorge and Todd's mother, Helen, but Helen refuses to come down to eat with them. Jorge says that Helen feels embarrassed that Todd donated his kidney to her. Todd concocts an insane plan so that his mother can pay him back, hiring character actress Margot Martindale to kidnap Todd, who agrees because she feels guilty about helping get him re-addicted to Decapathon back in 2014. Helen comes to save Todd from Margot, but has a panic attack where Todd reveals it was all a classic Todd shenanigan. Helen has to go back to the hospital for her anxiety attack, but the pair of them then make up, and Helen finally apologizes to Todd.
I'm so sorry.
Shortly after this, BoJack is sent to prison for breaking and entering into his old house, and he's sentenced to 14 months. Near the end of his prison term in 2021, BoJack is released from prison for a day to attend Princess Carolyn's wedding. While at the wedding, Todd pulls BoJack aside because he looks overwhelmed and brings him down to the beach to watch fireworks and talk. The pair of them discuss a lot of things. BoJack expresses his fears that he'll relapse after prison, and Todd talks about his new relationship with his mother. Todd relates BoJack's struggles to the hokey pokey.
You do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself around. You turn yourself around. That's what it's all about.
The two of them stand on the beach looking out at the ocean. And that's where Todd Chavez's story, as we know it, ends. Todd is without a doubt the character who did the most in BoJack Horseman. It's hard to describe just how many shenanigans he got into or how many jobs he had. But we can try. He wrote a rock opera, was senior vice president of West Coast operations at PB Livin', interned on Hollywood Stars and Celebrities, What Do They Know? Do They Know Things? Let's Find Out, inducted into an improv cult, owned a successful rideshare app, made $8 million, gave it away, played triangle for an orchestra, briefly became governor of California, started a company of clown dentistry, became president of ad sales at whattimeisitRightNow.com.
You don't have to list everything.
All right, Todd, but damn, man, you've accomplished a lot, and you did it all without losing sight of yourself. In fact, through it, you actually found yourself and became a more confident person who knows what's important to him. Todd might not be the deepest character in BoJack Horseman, but he's definitely one of the best people. And for that, we celebrate him.
That voice, the one that tells you you're worthless and stupid and ugly, it goes away, right?
Hollyhock's story actually begins at the Horseman household in the 90s, when Butterscotch Horseman started an extramarital affair with their housekeeper Henrietta Platschke. After years, Butterscotch was still working on his great American novel, and Henrietta would talk to him about his writing. The two grew closer, and in December 1999, they conceived a child together. Butterscotch begged his wife to help him get out of the situation, and Beatrice came up with a plan of her own. She fired Henrietta and told her that they would pay for her to go to nursing school if, and only if, she gave up her baby for adoption. Henrietta objected, but Beatrice insisted.
Don't throw away your dreams for this child. Don't let that man poison your life the way he did mine.
Eventually, Henrietta reluctantly agreed. On September 24th, 2000, Hollyhock was born, though she had not been given an actual name yet. After the birth, Henrietta begged to hold her child, but Beatrice would not allow it, taking her away. Not long after this, she was adopted and named Hollyhock. Hollyhock was adopted by 8 gay polyamorous men: Deshaun Mannheim, Steve Mannheim, Jose Guerrero, Coop Robinson III, Otto Zilberschlag, Gregory Sung, Arturo Iceman Fonzarelli, and Quackers McQuack, making her full name Hollyhock Mannheim, Mannheim, Guerrero, Robinson, Silberschlag, Sung, Fonzarelli, McQuack. Hollyhock grew up in Wichita, Kansas, and had all of the love and support from her fathers that she could ever ask for. And though she loved and appreciated her fathers, she always wanted to meet her mother. She had also been told her entire life that she looked like famous actor BoJack Horseman. After graduating high school a year early in 2016, Hollyhock began to try and contact BoJack Horseman, initially calling the Vim management agency, but having no luck. Hollyhock then took a gap year off of school and went to Los Angeles to seek BoJack out herself, arriving in summer 2017. She used clues from BoJack's book, One Trick Pony, to try and track him down, leading her to Mr. Peanut Butter's house during his campaign for governor. While there, Hollyhock saw Todd Chavez, chloroformed him, and then informed him of her entire situation surrounding BoJack. Todd tells her that BoJack has been missing for nearly a year, so she then chloroforms him again and takes him to BoJack's house.
Sorry again. It's just so fun.
When they arrive at BoJack's, they discover that he's actually back in Los Angeles, passed out in his living room. Hollyhock doesn't want BoJack to know what she's doing, so Todd pretends she's his maid.
This is your maid?
Todd then goes to test Hollyhock and BoJack's DNA against each other, while Hollyhock stays to pretend to be a maid. Hollyhock doesn't keep up the charade very well, cleaning nothing while Todd is gone, forcing Todd to do it himself on his return. Todd ends up lying to Diane about the DNA in order to get her to test it for him, saying it belongs to Channing Tatum and his potential daughter. Diane gets the DNA tested, and it comes back a match. Hollyhock has Horseman DNA. Ironically, BoJack sent Hollyhock to Channing Tatum's house to thank him for getting his mail while he was out of town, the very place Diane is going to inform Channing about his own daughter. Todd meets Hollyhock there and lies to her about her relation to BoJack, but when When Diane shows up, Todd pretends to be Channing Tatum through the door, and through context clues in the conversation, Hollyhock realizes that she is in fact related to BoJack. Todd later goes back to BoJack's and tells him that Hollyhock is his daughter, though it takes a minute for it to sink in. After Todd leaves, Hollyhock shows up and the pair of them talk about their situation.
Well, let me be the first to tell you. I'm bad news.
You're actually not the first to tell me that.
BoJack says that he'll be a terrible father, and Hollyhock says she doesn't need another father, but she really wants to meet her mother. Unfortunately, BoJack cannot narrow down who he slept with in December 1999, but suspects it might be the president of his fan club, Marcy.
Guess Marcy was kind of a poking holes in the condom type. Real nutter.
Hollyhock then starts to leave, hinting that she doesn't want to stay in her dangerous hostel anymore.
Here I go. Hope there are no murderers out.
Yes, everyone hopes that all the time.
BoJack then tells her she can stay with him while she's in Los Angeles. The next day, the pair start to try and track down Hollyhock's mother, starting with Marcy, who immediately claims that Hollyhock is her child. However, after some of her story doesn't add up, Hollyhock realizes that Marcy is lying. They steal one of Marcy's scrapbooks to try and track down who BoJack may have slept with in late 1999. Next, they visit actress Tilda Madison, who tells them that she did in fact get pregnant by BoJack, but she had an abortion.
Nice. Yeah, you don't want any little BoJacks floating around. Last thing this world needs is more of this garbage.
This obviously upsets Hollyhock greatly, and she lets him know it.
Guess I have thin skin. Must be the half of me that's made of garbage.
Hollyhock gets fed up with BoJack's attitude and makes him pull over, continuing the search on her own. BoJack initially goes home, but then regrets that he isn't helping Hollyhock anymore. He travels around Los Angeles talking to everyone on the potential moms list in order to find Hollyhock again, and when he does, he apologizes to her. Hollyhock expresses her guilt over coming to LA to find her mom in the first place, but BoJack insists that it's okay.
No, it's not, because that means my dads weren't enough for me. And they are!
BoJack then gives Hollyhock advice and tries to comfort her poorly. Hollyhock decides she wants to leave LA, but BoJack isn't ready for her to leave, so he lies to her about knowing who her mother is, claiming that it is...
Brown Carla Mercedes Benz Brown.
2 days later, BoJack admits that he lied about Carla Mercedes Benz Brown, and he tells her that he's going to help find her real mother, while also venting about his own mother. Hollyhock then asks if she can meet Beatrice. The pair drive up to an assisted living facility in Santa Barbara called Walnut Springs to see BoJack's mother, Beatrice. When they see her, Beatrice doesn't actually recognize BoJack and instead calls him Henrietta. She does, however, seem to recognize Hollyhock.
Maybe you should just...
Oh, hello. It's you. I can't believe you came back. You look just like him.
BoJack and Hollyhock leave, and in October 2017, they go back to visit her again. This time, while there, they look through old photo albums of Beatrice's life, and Beatrice starts to make some rude comments to Hollyhock about her appearance.
You could be thin, too. Just go easy on the sweets, and when you go somewhere, don't walk. Gallop.
Soon they discover that Beatrice actually recognizes BoJack in his TV show Horsin' Around.
Hush, Henrietta. That's my son on the television.
BoJack comes up with a plan to help Beatrice recognize him by putting on a live episode of Horsin' Around in the nursing home, but for an awful reason.
And when her eyes spark with recognition, I'm gonna sit down next to her, I'm gonna squeeze her hand and get real close and say, "Fuck you, Mom."
The pair of them put on the live Horsin' Around episode for Beatrice, but unfortunately it frightens and confuses her. In her confusion, she shoves over another resident of the facility and is then kicked out of Walnut Springs, moving in with BoJack and Hollyhock. Shortly after Beatrice moves in, BoJack starts leaving the house more frequently and for longer periods of time. This starts to eat away at Hollyhock, who thinks that he's avoiding her. Beatrice soon starts to show a bit of livelihood, cooking food, making coffee for Hollyhock, and caring for a baby doll as though it's a real child. BoJack's jealous response to this is to throw the baby doll off of the balcony. BoJack later returns with the doll as Hollyhock is sitting on the deck, sad and alone. They talk and she asks him why he doesn't like spending time with her, wondering if she's the problem.
No, you didn't ask for this dorky 17-year-old to just show up at your door.
BoJack reassures Hollyhock that he is the problem, not her. She then asks if those voices in your head that tell you that you're garbage ever go away, and BoJack tells her that they do. After this, Hollyhock starts to get noticeably skinnier. Soon, BoJack takes a role on a show called Felicity Huffman's Booty Academy Los Angeles, and he brings Hollyhock with him to set. While there, Hollyhock meets an intern named Miles, and the two hit it off. Hollyhock doesn't return to BoJack's until the next day, having spent the night with Miles. BoJack tells her that she'll never hear from Miles again, but she immediately gets a text from him. Hollyhock then leaves to go hang out with Miles without having breakfast, instead opting for the coffee that Beatrice made her. When Hollyhock arrives home that night, BoJack questions where she's been and also also questions Miles' intentions, implying that Hollyhock isn't attractive enough for Miles to be interested in her. He says that LA is a superficial town and she should be careful. Hollyhock angrily leaves again. Later on the set of FHBALA, Miles catches up with BoJack and tells him that if he doesn't want him dating Hollyhock, they can work out a deal, and tries to give him his own screenplay.
So if you have like an agent or a manager you could give it to, that would be awesome. And I would never talk to Hollyhock again.
BoJack arrives home. Hollyhock is drinking coffee and flipping through TV channels at an alarmingly quick speed. She's also sorted all of the change in the house into little piles on the table in alphabetical order by year. She asks BoJack about Miles, and he tells her he was just jealous.
He hasn't texted me all day today. I've been trying to distract myself.
BoJack then gives Hollyhock some of the best advice he's ever given anyone.
Hollyhock, you are an amazing woman, and you should never settle for someone who only loves the idea of you.
BoJack asks her if she wants to get some ice cream, and she says she's not hungry and decides to keep flipping channels. Not long after this, Hollyhock, BoJack, Beatrice, and Tina are playing Uno when Hollyhock starts to get lightheaded. She retreats to the bathroom and gets a text from Papa Otto asking how she's doing. She takes a selfie and responds, "Lovin' that Cali lifestyle," right as she faints in the bathroom. Hollyhock is taken to the hospital. At the hospital, BoJack tries desperately to see Hollyhock, but they won't let him in. He overhears a group of men talking about Hollyhock, which turns out to be her 8 gay polyamorous dads. They angrily introduce themselves and reveal to BoJack that Hollyhock overdosed on amphetamines and tell him that he can never see her again. BoJack returns home and has a panic attack about Hollyhock. Soon he realizes the true nature of the overdose, though, that Beatrice had been spiking Hollyhock's coffee with Chub Begon, a weight loss amphetamine. After taking Beatrice to a new nursing home, BoJack tries to contact Hollyhock and tell her dads that it wasn't her fault, that it was Beatrice, but they hang up on him. Shortly after this, BoJack discovers mail that had been forwarded from the adoption agency to both Beatrice and somebody named Henrietta Platschke in San Francisco, then to Beatrice at Walnut Springs in Santa Barbara, and finally to Beatrice back at BoJack's house. BoJack then goes up to San Francisco and manages to track down Hollyhock's birth certificate. It was never in Los Angeles, and on it, her parents' names, Butterscotch Horseman and Henrietta Platschke. Hollyhock was never BoJack's daughter, she was his half-sister. BoJack then flies to Wichita and goes to her house to try and reason with her 8 dads. He says he understands if he can't see her again, but he needs her to know the truth about her father and how to contact her mother. They agree to tell her, but they make him leave. When Hollyhock learns about Henrietta, she reaches out and the two get to know each other. Hollyhock then decides to fly to Minneapolis to visit her. While at the airport, she calls BoJack and thanks him for telling her fathers about her mother. They have a nice conversation, and when BoJack starts to act too fatherly, Hollyhock cuts him off.
I never needed you to be a dad. I'm going to be fine, but I've never had a brother.
By September 2018, Hollyhock is attending Wesleyan University in Connecticut. She maintains a relationship with BoJack, and they talk on the phone every Sunday afternoon, though occasionally BoJack will call at an odd hour of the night. In November 2018, Hollyhock takes a detour on her way home to Kansas so she can visit BoJack in Los Angeles. Unfortunately, when they arrive at BoJack's house, Hollyhock has a panic attack from her PTSD surrounding the overdose. She then dumps all of BoJack's pain medication down the drain, which he was using for his injured back. They try to get more of the drugs from Dr. Who, but he claims that he stopped selling drugs illegally after Sarah Lynn died. So then they go to Gina Cazador's house, even though she and BoJack had broken up. BoJack thinks he left some of his meds at her house, and he makes Hollyhock sneak into the house to find them while he distracts Gina, but Hollyhock grabs the wrong pills. They then try to buy drugs from a drug dealer who won't sell to BoJack because he's dressed like Filbert, his TV character who happens to be a cop. A real cop arrives undercover to try and arrest the dealer, but Hollyhock and BoJack run away. As they escape, BoJack hoists Hollyhock over a fence, even though he claimed his back was in horrible pain, so Hollyhock calls him out and they fight about it. He then takes her to the airport and apologizes to her, admitting that he might not need the pills. Hollyhock makes him promise not to take drugs unless he needs them, and before she leaves, she says,
I love you.
BoJack does not respond. In late 2019, Hollyhock gets a surprise visit from BoJack, who has just left rehab. Hollyhock invites him to a concert with her friend Tawny and reveals that they are in a fight because of the canceled drama classes at Wesleyan. They have a nice time at the concert before BoJack goes back to LA, but BoJack is then hired to be the new drama professor at Wesleyan. Not long after this, Hollyhock and Tawny go on a trip to New York City to see Tawny's boyfriend. They explore the city and go to the Empire State Building. Hollyhock expresses concern over drinking at a party they're planning to go to later that night. When they arrive at the party, Hollyhock is left alone, and after opening a beer, she starts to have a panic attack. Fortunately, a guy named Peter recognizes this and helps Hollyhock by having her list the things she sees. This grounds her, she calms down, and the pair retreat to the balcony to chat. Peter opens up to Hollyhock about why he didn't drink through most of college, revealing a strange story about a man who stayed with his friend's family and took his friend to prom, even though he was 50 years old. They all went to prom together, and his girlfriend got alcohol poisoning after the man provided them the alcohol. He then tells her that the man is actually kind of famous.
Who is he?
Peter reveals to Hollyhock that the man in the story was her brother, BoJack Horseman. In early 2020, BoJack officially joins the Wesleyan staff as the drama professor, now working at the same school Hollyhock attends. Due to the information she learned, Hollyhock starts to distance herself from BoJack. During the semester, Hollyhock joins the rugby team. BoJack attends all of her games. BoJack notices how distant Hollyhock has been, and he asks her to go to his end of the semester performance for his drama class. She agrees to go. However, when the performance comes, Hollyhock is nowhere to be found. In the middle of the performance, BoJack goes to Hollyhock's dorm to confront her. She immediately realizes her mistake, but is more concerned about Tawny.
Your showcase! Tawny's gonna be so pissed.
Hollyhock apologizes, and BoJack calls her out for avoiding him all semester. She unloads some of her own frustrations about him joining the Wesleyan staff.
You could have asked me, by the way.
BoJack apologizes for not asking her and offers to leave the following semester. Hollyhock says Tawny told her that he's a really good teacher, and that even though she and Tawny are in a fight, she still loves her.
Are we in a fight?
Yeah, but... yeah.
BoJack goes back to his performance. Not long after the semester ends, new information about BoJack's part in Sarah Lynn's death comes to light, and he has 2 separate TV interviews with Biscuits Braxby about his behavior. The first makes him look empathetic, while the second makes him look predatory. A few months after these interviews, Hollyhock writes and sends BoJack a letter. In it, she reveals that she isn't comfortable being in his life anymore, and cuts him out of it. She changes her number so that he can't contact her anymore. And that, sadly, is the complete Hollyhock timeline. Hollyhock is such a great character, and the way her story ends in the series is one of the hardest lessons from a character perspective and a narrative perspective. Hollyhock does what is best for herself and makes an incredibly hard decision. And unfortunately, like many things in life, BoJack and we as an audience are not afforded closure in this situation. And I think blaming Hollyhock or holding this decision against her is pretty unfair. In her time with BoJack, she was literally drugged and overdosed. She now has ongoing panic attack problems, and through what she learned about BoJack's relationship with young women, it's completely reasonable that she was scared to be a part of his life. I hope that one day they reconnect, but Hollyhock doesn't owe BoJack anything, and I really hate the way that people criticize her for that decision. She was put through the ringer in her time with BoJack. My dream is that one day we get a follow-up to BoJack from Hollyhock's perspective, maybe a miniseries where we see her life after the events of BoJack, and potentially how they could reconnect. Hey, a man can dream.
I think you got a touch of the ocean madness, Margot.
Margot Martindale is one of the most perplexing but hilarious side characters in the entirety of BoJack Horseman, a true enigma who's as versatile as she is bloodthirsty. Esteemed character actress Margot Martindale has still had her share of life events that make her a worthy addition to the BoJack Horseman timeline. Esteemed character actress Margot Martindale was born on July 18, 1951 in Jacksonville, Texas. After graduating from Jacksonville High School in 1969, Martindale attended the University of Michigan as well as summer courses at Harvard University. She even appeared on stage with future stars of screen, Jonathan Frakes and Christopher Reeve. In the 1980s, esteemed character actress Margot Martindale worked at the Actors Theater in Louisville, Kentucky. In 1988, she got her first on-screen role in a made-for-TV movie called The Child Saver. Between 1988 and 2006, Martindale appeared in countless film and television projects, including The Rocketeer, Lorenzo's Oil, The Firm, Practical Magic, $1 Million Baby, and countless more. In 2007, esteemed character actress Margot Martindale was cast in television series Mitch's Life starring BoJack Horseman and run by prolific showrunner of Krill and Grace, Cuddly Whiskers. She was originally cast as a character named Angel, though the show was eventually reworked into something called The BoJack Horseman Show. This is how Margot met BoJack Horseman. In 2014, esteemed character actress Margot Martindale was recruited by BoJack Horseman to help sabotage a rock opera project written by Todd Chavez. Margot deceptively pointed out a discounted edition of video game Decapathon 7, a game Mr. Chavez was highly addicted to. BoJack later paid Margot for her role in the sabotage.
I don't feel good about what we did here, BoJack.
Later that year, Margot was once again contracted by BoJack to sabotage Diane Wynn and Mr. Peanut Butter's wedding. Dressed as a bank robber, she held them at gunpoint, demanding Diane's engagement ring. Diane initially protested, but they handed it over upon realizing that their love superseded the symbolic nature of the ring. BoJack's plan backfired, and the couple pushed their wedding date to later that week.
Oh, keep the damn thing.
Esteemed character actress Margot Martindale was then arrested by a SWAT team and taken into police custody. Martindale was sentenced to jail time in the Hollywood Hills Supermax prison. Once there, she quickly moved up to the top of the food chain, becoming a model inmate. This is demonstrated by a few details on her discharge documents, which praise her for only biting off one person's finger, starting 2 riots, and still making the finest prison wine in the entire county. Upon her release in July 2015, she was immediately recruited once again by BoJack Horseman. This time, BoJack and director Kelsey Jennings were attempting to shoot a scene for the film film Secretariat on the White House set at the Nixon Library. Martindale was recruited as part of the diversion team to lure the police away from the actual library. She, Princess Carolyn, and Todd Chavez broke into a nearby discount art gallery with a cable repairman named Alan, who was also roped into the ordeal. Alan was unfortunately shot in the crossfire, but luckily only his phone received critical damage. Princess Carolyn became completely transfixed by a Thomas Kincaid painting, while esteemed character actress Margot Martindale launched into a shooting match with the police, who recognized her face but couldn't place her name. This brought out a fierce bloodlust in Martindale, who continued her rampage. In this rampage, Martindale fatally wounded 5 police officers, taking a few shots in the arm herself. Martindale escaped the scene of the crime and laid low, even shaving her head and wearing a nondescript wig as a disguise. During this period, she performed regional theater in La Jolla, disappearing into her roles. One of these productions included a lesser-known Tennessee Williams play called The Bitches of Blushing Hills Boulevard.
She's dead.
On June 19, 2015, she received a favorable review of her performance in the San Diego Union Tribune. Worried that she had attracted too much attention to herself once again, character actress Margot Martindale retreated back to the Hollywood Hills. By July 22, 2016, she had been discreetly living on BoJack Horseman's boat for about a year, surviving by stockpiling food and ammunition. She also managed to secure a character arc on The Good Wife undetected, given the immersive power of her performance.
It's called acting. Try it sometime.
Upon being nominated for a San Diego Critics Award, character actress Margot Martindale took BoJack's boat out to international waters to avoid being apprehended again. Aboard the escape from LA, esteemed character actress Margot Martindale evaded capture at sea for at least 75 days with a giant papier-mâché Todd Chavez head as her only companion. Being away from the mainland warped her perception as she hallucinated verbally abusive conversations with Todd's head.
You want another night in the box? No, anything but that. Then quit your yapping and fix Mama a Sazerac.
She was quickly spotted by the pilots of a reflective blimp promoting Secretariat's Oscar campaign, and soon character actress Margot Martindale was face to face with a large pasta shipping vessel barreling right towards her. She played chicken with the ship's crew, ignoring the protests of papier-mâché Todd.
Character actress Margot Martindale ain't afraid of nothing!
The two ships collided, casting crates of pasta into the sea, which were soon cooked by sunlight reflecting off of the Secretariat blimp. In a panic, character actress Margot Martindale confessed her lifelong regrets about adding unnecessary amounts of olive oil to pasta for stickiness control before sinking far down into the ocean. In September 2018, a mysterious woman was found washed up on the beach of a remote convent. She was unresponsive and mute for 2 years, despite the best efforts of a compassionate nun tasked to care for her. As it turned out, this mysterious woman was none other than esteemed character actress Margot Martindale.
I look at your face and think you could be literally anyone.
The nun desperately asked who she was, though character actress Margot Martindale only responded with one word.
BoJack! BoJack!
Esteemed character actress Margot Martindale lived on the convent as Sister Marguerite for 2 years following this event. On October 25, 2019, she and Mother Superior walked the grounds discussing past sins.
The people I've hurt, the lives I've ruined, are they washed clean as well?
Sister Marguerite dismissed herself in shame for irritating Mother Superior. In a diabolical twist of method acting, character actress Margot Martindale removed her hood and proceeded to immediately steal a car.
When you get to heaven, look up Margot Martindale. I won't be there, but my movies will!
After this, Martindale returned to Hollywood. Here she was contacted by Todd Chavez and his girlfriend Maud to stage a kidnapping ransom to force Todd's estranged mother Helen to finally reconnect with him.
Oh no! Todd's gonna get murdered by a fearsome stranger whose sage, buttery voice simultaneously comforts me and fills me with dread.
Character actress Margot Martindale demanded Helen bring 100 Frito pies as a ransom for his safe return. Margot hoped to make amends for the damage she caused, citing her original hiring by BoJack as the catalyst for her path of destruction. Margot's performance was so convincing that Todd's mother had a panic attack on the spot.
I was too convincing. Oh, if only I wasn't so good at acting.
Upon seeing the renewed bond between Todd and his mother, character actress Margot Martindale found peace within herself and was promptly arrested at the hospital. After delivering her passionately worded testimony to the judge, claiming to have learned from her mistakes, the judge was sympathetic but unconvinced.
That's quite a story. But you've killed a lot of people.
Just before sentencing, indie film director Nicole Holofcener intervenes, begging the judge to let her cast Martindale in a new film. Intrigued, the judge reluctantly dismisses all charges as the two women high-five in victory. Margot Martindale remained an enigma through and through. Despite so few consequences, she racked up a massive rap sheet. Over the course of her various sprees, esteemed character actress Margot Martindale committed the following crimes: trespassing, armed robbery, bribery, property theft, extortion, boating under the influence, 2 counts of vehicular theft, assault with a deadly weapon, impersonation of a cleric, and at least 7 counts of homicide. All told, character actress Margot Martindale should have expected to incur a maximum sentence of up to 6 consecutive life sentences plus 41 years in the state of California for this range of criminal activity. Putting aside her heinous crimes, esteemed character actress Margot Martindale comes out on top and truly shines in every role she's given. From a petty criminal to a penitent nun, esteemed character actress Margot Martindale is an unstoppable tour de force. BoJack Horseman was born on January 2nd, 1964 to Beatrice and Butterscotch Horseman in San Francisco, California. For much of his younger childhood, Butterscotch worked at a fish cannery while attempting to finish his great American novel and be a respected author. Beatrice resented both Butterscotch and BoJack for depriving her of a more lavish lifestyle, particularly Butterscotch for refusing help from her father. In 1970, Butterscotch finally decided to accept Joseph Sugarman's help and accepts a job at Sugarman West, after which the Horseman's lifestyle becomes increasingly high class. Beatrice and Butterscotch's relationship, however, did not improve, nor did BoJack's relationship to his parents. They would even fight over Butterscotch's infidelity in front of BoJack, on his birthday of all days.
You're not married to your secretary, are you?
Well, maybe if my secretary also refused to get an abortion, I would be.
On one particular New Year's in the early 70s, BoJack wandered into his living room to find his parents both passed out from a New Year's party. He promptly took a big swig out of a leftover vodka bottle before curling up and falling asleep in his mother's lap, presumably the first taste of alcohol BoJack ever had. Butterscotch ridiculed BoJack often, even after BoJack gave him a homemade Father's Day card claiming the card was shoddy craftsmanship. BoJack claimed that his father would make them listen to Cole Porter records together while he cried, and that he forced BoJack to build his own treehouse before tearing it down because he used screws instead of nails. Throughout his childhood, Beatrice would have lavish dinners at their home for her supper club, during which she would force BoJack to perform the Lollipop song for her guests, insisting that as long as he has an audience, he must perform.
You've got an audience out there, and they want to hear you sing.
This is an attitude BoJack would maintain for the vast majority of his life. Each of these supper club parties would end with Beatrice performing a dance routine in her lavish dress for her guests. Though Butterscotch generally disliked these parties, BoJack noted that he would always pay close attention during Beatrice's dance routines.
And as a child who was completely terrified of both my parents, I was always aware that this moment of grace, it meant something.
BoJack recalls these moments as the only instances where the two had some semblance of understanding of one another. Due to his abusive home life, BoJack began to idolize and look up to Triple Crown winner Secretariat. In 1972, BoJack witnessed Secretariat smoke a cigarette on TV. He immediately grabbed one of his mother's cigarettes and tried it himself. Beatrice ridiculed BoJack for coughing while smoking, forcing him to continue smoking the cigarette because she didn't want to be the mother of a quitter. She also ridiculed him for crying about it, topping it off with this brutal admission.
I'm punishing you for being alive.
In 1973, BoJack wrote a letter to Secretariat that was read and answered on the Dick Cavett Show. BoJack told Secretariat that sometimes he gets sad and asked advice on what to do when he's sad. While responding to BoJack's letter, Beatrice and Butterscotch began loudly fighting in the background. BoJack scooted as close to the TV as possible so that he could hear Secretariat's advice.
Don't you stop running, and don't you ever look behind you. There's nothing for you behind you.
BoJack listened so intently that he deeply internalized this advice. It's one of the things that for years prevented him from dealing with or unpacking major aspects of his past. After the program ends, Beatrice tells BoJack that he ruined her.
You better grow up to be something great.
As BoJack got older, his relationship with his parents did not improve. In the mid to late 70s, Butterscotch picked up BoJack late from soccer practice and used the occasion to complain about his life, Beatrice, and BoJack himself. He blamed BoJack for preventing him from being able to write for the day.
All because of you and that brittle wisp of a woman you made the mistake of making your mother.
Butterscotch used the opportunity to try and instill a harmful degree of independence into BoJack, citing simple inconveniences like making his own sandwich as reasons he can't count on anyone.
You can't rely on other people, BoJack. It's good for you to know that. And she's a good mother for teaching you that.
This harmfully reframed Beatrice's abuse and neglect as positive. Around this time, Beatrice tasked BoJack with bringing Butterscotch's dinner while he was working late at the office. BoJack walked in on Butterscotch cheating on Beatrice with his secretary, who promptly left when BoJack arrived. Butterscotch decided to make BoJack a Jack and Coke as a sign of him turning into a man, citing it as their first drink as father and son. BoJack reluctantly drank the cocktail and later woke up in Butterscotch's car with vomit on his sweater, who deliberately gave him too much and emotionally manipulated him into keeping quiet.
Maybe it's best if we both just forgot about everything that happened tonight.
In the late 70s, likely as a freshman or sophomore, BoJack went to a high school party. He was clumsy and awkward, knocking over a shelf of cassettes, but his classmate from Spanish 1 named Katie kindly helped him pick it up. BoJack was offered beer and declined, but eventually accepted and got drunk. Later, BoJack started to do mean impressions of other classmates, including Katie, telling a humiliating story about her and causing her to run off crying as he continued to drink. An example of BoJack's don't stop dancing attitude, continuing to perform to his captive audience, despite ridiculing someone who is kind to him. Later in high school, BoJack briefly considered playing football, but Beatrice promptly told him that he would embarrass himself. In the mid-1980s, BoJack moved to Los Angeles to pursue a career as a comedian. In 1985, while performing a set at the Laugh Shack, BoJack was heckled by a man named Herb Kazaz. After the set, Herb struck up a conversation with BoJack and offered to buy him a drink, which did not go great at first.
Get cancer, jerkwad.
But after giving him some advice, the pair actually became very close friends. BoJack and Herb began working at a bar together, all while working on each other's acts in their free time. BoJack soon met Herb's girlfriend, Charlotte Moore, and the three of them became a tightly knit trio. It's also important to note that at this point in his life, BoJack did not really drink alcohol, refusing a beer before his set. In 1986, Herb brought BoJack and Charlotte to an industry party at the La Brea Tar Pits. He was invited by TV executives after they caught a particularly successful comedy set. At the party, Charlotte told BoJack that she's going to move to Maine and gives him her take on Los Angeles.
Hollywood's a real pretty town that's smack on top of all that black tar. By the time you realize you're sinking, it's too late.
Charlotte then asked BoJack if he would ever have made a move on her if she wasn't with Herb, and that she doesn't think he would have.
I don't think you would have. You know why? I think you're a coward.
Shortly after this, BoJack was invited to the Griffith Observatory by Herb, who gave him some major news. ABC bought his television show pitch, a sitcom called Horsin' Around, and he pitched BoJack as the star of the show.
And I told those suits, if they want my show, then that horse is gonna be BJ goddamn Horseman.
BoJack ecstatically accepted, and the two celebrated, and Herb kissed BoJack in their celebration, though he did claim he just got caught up in the moment. Not long after this, BoJack and Herb found themselves outside the back of the Laugh Shack. BoJack asked if ABC was going to let him star in Horsin' Around, and Herb assured him that they would. They just have to go through the formality of filming a screen test. Herb proceeded to outline BoJack in whiteout on the back of the Laugh Shack, telling him that no matter what happens, his image will live on somehow.
You'll always be immortalized.
Herb ended up coaching and directing BoJack through his screen test for Horsin' Around and genuinely helped him deliver a great performance.
Buckle up, buddy. Your life is about to start.
Thanks to this performance, BoJack landed the lead role, and in 1987 they shot the pilot for Horsin' Around, a show about a horse who adopts 3 sibling orphans. The orphans are played by Joelle Clark, Bradley Hitler Smith, and Sarah Lynn. After the pilot shoot, Herb rallied the cast and told them to take care of each other.
No matter what, we're going to stick together.
Herb then took BoJack up to the roof of the TV studio and they drank soda in the water tank together, celebrating their accomplishment. BoJack asked Herb if he's worried that everything is going to change now.
No, I'm not scared, BJ. The future is bright.
Despite negative critical reception, Horsin' Around was a massive success, catapulting BoJack to new levels of fame. This didn't, however, improve his standing in the eyes of his mother, Beatrice. In 1988, she came to a taping of Horsin' Around and was not impressed. After the show, the pair had lunch and she told him that it wasn't Ibsen, even calling BoJack a clown. Due to her own parental issues, BoJack's TV daughter Sarah Lynn looked up to BoJack as a father figure. Unfortunately, BoJack was not a great role model for Sarah Lynn and gave her problematic advice that she internalized for years.
You don't stop dancing, and you don't stop smiling, and you give those people what they want.
This advice clearly stems from the internalized advice his mother gave him when he was young, when he pressured to sing the Lollipop song. On July 12, 1989, BoJack was nervous while shooting an episode of Horsin' Around in which he was supposed to kiss actress and model Cindy Crawfish. The Horsin' Around hairdresser Sharona gave BoJack orange juice mixed with alcohol, which helped calm his nerves. This newfound confidence led him to start drinking on set regularly. At some point during the production of Horsin' Around, BoJack slept with the mother of his TV show son, Bradley Hitler Smith, leading to his parents getting a divorce. Over the course of Horsin' Around's production, BoJack's relationship with Herb became rocky. They regularly fought about the quality of the writing on the show. At some point in 1993, BoJack ended up passed out in front of his house covered in tapioca pudding. His talent agent Marv's new intern, Princess Carolyn, discovered him, hosed him off, and dragged him inside while dropping off Horsin' Around scripts. Princess Carolyn would later approach BoJack after a taping of Horsin' Around and say hello to properly introduce herself, but BoJack wrote her off and told her to leave him alone. BoJack's first recollection of meeting Princess Carolyn would come after this when he visited Marv's office. Christmas. On Halloween 1993, fellow TV star Mr. Peanut Butter brought his entire Halloween party guest list to BoJack's house to combine their Halloween parties, even though BoJack's claim of having a Halloween party were simply made to get out of attending Mr. Peanut Butter's party. BoJack assigned Princess Carolyn to door duty. During the party, BoJack had an awkward conversation with Mr. Peanut Butter's wife Katrina before Princess Carolyn helped him quickly put together a makeshift costume. The party ended abruptly after Mr. Peanut Butter and Katrina got into a fight, after which a drunken BoJack celebrated the party's success.
Let's make this an annual thing though, okay? Well, I want to see all of you back here next year.
In 1994, Marv informed BoJack that they're making a Secretariat film, and that BoJack could secure the lead role if he could avoid any scandals. Unfortunately, shortly after this, Herb Kazaz was caught having sexual relations with another man in a public place. He was arrested for public indecency, and it became a major scandal due to the family-focused nature of Horsing Around. Herb begged BoJack to have his back with the network during the scandal, and BoJack agreed.
You know what? You can count on me, Herb.
However, after an intimidating conversation with network executive Angela Diaz, BoJack was persuaded to stay on the show, going back on his promise to Herb. In fall 1994, BoJack met Danny Bananas at a diner to discuss the future of Horsing Around. Not long into the Danny Bananas era of Horsing Around, Sarah Lynn was getting her hair and makeup done in BoJack's dressing room, claiming she didn't want to be in her own because her stepdad was being weird. BoJack dismissed this as not his problem. While there, both Sarah Lynn and Sharona expressed that they miss Herb, which BoJack takes personally.
Do you know how lucky we are to have this? Herb was going to throw that all away. I made the tough choice. What did you do?
BoJack stormed out while Sharona followed and chastised him, leaving a full water bottle of vodka in his dressing room with a 10-year-old Sarah Lynn. Sarah Lynn drank the alcohol and got drunk. Shortly after, Danny confronts BoJack and asks if it was his alcohol, leadingly implying that if it is his alcohol, that could be a major problem for the show. BoJack denies it, and Danny accepts, implying that they have someone else to blame.
Little uneven is all.
BoJack pulled Sharona into his dressing room and told her about the incident, and that she's going to have to take the blame. She protested, knowing it was BoJack's vodka, but BoJack insists that he can't take the blame, because it would end the show and mean his betrayal of Herb will have been for nothing.
What I did to save the show, do you understand? Oh, that's pointless if it goes away now.
Sharona tried to refuse, but he pressured her into accepting, forcing her to take the fall for his carelessness. In 1996, Horsing Around was canceled. The series ends with a doctor telling his character's children that the horse died of a broken heart because they didn't love him enough, sending them back to social services. In 1999, BoJack's grandfather Joseph Sugarman passed away. Shortly after this, Beatrice brought BoJack a painting of Joseph's, and didn't waste any time continuing to criticize BoJack and Horsing Around. On Halloween 2004, BoJack had another of his annual Halloween parties. Once again, he had Princess Carolyn help him come up with a makeshift Halloween costume, using the toilet paper that was streaming off of his house to turn into a mummy. Unbeknownst to BoJack, party guest Jessica Biel had a terrible fear of mummies from not being cast in the film series starring Brendan Fraser. He accidentally terrifies her with his costume. In 2007, BoJack began an on-again, off-again relationship with Princess Carolyn. PC helped try to facilitate some roles for BoJack with her boss Marv, getting him a meeting about a show called Mitch's Life, written by former showrunner of mega hit Krill and Grace, Cuddly Whiskers. BoJack loved the script and hit it off with Cuddly Whiskers, but his insecurities prevented him from wanting to do the show.
What if there's a reason the only thing I'm known for is horsing around?
Princess Carolyn quickly knocked some sense into BoJack, telling him that if he can't see how great he is, then he's the biggest, dumbest piece of shit in the world. BoJack agreed to do the show and thanked Princess Carolyn for it. But after a table read for the show goes exceptionally well, BoJack and Cuddly Whiskers panic about the lack of concern from the execs. The pair decided to rewrite and rework the script, despite Princess Carolyn's objections. BoJack berated PC for giving her 2 cents.
Is that how you think of me? As your agent's assistant?
Well, what do you think you are?
I don't know, I guess...
Well, here's some free advice. You should know.
Immediately after this, BoJack's agent retired, and Princess Carolyn adopted all of his clients, including BoJack himself. Through their reworking, BoJack and Cuddly Whiskers' show morphed into something called the BoJack Horseman Show, a crude, semi-autobiographical series with countless ill-advised ideas, like BoJack taking a dump on a Horsing Around DVD and his character trying heroin. BoJack hosted a premiere party at his house. At the party, he made more advances on Princess Carolyn, but she rejected him, telling him that she doesn't want to spend the next 7 years falling in and out of love with him. She also tells him something that knocks some sense into BoJack.
For what it's worth, I always liked the horse from Horsing Around.
BoJack immediately panics and asks Cuddly Whiskers if they can stop the premiere, but it's too late. And unfortunately, the premiere for the BoJack Horseman show was a miserable failure, sending BoJack spiraling. He called Princess Carolyn to come comfort him, showering her in praise. The two sleep together again and continue their on-again, off-again relationship. In December of 2007, as a last-ditch effort to draw viewers to the BoJack Horseman show, Cuddly Whiskers begged BoJack to ask Sarah Lynn to guest star on the series. After one of her stadium shows, Sarah Lynn was elated to hear that BoJack had come backstage to see her. She expressed to BoJack just how heavy the weight of superstardom felt.
I am this close to falling off the deep end. I know I'm smiling right now, but the light inside me is dying.
Despite this admission, BoJack asked Sarah Lynn to guest star on his failing sitcom. Sarah Lynn asked him to leave the script and then sent him away. During his Halloween party in 2009, BoJack received a call from his mother, who told him that his father Butterscotch had died in a duel. We learned that Butterscotch finally released his novel, and after a bad review, challenged the critic to a duel. During the duel, he fell and hit his head, dying. While on the phone with his mother, Mr. Peanut Butter's girlfriend Diane Wynn awkwardly attempts to introduce herself, as she's a massive fan of horsing around. Though he understood her obscure costume, BoJack wrote her off.
Yeah, Mom, I'm still here. No, it was nobody important.
BoJack missed most of the party while on the phone with his mother. When he walked back in, everybody had left except for an 18-year-old kid named Todd Chavez. In his sad state, BoJack was kind to Todd.
Yeah, sure. Good idea. Stick around for as long as you want.
The following morning, Todd made BoJack hash browns, which he threw up into the pool, and after this, BoJack continued to let Todd live with him. In 2014, BoJack Horseman makes an appearance on The Charlie Rose Show. He hasn't had any substantial roles since his stint on Horsing Around, and is looking for a way to come back into the public eye. While Charlie Rose belittles Horsing Around, BoJack defends it. Todd has been living with BoJack since his 2009 Halloween party. BoJack is supposed to be writing his memoir, but opts to go on a dinner date with Princess Carolyn instead. They're interrupted by Mr. Peanut Butter, who is still ever eager to be BoJack's friend.
What is this? A crossover episode?
Princess Carolyn breaks up with BoJack over dinner, but still maintains her role as his agent. Because BoJack hasn't made any progress on his memoir, his publisher Pinky Penguin hires a ghostwriter named Diane Wynn to help BoJack write his autobiography. He's skeptical until realizing that she wrote a book about his childhood hero, Secretariat. BoJack hosts a quinceañera at his house because Todd owes a cartel boss a significant amount of money. At the party, BoJack meets Diane for what he believes is the first time, but is actually the second time, and they have a heartfelt conversation about his career.
Yeah, well, if you're gonna throw away most of your adult life on some dumb sitcom, you might as well get a sweet house out of the deal, right?
BoJack eventually agrees to work with Diane on the book. While first getting to know Diane before starting on the memoir, BoJack makes a scene at the grocery store and gets into an argument with a SEAL named Neil McBeal over some muffins. It turns out that Neil McBeal is actually a Navy SEAL who had just returned from Afghanistan, and he drags BoJack publicly on MSNBC. Mr. Peanut Butter convinces BoJack to apologize to Neil through a guest appearance on his reality TV show Peanut Butter and Jelly, with a peace offering of stale hamburger buns in lieu of muffins. With the public ire finally off of him, Diane compels him to be honest with her about the gritty aspects of BoJack's early life. With a growing sense of trust between them, he cautiously gives her the truth, warts and all, opening up about his parents' lives and failures. Later, BoJack and Todd run into Sarah Lynn at IKEA. Her boyfriend Andrew Garfield decides to break up with her in public, citing her irrelevance after turning 30 years old. BoJack allows Sarah Lynn to live with him until she gets back on her feet. She eventually mentions that she found out their former showrunner Herb Kazaz has colon cancer and only 6 more months to live. Concerned, BoJack contemplates reaching out to him. Eventually, BoJack and Sarah Lynn end up sleeping together, resulting in some compromising paparazzi photos, before BoJack reluctantly kicks her out.
I'm at a place right now where I never need to grow as a person. I can constantly just surround myself with sycophants and enablers until I die tragically young.
Meanwhile, Todd has been writing a rock opera, eventually getting BoJack to agree to help him. A famous theater producer named Virgil Van Cleef is so impressed by his work that he promises to produce it for him if Todd can provide a third-act show-stopping ending. Fearing he'll lose his roommate, BoJack arranges a sabotage plan with the help of esteemed character actress Margot Martindale. They trick Todd into becoming re-addicted to his favorite video game, and he fails to complete the rock opera. When BoJack goes to pay Margot, she expresses discomfort about the situation.
I don't feel good about what we did here, BoJack.
I don't know what you're talking about. This never happened.
Not long after this, BoJack travels with Diane to New York to meet with Pinky Penguin about the book. He asks about their progress before Diane receives a call from her brother telling her that their father passed away. BoJack goes with Diane to Boston to meet her family, who showers BoJack with attention as a famous TV star, but treats Diane like garbage, bullying her into making all the funeral arrangements. Her ungrateful family bails on the funeral and opts to turn her father's remains into chum. Diane flies into a violent rage, after which BoJack comforts her by suggesting that she moves forward by writing them out of her life. He leaves a voicemail for Herb Kazaz, hoping to make amends for the past. While they're away, Todd has turned BoJack's house into a tourist destination, posing it as the home of actor David Boreanaz. He's reported to the police and sent to jail, asking BoJack to pay his $50 bail with his one phone call, which goes unanswered. Once they get back to Los Angeles, BoJack realizes he has a crush on Diane, much to Mr. Peanut Butter's dismay. After a series of dumb competitions, BoJack buys the restaurant Elefante on a dare and steals the Hollywood D for Diane, leaving it wedged in his pool. He asks Mr. Peanut Butter for help to clean up the mess, who takes credit for stealing the D and presents it as a grand gesture of his love for Diane, which she does not appreciate. During this incident, BoJack leaves Diane a voicemail telling her how he feels.
When I'm with you, I don't hate myself. I like being around you.
While BoJack leaves this voicemail, Diane and Mr. Peanut Butter get engaged. BoJack goes on a 2-week bender upon realizing Diane is now engaged. He ditches an ad campaign for Guten Bourbon with Todd taking his place. Delusional, BoJack tries to get back together with Princess Carolyn, who sees straight through his plan. BoJack is so desperate that he ends up changing his agent to Vanessa Gecko, PC's rival, just to be able to date her. To Vanessa's credit, she does get the paparazzi birds to destroy the sexually compromising photos of BoJack. During a dinner date with PC, BoJack receives an angry call from Herb Kazaz, telling him to come talk to him in Malibu.
I got your message, asshole. You got something to say to me? You come out to Malibu and say it to my face.
Dejected, BoJack breaks up with PC again and leaves her stranded at El Fonte. BoJack drives with Diane and Todd up to Herb's home in Malibu. Their interactions are strained at first, but gradually show some of their lingering past connections. Herb mentions his lifelong passion for charity work, along with keeping in touch with Charlotte Moore, his old girlfriend, before he came out in the early 90s. The visit appears to actually go surprisingly well at first, with Herb wishing him well after their talk.
And it was actually nice to see you, BoJack.
However, BoJack feels compelled to apologize to Herb for his removal from Horsin' Around. Herb hears him out, but he does not forgive BoJack, telling him that he isn't entitled to closure for what happened. Even with their past friendship and mutual bond over the creation of the show, Herb reveals that BoJack hadn't contacted him in the 18 years after Horsin' Around's cancellation.
I did fine, but what I needed then was a friend. And you abandoned me. And I will never forgive you for that.
In a huff, Herb dismisses him as BoJack struggles to explain himself. Before leaving, he stubbornly tries to take the old telescope back as a memento, but he gets tackled by an enraged Herb. The pair fight before BoJack eventually leaves. Diane and BoJack drive off in silence. He pulls over on the way back home as Diane attempts to comfort him.
For what it's worth, I think it took a lot of guts to do what you did back there.
BoJack awkwardly tries to kiss Diane, but she retreats back to the car. He realizes shortly afterwards that he left Todd back in Malibu and drives back to pick him up. During his excursion, PC lands a role for BoJack in a rom-com based around the Hollywood de-stealing incident, directed by Quentin Tarantulino. The next day, a love-struck BoJack tries to hatch a plan with PC and Todd to sabotage Diane and Mr. Peanut Butter's wedding. Princess Carolyn is not interested and moves on to her new businessman boyfriend, Vincent Adultman. Diane decides to write the rest of the book independent of BoJack, wanting to avoid him after the incident. BoJack hires character actress Margot Martindale to stage a bank robbery involving Mr. Peanut Butter and Diane, which backfires completely. The couple decides to move their wedding date up to that very week as BoJack offers to host the wedding at Elefante. Todd slowly realizes that BoJack hired esteemed character actress Margot Martindale to sabotage his rock opera and puts his foot down on any further manipulations.
She made her choice. Look around. This day is not about you.
BoJack relents and the wedding goes off without a hitch, and he finds solace talking to Vincent Adultman at the bar. In September 2014, production begins on Mr. Peanut Butter's Hollywood Heist, with BoJack cast as PB Livin himself. Wallace Shawn is cast as BoJack along with Naomi Watts as Diane. BoJack has an on-set romance with Naomi, but it ends when the production is shut down. Todd and Quentin's brainstorming transform the project into something new entirely.
It is a bi-monthly curated box of snacks.
Diane has finished the first draft of the book titled One Trick Pony. It's well received by Pinky and PC, but BoJack is horrified reading it, recognizing how he comes across to Diane. In a rage, BoJack demands that Diane rewrite the book as he wants a more flattering portrayal. Diane defends her work and leaks the first few chapters onto BuzzFeed, garnering tremendous attention from the public. He angrily fires her and promises Pinky he'll rewrite the book in a week. Lacking the focus and drive to write, he enlists Todd and Sarah Lynn to help write the book while consuming a massive amount of drugs. They comment on BoJack's chosen ending for the book, him living in Maine and going for one last swim before drowning in a lake. Due to his drug consumption, BoJack has an existential trip, haunted by visions of his memories, ranging from being trapped on a Horsin' Around set, Beatrice bullying him into performing as a child, and a Peanuts version of Diane giving him life advice.
It's never too late to be the person you want to be.
The drug trip continues with BoJack having a vivid dream of a possible future with his past crush, Charlotte Moore. It's a simpler domestic life that he could have chosen if he hadn't decided to stick around Hollywood and become a successful sitcom actor. In the dream, he lives with Charlotte in a small cottage in Maine. The pair have a daughter named Harper, named after Harper's Landing, where BoJack visited his family's lake house as a child. They grow old together, even seeing Harper grow into her teenage years and start dating boys. Until BoJack comes to, waking up in a rainy parking lot the next morning. BoJack goes to a ghostwriter panel featuring Diane and apologizes to her, agreeing to publish her version of One Trick Pony. In a plea for understanding, he asks for her reassurance that he's not too far gone as a person. Diane does not respond. A couple months later, on Christmas Day 2014, Todd and BoJack watch Sabrina's Christmas Wish, a Horsing Around Christmas special. Not long after this, in early January 2015, BoJack receives a Golden Globe Award for their book One Trick Pony, which has become a massive success. BoJack hasn't spoken with Diane since it was published, and she is noticeably missing from the ceremony after party at Elefante. BoJack starts receiving more offers to do larger roles, turning down a James Bond villain role and a new Coen Brothers release. He wants to use his newfound relevance to produce Secretariat, with himself in the starring role.
That's all I've ever wanted, and if I can't get it now, then all of this has been for nothing.
He convinces Lenny Turteltaub to sign on as the producer. Lenny hires indie director Kelsey Jennings onto the project and gives BoJack an audition for the lead. Despite his age, the team is impressed with his performance. However, Andrew Garfield ends up agreeing to take the role. Later at a diner, Todd and PB try to get BoJack involved in Smoothies, their bizarre new joint venture idea. They've previously tried to get him invested in an unfinished Halloween store, only open in January, which ends up severely injuring Andrew Garfield. Because of Andrew Garfield's injury, BoJack ends up getting the role of Secretariat. Kelsey tells him he's been cast and that he has 1 month before production to get into shape. BoJack talks to Diane on her roof, who reveals her involvement in the Secretariat movie as a character consultant. Despite the tension, BoJack and Diane discuss what happened.
Do you think I'm a good person? Deep down?
That's the thing. I don't think I believe in deep down. I kind of think all you are is just the things that you do.
He compliments her writing as they stare off into the LA skyline together. That night, BoJack watches old Horsing Around episodes until daybreak. The next morning, BoJack goes to Griffith Observatory to celebrate his success, the very place he got his break for Horsing Around. With his memoir now a bestseller, BoJack tries to approach life with a new attitude. He starts listening to inspirational podcasts and reluctantly begins running. He starts his first day filming Secretariat by meeting his co-star Corduroy Jackson. Kelsey Jennings does her best to direct BoJack, but he can't deliver a heartfelt take for an emotional scene.
What are you doing here?
Frustrated, BoJack begins to doubt his acting abilities. As a precaution, Kelsey and Lenny Turteltaub take CGI facial scans of BoJack in case he dies or bails on the production. Kelsey tries to coach BoJack. He reveals he's anxious about acting and that he sees this film as his last shot at happiness. Kelsey reassures him matter-of-factly.
I don't care if you are happy or not. You have a job to do.
During the week, BoJack has been ignoring calls from his abusive mother, Beatrice. At a low point, he finally answers her. She's read his memoir and in a failed attempt at an apology, tells BoJack he will never truly be happy.
You're BoJack Horseman. There's no cure for that.
Emotionally defeated, BoJack returns to set and nails his take. BoJack starts dating around, with each woman bringing up events from the book. Todd excitedly tells BoJack about his Disneyland theme park opening the following day. Todd had been discussing it since 2012, but BoJack does not remember. Finding his favorite bar has been swarmed by fans, BoJack heads to the Valley Skate roller rink instead. Pinky Penguin introduces him to his boss, Wanda Pierce, an MBN executive who had previously been in a coma for 30 years. They immediately hit it off and spend the entire night talking before sleeping together. To his surprise, BoJack likes spending time with Wanda and invites her to Todd's Disneyland. BoJack enjoys showing off Wanda while on set. Kelsey remarks to Diane that they're both emotionally stunted adults.
He got famous in his 20s, so he's going to be in his 20s forever. After you get famous, you stop growing because you don't have to.
During a date, BoJack struggles to fend off the advances of a man named Alex, claiming to be just out of a 30-year coma himself. Suspicious, BoJack investigates him, finding out Alex is actually a covert KGB operative.
Slap my salami, the guy's a commie.
Upon realizing Todd legally owns the trademark to Disneyland due to a typo, BoJack throws a party for him. However, the event was a ruse to reveal Alex as a KGB spy. BoJack's plan backfires as Wanda gets mad at his jealousy.
I want to know what happened to the amazing guy I spent the last few days with, because if this is who you are, I don't think I like it.
After sulking, Princess Carolyn convinces BoJack to win her back. He approaches Wanda at Todd's Disneyland and admits his faults as a person, but tells her that he's striving to be better for her. He impulsively asks Wanda to move in with him as the theme park burns ominously around them. Shortly after this, BoJack attends the funeral of Herb Kazaz along with his co-stars Joelle Clark, Sarah Lynn, and Bradley Hitler Smith. Henry Winkler delivers a eulogy as BoJack sneaks away to talk to Charlotte. She leaves, but invites BoJack to contact her if he's ever in New Mexico. BoJack reconnects with the Horsing Around cast at the funeral gathering. They find out Herb left behind a treasure hunt for them, leading to a prize called Herb's Gold. To honor his last wish, BoJack convinces the others to do the treasure hunt together. The hunt leads them to a storage locker in Van Nuys. Bradley finds a suitcase marked gold, which is empty minus some fur left behind. Sarah Lynn reveals to them that Herb finished a manuscript before he died and asked her to publish it for him. BoJack figures he may have been murdered by Henry Winkler for the manuscript. Back at the gathering, BoJack confronts him. Henry admits to the group that he did steal the manuscript, but only because it was so awful and would damage Herb's legacy.
The carpenter's boy was a hungry boy, hungry for crumpets, but also hungry ... for life. You literally wrote out ...
BoJack decides that preserving Herb's original legacy is more important. On March 19th, 2015, BoJack and Wanda show up at Diane's surprise 35th birthday, planned by Mr. Peanut Butter. She doesn't take it well as they break out into an argument, causing the guests to leave awkwardly.
That's just what happens when two people live together.
That's a weird thing to say to your girlfriend who just moved in with you.
On the drive home, BoJack is worried about scaring off Wanda 2 weeks after she had moved in with him. To defuse the tension, Wanda tells BoJack a joke about mulch. However, BoJack gets distracted and accidentally hits a deer with his car. BoJack wants to leave the scene, but Wanda insists they help him out. They spot the wounded deer, he has no insurance, and claims he's been hit 4 times that year. BoJack convinces him to go to the hospital, offering to pay off his overdue medical bills. Wanda tells BoJack another joke as they wait in the hospital. The punchline ties into the original mulch joke, with Wanda commenting that some things take time. Not long after this, BoJack accidentally causes a car crash while watching his iPad, releasing a chicken from a Chicken for Days truck. On set, BoJack meets Kelsey's daughter Irving and acts overly friendly, desperately trying to get Kelsey to like him. Kelsey realizes Irving is involved with protecting the Chicken for Days fugitive along with Todd and Diane. BoJack offers to act as her chauffeur, using the drive for one-on-one time with Kelsey. She reluctantly agrees, though BoJack won't let up on seeking her approval. On their way, they pop a tire and are stranded in the woods. Luckily, a horse and around fan with a tow truck picks them up, and BoJack pays for the service with some autographs. BoJack and Kelsey arrive at the police station, with BoJack using his fame to get all of the charges dropped for Diane, Todd, and Irving. He also called in a favor from Drew Barrymore, asking her to adopt the chicken Becca to live freely.
Sometimes when you think something isn't about you, you find a way to save the day and in the end realize that it was all along all about you.
BoJack and Wanda hang out the next morning when he surprises her with a gift, his own beeper, so they can communicate during the day using tech that Wanda is used to. They promise to meet for dinner that evening before BoJack accidentally says he loves her. BoJack immediately panics.
No, I don't.
Not wanting to go home to face Wanda, BoJack goes out for drinks with Corduroy, who vents to him about his own past struggles with autoerotic asphyxiation. BoJack eventually sneaks back into the house and tries to explain, but Wanda settles things without an argument.
You don't love me. That's okay. I don't love you.
The following morning, BoJack tries to discuss things further with Wanda, but she's not bothered by it. He presses on, wanting her to admit that she loves him first. Later on set, Corduroy asks BoJack to hide his choking supply kit to prevent old habits from returning. This gives BoJack a terrible idea. He wants to pretend he's going to dangerously autoerotic asphyxiate himself so that Wanda will ask him to stop, proving that she loves him. Wanda sees through this.
Now, if you love me, you probably wouldn't want me to do it.
Okay, I get it.
BoJack doubles down, creating an elaborate Rube Goldberg-style sex machine. Wanda finally asks BoJack to open up about the issue, though he stubbornly refuses. Before BoJack accidentally chokes, Wanda admits she loves him too, but sets a boundary.
You need to be responsible for yourself.
That doesn't sound like me.
I know, but if you love me too, you won't do it.
BoJack returns to the studio lot to give Corduroy his kit back. Shockingly and sadly, BoJack finds Corduroy dead in his trailer. Secretariat's production has been put on hiatus in the aftermath. BoJack goes on a national book tour with Diane and PC to promote the new paperback edition of One Trick Pony. During a trip to Alaska, BoJack and Diane answer questions from the audience. Diane name drops beloved TV star Hank Hippopopoulos, stating he's done worse things than BoJack. This causes a news frenzy and stirs drama between BoJack, Wanda, Diane, and Mr. Peanut Butter, as Hank is the star of an NBM talent show running alongside Mr. Peanut Butter's new game show on Wanda's network. Diane attempts to get an expose published in Manatee Fair, but despite interest, it quietly goes away. BoJack asks Diane to drop it, and they argue about the book, as BoJack has some lingering resentment about how it all went down. Diane apologizes to BoJack, stating she needs his emotional support to get through this media circus.
But this is bigger than you and me, and I need you in my corner now because I don't have anybody else.
Not long after this, BoJack agrees to be a guest on the premiere of Mr. Peanut Butter's new game show. J.D. Salinger presents Hollywood stars and celebrities. What do they know? Do they know things? Let's find out. Wanda implores him to take it seriously.
I think this is stupid and a waste of everybody's time, but you're my girlfriend and I care about you, so I'm here.
Okay, break a leg.
The show starts off rocky for BoJack, and shortly after, he's forced to compete against a bigger celebrity, Daniel Radcliffe. Trying to make the most of things, BoJack introduces himself to Daniel on a break. Daniel is dismissive and doesn't recognize him from a previous interaction.
You opened up about your fear of success. I gave you some advice. You said I was a true friend and you would never forget me.
Back on stage, the show has obvious favoritism for Daniel to win over BoJack. PC reveals that Mr. Peanut Butter has a tell, raising his ears when reading the correct answer. BoJack immediately starts performing better, tying his score with Daniel.
I'm supposed to win. That was the deal. plug my movie, win money for charity.
Wanda tells BoJack to let Daniel win as he's the audience favorite. BoJack reluctantly agrees, but is shamed for getting a Secretariat answer wrong. The argument quickly gets personal as they both bring up Diane, interrupting the production.
You want to talk about the time when you, my good friend, kissed my wife?
BoJack discovers that Mr. Peanut Butter has known about the incident the entire time. PB demands to know why BoJack doesn't like him, which he admits is out of jealousy. Despite his success, BoJack is insecure and doesn't know how to be happy.
I want to feel good about myself, the way you do, and I don't know how.
Wanda forces Mr. Peanut Butter to resolve the dispute on air, and he and BoJack kiss, settling things once and for all. BoJack ends up winning, but is offered a double or nothing stake by answering a final question about the lead actor of Harry Potter.
Elijah Wood.
By April 2015, Secretariat's production hiatus has ended. BoJack discovers a pivotal scene involving the White House set has been changed to make the movie more family-friendly. Frustrated, BoJack talks to Kelsey and begs her to change the scene back.
Look, even if I wanted to finish that Nixon scene, we don't have an Oval Office set.
There's one at the Nixon Library in Yorba Linda.
BoJack convinces Kelsey that they should break into the Nixon Library to get the footage they need. With Todd acting as a distraction, BoJack discreetly steals the scale model of the library to start planning at his house. He enlists the help of Todd, Princess Carolyn, Mr. Peanut Butter, and esteemed character actress Margot Martindale as his break-in crew.
BoJack, I've been out of prison for 2 minutes. What took you so long?
BoJack, Kelsey, and Mr. Peanut Butter break into the Nixon Library while everyone else diverts the cops by breaking into a nearby art gallery. BoJack struggles to cry for the take they need. He apologizes to Kelsey, but she then gets through to him.
This is the moment you realize something inside you is broken, and it can never be fixed.
Though he doesn't cry, Kelsey claims that they nailed the shot. She thanks him for believing in her as a director, and BoJack steps outside for a cigarette, immediately breaking down crying. The following morning, BoJack arrives on set to learn that Lenny Turtletop has fired Kelsey for their stunt, replacing her with hack director Abe DeCatfish. BoJack drives home and finds Diane waiting outside the house, looking for a place to stay to process the trauma of war-torn Cordovia. BoJack allows Diane to stay at his home, despite how much it annoys Wanda. Under the new director, Secretariat has become a schlocky mess. BoJack attempts to give Abe notes to make the movie more historically accurate, but Abe has a more casual approach to the production.
Chin up, big guy, so we ain't making Casablanca.
PC quietly asks BoJack to join her new agency, Vim. He agrees, with PC offering him an off-Broadway role working with playwright Jill Pill. The new gig requires him living in New York for 6 months. BoJack and Wanda have a dinner at Abe's mansion. It's the last week of shooting for Secretariat, and BoJack bashes the film, upsetting Abe.
You're the one who said we're not making Casablanca.
Right, because Casablanca is a movie about a club owner named Rick.
Abe threatens to reshoot the majority of the movie to sabotage BoJack's New York project. BoJack argues with Wanda at home the following morning, and Todd informs BoJack about his newfound affinity for improv, which the rest of the household believes is a cult. Per Wanda's request, BoJack talks to Diane about moving out, and she reveals that she feels paralyzed after trying and failing to help in Cordovia, and is too ashamed to tell Mr. Peanut Butter the truth. Convincing him to play hooky from work, BoJack and Diane drink the day away watching Horse and Around reruns together. Todd invites BoJack to his graduation show the following night, as he wants his best friend there to support him. BoJack also receives a call from Princess Carolyn, demanding he returns to the studio and prevent an impending lawsuit. BoJack returns to work, but is harassed by Abe into doing an absurd number of takes repeating the same line.
I'm tired of running in circles. I'm tired of running in circles. I'm tired of running in circles.
Wanda approaches BoJack, wanting to talk to him privately. She surprises him with a getaway trip to Santa Barbara to curtail his excessive moping at home. BoJack defends himself, and the two argue. Unable to resolve their conflicting perspectives, BoJack and Wanda decide to end their relationship.
You know, it's funny. When you look at someone through rose-colored glasses, all the red flags just look like flags.
BoJack talks to Diane on the balcony about the breakup. She questions whether his recent projects would actually lead to any long-term happiness.
Well, when's the last time you were actually happy?
Taking her question to heart, BoJack drives out of town, missing Todd's graduation performance and abandoning the Secretariat shoot. Eventually, he arrives in New Mexico to meet Charlotte. Charlotte takes BoJack back home to meet her family, Kyle and the kids. He struggles to think up a plausible explanation for being in New Mexico in the first place.
Because I'm here to buy a boat at the Santa Fe Boat Show.
While there, BoJack ignores Princess Carolyn's demands that he return to LA. He spends the weekend with the Carsons, giving driving lessons to their daughter Penny, and during a lesson, BoJack reveals his real reason for being in New Mexico.
I didn't like the person I was in LA, and I didn't
nowhere else to go.
BoJack returns back to their house with a luxury boat, which Penny calls the Escape from LA. Charlotte enjoys having BoJack there and invites him to stay with them for as long as he wants. BoJack receives a call from Princess Carolyn again, and he refuses to return to set the following Monday. By May 2015, BoJack has been living with the Carsons for 2 months and is basically a part of the family. He even considers a drama professorship position at Santa Fe Community College. Penny acts out at dinner, upset that she hasn't been asked to prom by her crush. BoJack offers to be her prom date instead. Criticizing the kids' taste in alcoholic drinks, BoJack buys the crew some bourbon. At the prom, BoJack fails to start a dance party.
Now, boys and girls, if you want to do the BoJack, take your hands and put them on your...
This sucks! This guy's bad!
They decide to ditch the event and hang out in the desert instead, releasing balloons with glow sticks on them into the night sky. Penny and BoJack share a dance together on top of the water tower, as the beautiful balloons float away.
This night has been so perfect.
You know, you look just like your mother.
Penny's friend Maddie passes out drunk and BoJack reluctantly drives them over to the hospital. He bullies Maddie's boyfriend, Pete Repeat, into staying with her and reinforcing their false alibi.
Penny and I left early, and you don't know who gave Maddie the whiskey. Are we clear on this? I need you to be 100% with me here.
BoJack and Penny drive back home together, and when they get there, Penny tries to come on to him, but he turns her down gently. In the backyard, BoJack and Charlotte talk together by the fire, reminiscing about their time in LA. He asks Charlotte about her previous LA tar pit comment, and if she still believes it.
It doesn't matter where you are, it's who you are. And that's not going to change whether you're in California or Maine or New Mexico.
BoJack admits to Charlotte that he keeps making bad decisions that impact others. She playfully tells him to stop his bad habits before they share a brief kiss together. Realizing they've gone too far, Charlotte tries to set a boundary with him. BoJack instead begs her to run away with him and have the life that he's always wanted with her. Not willing to compromise her family, she tells him to leave the following morning. BoJack heads back to his boat, finding Penny waiting on the deck for him. He tells her to go to bed, but notably leaves the cabin door open. Shortly after, Charlotte follows a glowing balloon and climbs onto the boat, catching BoJack and Penny in bed together.
If you ever try to contact me or my family again, I will kill you.
With nowhere else to go, BoJack has his boat towed back to LA. He arrives home, the house still a mess, and Diane still a depressive wreck. The next morning, Princess Carolyn wakes him up and informs him that the studio finished the movie while he was gone. They head over to an orphanage paid for entirely with BoJack's horsing around residuals. BoJack has a talk with Lenny Turtletub, and he finds out the movie was finished entirely using his CGI double.
Computer BoJack had so much charisma and screen presence we ended up going back and replacing you in every scene.
He invites BoJack to a test screening to see the results for himself. BoJack returns home to clean up his house, and Todd drops by to pick up some things for his trip on the Giggle ship. Todd asks BoJack if he remembers their first morning together as roommates when he made BoJack pancakes. Not remembering it, BoJack watches as Todd finally moves out. In June 2015, at a Secretariat screening, BoJack marvels at the film's quality. Lenny introduces BoJack to his new publicist, Anna Spanakopita, who will be spearheading the award campaign for the movie. Anna tells him her focus group finds BoJack more appealing as a superficial, distant idea of who he actually is.
Are you saying that nobody who really knows me could ever love me?
Fed up, BoJack takes his boat out to sea to find Todd. The pair nearly escape the improv cult when they're stopped by its leader, Copernicus. BoJack finally remembers what happened the first morning he and Todd became roommates.
Letting you stay with me was the best thing I ever did on purpose. And I don't think I ever told you that, but I should have. Because you're my best friend, Todd.
They depart on BoJack's boat together as BoJack receives a call from Princess Carolyn. Jill Pill is adamant about working with BoJack as they used to work together on the BoJack Horseman show. BoJack receives Herb's ashes from PC and brings them to the orphanage, renaming it in his honor. However, the name is accidentally misspelled as Gerb.
You know, Herb would probably think that this is pretty funny that you couldn't even get this right.
Yeah, he would.
Shortly after this, BoJack dons his running attire from earlier in the year. Though he struggles, this time he makes it up the hill. While catching his breath, he receives some words of wisdom from a fellow runner, who tells him it gets easier.
Yeah?
But you gotta do it every day. That's the hard part. But it does get easier.
Later in 2015, BoJack goes on a press tour for Secretariat, including a stint in New York City. While promoting the film, a lot of shade is thrown at Horsing Around, which BoJack does not take kindly to, defending the show every chance he gets. Anna Spanakopita urges him to stop this.
Horsing Around was a piece of shit.
While in New York, BoJack goes to see a play by old friend Jill Pill, whom he worked with on his series The BoJack Horseman Show. While grabbing food, Jill urges BoJack to check on their old showrunner Cuddly Whiskers, as she hadn't heard from him in a while. Back on the press tour, BoJack grabs a drink while interviewing a reporter from Manatee Fair. The pair begin to flirt and eventually end up back in BoJack's hotel room. While hooking up, the reporter mentions a boat, which triggers BoJack and sends him spiraling about the incident in New Mexico with Penny and Charlotte. BoJack opens up vaguely about what happened in New Mexico, as well as the fact that he was digitally replaced in the movie, not realizing that the reporter's recorder was on during his vent session. When he wakes up the following morning, she's gone. BoJack panics and runs to Anna for help, who assures him that she is taking care of the problem. Later that night, BoJack does a live Q&A after a screening of Secretariat where he finally stops defending Horseman around.
That TV show? It wasn't me. This movie is me.
An ironic admission, as the opposite is true. When he gets back to LA, BoJack is forced to make the rounds in an attempt to woo Academy members for his nomination. Between attending these various events, he and Diane drop by Cuddly Whisker's house to check on him at Jill Pill's behest, where they discover the dead body of a dancer named Nadia from Whale World in his pool. The cops arrive immediately, and BoJack and Diane are interrogated. Due to a suspicious text in Nadia's phone claiming BoJack is going to kill me, BoJack is the prime suspect. Diane and BoJack head to Whale World to investigate further, meeting the club owner, a guy who played a neighbor named Goober on Horsin' Around. They're told by a dancer to come back later. When they return at night, the club is much sketchier, and the two walk through a back hallway with the words BoJack Kills written on the wall. They soon discover that BoJack is the name of a strain of heroin that is being peddled through the club, and that Nadia died of a heroin overdose. BoJack is cleared of suspicion, and they continue looking for Cuddly Whiskers. After reading a letter Jill wrote to Cuddly Whiskers at his house, BoJack remembers that he has a property in Ojai where he retreats to. Diane and BoJack drive up to the property and find Cuddly Whiskers. He imparts some wisdom on both Diane and BoJack.
Only after you give up everything can you begin to find a way to be happy.
While driving home, BoJack writes off Cuddly Whisker's advice. Not long after this, BoJack boards a submarine to travel to Pacific Ocean City for the Pacific Ocean Film Fest. While underwater, he is incapable of speaking and fears running into Kelsey Jannings after she was fired from Secretariat. BoJack tries to write an apology to Kelsey, but struggles to find the right words. When he eventually does, he catches up to her only to be carried away into a bus by a group of sardines. He falls asleep on the bus, waking up to a seahorse giving birth. He helps deliver the babies, and the seahorse leaves with his new children. BoJack is soon kicked off the bus with no way back to the city when he discovers that one of the seahorse children has attached itself to his back. BoJack then attempts to chaperone the seahorse back to its family. This leads on a wild adventure through beautiful underwater scenery and eventually to a taffy factory, where the seahorse father works. Through trying to keep the seahorse safe, BoJack and the baby accidentally destroy the factory. Taffy explodes out of every window while they swim to safety. BoJack soon manages to bring the baby home, where its father offers BoJack some food. He declines and leaves, looking back at the baby wistfully. He catches a cab back to the city, and with his newfound connection fresh in his mind, he finds the words to apologize to Kelsey. Kelsey, in this terrifying world, all we have are the connections we make. I'm sorry I got you fired. I'm sorry I never called after. He arrives back in the city, finding he missed the Secretariat premiere, which was a big success. While celebrating, he sees Kelsey leave and follows her, giving her the note he wrote. She looks at the note angrily, throws it back at him, and leaves. He then discovers that the ink ran in the water. It was illegible. He then immediately learns that his helmet actually has a speaker, and he could have spoken the entire time. Not long after the POF premiere is the wide theatrical release of Secretariat. BoJack is woken up by Todd early that morning as Todd expresses major excitement for BoJack. Princess Carolyn calls and gives BoJack the good news. Secretariat is a hit, and BoJack is a bona fide movie star.
How do you feel? Awesome.
To celebrate, BoJack and Todd go out to a fancy bar for drinks, where they run into Todd's ex-girlfriend Emily, who expresses her ironic passion for the BoJack Horseman show.
It was more like, what an ill-conceived television show. Who made all those terrible choices?
Emily is there for a wedding rehearsal, and BoJack decides to crash it, which goes over incredibly well at first. However, after giving a speech about knowing you found the right person, one of the brides gets cold feet and calls off the wedding, retreating to the bathroom. BoJack follows her to try and make things right, changing his tune and expressing his real thoughts about finding love and connection, and holding on to it when you find anything halfway worthwhile, because in his experience, if you don't, it only goes downhill.
And you're gonna realize that everybody loves you, but nobody likes you. And that is the loneliest feeling in the world.
This ends up saving the wedding. Later that night, BoJack is wallowing at the bar when Emily shows back up, upset about her evening with Todd. The pair commiserate and end up sleeping together. Soon, BoJack begins being nominated for awards for his performance in Secretariat, including the Golden Snowflake Award, where he faces off against Mitt Derman, Bread Poot, Lerner de Carpicorn, and George Clooners, with the award going to George Clooners this time. Shortly after this, he's up for the Leonard Maltin Award for Pretty Good Actor against the same actors, this time going to Bread Poot. At the after party, BoJack talks to George Clooners, who tells him that he isn't going to win any awards.
George, Bread, Mitt, those are names, like real names.
BoJack gets angry and jealous about this and opts to try and outprank George, a self-proclaimed prank master. He disguises himself as his limo driver, but when he picks George up, he discovers that Anna is actually also George's publicist. BoJack calls her out angrily and fires her. Later that night, BoJack arrives home to find Anna sitting in his living room smoking a cigarette. She reveals that she dropped George as a client and is focusing all her energy on BoJack. She found it thrilling when he fired her, and she channels that into sexual arousal, coming onto BoJack strongly, which transitions into full-on intimidation. Their relationship becomes both professional and sexual after this. Shortly after this, Todd and Emily start up their new business, Cabracadabra, a rideshare app for women with only women drivers. They start the business in BoJack's living room. This makes BoJack uncomfortable and guilt-ridden after sleeping with Emily, and he starts sleeping on his deck to avoid them. While this is happening, BoJack tries to cancel his subscription to the LA Gazette, but the newspaper puts him on the line with their most effective salesperson dubbed the Closer, who effectively begins to walk BoJack through his first ever experience with therapy. She talks him through many of his feelings of guilt and shame about the Todd-Emily situation, and how he keeps people at arm's length because he fears being known. BoJack ends the call, but tells the Closer he will call her back. He attends a meeting about the Secretariat for Your Consideration ad campaign, at which he strongly prefers an ad that is simply a mirror with the words, "You are Secretariat." Anna and his team convince him that this is a bad idea. After the meeting, he and Anna have sex in his car, and afterwards he attempts to get closer to Anna, but Anna rejects him.
You don't want to know me, BoJack.
No, I do. I want to be known and know others.
This seems to be an attempt to defy the Closer's analysis of his relationship tendencies. At some point after this, BoJack follows Anna home and observes her home life from afar, and he claims that it's sad to see people how they really are. BoJack and the Closer continue his stealth therapy sessions, and they actually seem to help him unpack some of his issues. In their final conversation, BoJack decides not to cancel his subscription. This leads BoJack to go to Anna's house and confess his desires to have a relationship with her beyond sex, and also put his foot down about the Secretariat FYC ads. When they finally take a look at the Secretariat mirror billboard, it's clear that it's going to cause problems. On New Year's Eve, BoJack gets a call from Sarah Lynn, wondering if he heard about Ethan Around, the Horsin' Around sequel project that Bradley Hitler Smith is attempting to drum up support for. The idea being that Bradley's character Ethan grows up and adopts 3 horse children. Sarah Lynn also reveals that she's 8 months sober, but tells BoJack to call her when he's ready to party. BoJack jealously calls Bradley about Ethan Around, mad that he wasn't contacted about the project. He doesn't really want to do the project, but he also refuses to say no, and Bradley books a flight to LA to go all in on the TV series. BoJack gets a call from Kelsey Jennings about starring in a small indie film she's producing. His star power can help her get the funding she needs. However, it conflicts with a huge franchise role, The Flight of the Pegasus, that PC is desperately trying to secure for BoJack to make Vim profitable, but Kelsey convinces BoJack.
It's small and it's real, and you get to work with a director who sees you.
To save her agency, Princess Carolyn attempts to secure both roles for BoJack. During the Cabracadabra New Year's party at BoJack's, Bradley shows up with champagne to celebrate Ethan Around with BoJack. However, too cowardly to turn it down, BoJack has Anna reject Bradley's offer for him, brutally.
You are not a television star. You have no talent, and I am forgetting your face even as I'm looking at it.
Shortly after this, BoJack receives a call from Kelsey, furious because his agent didn't lock in his contract for the film and the rights to the material lapsed, meaning she can no longer make the film. PC asked for too much money. BoJack didn't get either the role in Kelsey's film or the role in Flight of the Pegasus. He angrily calls Princess Carolyn, but she ignores him. In early 2016, BoJack meets Princess Carolyn at Elefante, intending to fire her. PC tries her best to damage control the situation, but BoJack is determined. While doing this, he accidentally fires the head chef at Elefante, Sandro, who leaves angrily with the vast majority of the staff, all while a food critic is waiting for her food. BoJack and Princess Carolyn argue for a while, unloading a lot of pent-up feelings and resentment from years of working together and dating. Eventually, they get in a physical fight in the restaurant. Eventually, they end up talking in the meat locker, and PC starts to tell BoJack the things she does like about him, though he tries to write them all off. She tells him she liked being with him and doesn't regret the time they were together. The last staff member remaining at the restaurant then tells BoJack and PC that they need a mushroom risotto for the food critic. Princess Carolyn says she knows how to make it, but BoJack tells her to leave. She does, but shows back up shortly after, making the mushroom risotto to give to the critic. Later, BoJack and Princess Carolyn talk and reminisce about their time together, and about the first few times they ever met. PC begs BoJack not to fire her and give her one last chance. He refuses and fires her anyways. On January 14th, 2016, the Oscar nominations are announced by Mr. Peanut Butter 36 minutes late, and BoJack is nominated for Best Actor for his role in Secretariat. Expecting to feel better about himself, BoJack is disappointed.
I feel the same.
Anna attempts to instill some confidence in BoJack, telling him a personal anecdote about nearly drowning and insisting that he's special. To celebrate, BoJack throws a massive party at his house. During the party, he is delivered tons of free swag, including a Tesla. Diane drops by to see if BoJack is okay, recognizing that he might start spiraling after the announcement. BoJack takes this the wrong way and assumes she's trying to make him feel guilty about the Princess Carolyn situation. She tries to open up, but BoJack rejects this, saying she fetishizes her own sadness, echoing something Anna told him earlier. Diane retorts angrily and hits BoJack with some brutal honesty, that winning an Oscar will not bring him happiness, and then she takes it too far.
And you're gonna be so miserable you'll want to kill yourself. and you're gonna have nobody left to stop you.
Diane leaves angrily, and BoJack starts to spiral even further. He goes to Anna and asks if their relationship will continue after the Oscar season ends. She brushes him off and leaves. BoJack continues to drink and party even harder, eventually finding himself in the driver's seat of his new Tesla, which he accidentally backs into his pool, nearly drowning. Fortunately, Mr. Peanut Butter pulls him out. Unfortunately, Mr. Peanut Butter also reveals some rough news, that he lost the Oscar nomination envelope, and that he and Todd made up all of the nominations that they announced earlier that day. BoJack was never actually nominated for an Oscar. This obviously sends BoJack spiraling even further. The next morning, he desperately tries to call Anna, but she won't pick up the phone. Todd drops by, and BoJack begs him to go to Ojai with him, saying that he really needs him and that Todd owes him after everything he did for him. Todd retorts that he just felt bad about Emily, and BoJack admits that he slept with her.
You had sex with Emily?
Todd gives BoJack a much-needed reality check and lectures him about doing terrible things and then wallowing in his own sadness about the terrible things he does. He tells him he needs to stop blaming others and that he needs to be better.
It's you. Fuck, man. What else is there to say?
Immediately after this, BoJack calls Sarah Lynn and asks if she wants to party, and she excitedly agrees. From January 15th until February 28th, BoJack and Sarah Lynn went on a massive drug-fueled bender. They start at Sarah Lynn's house, where they indulge in Watch Horse and Around DVDs, drinking and doing cocaine that was hidden around her house. During this bender, BoJack starts to black out, and entire chunks of time go missing from his memory. They find themselves at Sarah Lynn's AA meeting, where she gets her 9-month sobriety chip. While there, BoJack scoffs at the stories the members are telling and gets on stage and recounts the events of New Mexico and Penny in an incredibly crude way. Eventually, they start to drive around LA as BoJack attempts to make amends and apologize to those he's wronged. They stop at Mr. Peanut Butter and Diane's house, where nobody is home, eating all of their food in the process. PB and Diane catch them eventually, and as they run off, they knock over Diane, re-breaking her wrist. They stop at Princess Carolyn's apartment, where BoJack just screams, "I'm sorry," over and over. PC and Ralph look down disapprovingly before going back inside. They also go to Anna Spanakopita's place a few times, where Anna continuously attempts to tell BoJack a story about why she cut him off from her life. He keeps blacking out during the story, and then he goes back to hear it again over and over. The story basically relates to a drowning victim and how, as a lifeguard, there are some people you can't save because they thrash and struggle and bring you down with them.
What does it have to do with me?
Eventually, BoJack decides to make the long trek to Ohio to apologize to Penny Carson for the events of New Mexico. After they arrive at Oberlin College, BoJack and Sarah Lynn follow Penny to a few different locations and determine that she seems like she's doing fine. They eventually decide to leave without talking to her. BoJack stumbles and falls into an a cappella group, at which point Penny notices BoJack. The sight of BoJack clearly triggers Penny deeply, and she backs away from the scene distraught. The crowd quickly starts to realize that BoJack is there, as well as Sarah Lynn, and after Penny disappears into the crowd, BoJack and Sarah Lynn start to drive back. On the drive, Sarah Lynn discovers a bag of heroin in BoJack's glove compartment, and when the two get back to Sarah Lynn's house in LA, they snort it together. While high on heroin, the two of them go to a few different locations. First, the very same bench where BoJack gives Sarah Lynn his TV Guide Award. On February 28th, they go to a dingy motel where they lay on the bed together, Sarah Lynn drifting in and out of consciousness. They turn on the TV just in time to see the Oscars award Sarah Lynn for Best Original Song in The Nazi Who Played Yahtzee. Initially, Sarah Lynn is overjoyed with the win before realizing that she should have been at the show herself, overcome with regret. Sarah Lynn has a brief existential panic attack, expressing her unhappiness with how her life turned out.
BoJack, I don't like anything about me.
BoJack tries to help and offers to take Sarah Lynn to the planetarium, a place she requested they go multiple times over their bender. At the planetarium, Sarah Lynn admires the building's architecture. The two of them sit together, looking into the vast empty void of space. Sarah Lynn utters what would be her last words.
I want to be an architect.
BoJack attempts to make himself feel better about his mistakes and regrets with a larger perspective on the universe, claiming that his past doesn't matter.
The only thing that matters is right now. This moment. This one spectacular moment we are sharing together. Right, Sarah Lynn?
Sarah Lynn would never respond. She lost consciousness in the planetarium. When BoJack realizes this, he panics about being responsible. He calls his own cell phone from Sarah Lynn's phone to make it seem like he wasn't with her, and then waits 17 minutes before calling an ambulance to pick her up, to make it seem like he traveled to the planetarium after she called. The ambulance arrives after this and takes Sarah Lynn to the hospital, where BoJack meets Sarah Lynn's mother and stepfather. Sarah Lynn was pronounced dead on February 28, 2016, at 31 years old. After Sarah Lynn's funeral, BoJack sits at home and watches Old Horse and Around episodes, overcome with guilt. Diane shows up and BoJack tells her that he blames himself for what happened, and that nobody is better off having known him. Diane reveals to BoJack that she actually used to watch Horse and Around as a child, and that with her own family's neglect, it brought her comfort.
And it helped me survive. BoJack, there are millions of people who are better off for having known you.
BoJack tells Diane that she's too talented to be doing social media work and expresses sadness that she's gotten so distant.
You know me. better than anybody. And you can't not be a part of my life.
This conversation inspires BoJack. He calls Bradley and convinces him that they have to do Ethan around.
I think now more than ever, people need shows like Horsing Around.
In the summer of 2016, the Ethan Around set is built, and BoJack and Bradley work out the pilot script for the show. BoJack points out that Bradley gave BoJack the cut to commercial joke and insists that he give it to himself.
This is Ethan Around. It's your show.
BoJack incredibly successfully coaches Bradley, showing off his directing potential. Shortly after this, they begin shooting Ethan Around. During a short break on set, BoJack chats with one of the young actresses who plays one of the kids on the show. He asks her what she wants to be when she grows up.
I want to be like you. I want to be famous.
This sends BoJack spiraling, fearing that he is about to lead someone else to the same fate as Sarah Lynn. He panics and bails on the production. He initially goes home, but immediately leaves, getting in his car and driving out of LA. While driving, he closes his eyes, puts his head back, and takes his hands off the wheel, tempting fate. The car starts to drift, but before anything worse can happen, he grabs the wheel and brings the car to a halt as a herd of wild horses run by. He briefly considers joining them when he gets a call from Diane. He ignores the call and gets back in his car. BoJack drives his car across the country, stopping to see sights as he goes, ignoring countless calls and voicemails from Diane. He stops to eat at a diner where he sees a packet of Sugarman Sugar with an image of his mother on it, which gives him his destination. He heads to Harper's Landing, where he would spend summers at his family's lake house as a kid, and begins living in the broken down home. While there, BoJack begins to try and fix up the old Sugarman place, which goes poorly. While at the hardware store, a couple young employees recognize BoJack, but he pretends to be someone else. He learns that they're making a TV show about the Sarah Lynn story and that he'll be played by Paul Giamatti. BoJack's new neighbor, a dragonfly named Eddie, gives BoJack a hard time about the broken door to his house, telling him he'll freeze if he doesn't fix it. BoJack ignores him. By the winter, Eddie is proven right, and BoJack begins to freeze inside the house. He watches the Sarah Lynn story on his phone while wrapped in blankets, nearly frozen as Paul Giamatti gives his over-the-top performance. Eddie opts to fix the door himself, but as BoJack is stubborn, he immediately re-breaks the door. Ultimately, the two bond over the obnoxious employees at the hardware store, and BoJack accepts Eddie's help fixing up the house. From January 2017 through to the summer, BoJack and Eddie slowly fix everything wrong with the place, until it looks exactly like it used to. BoJack points out that there's one thing missing: the weather vane that used to sit on the roof. Eddie goes up to his room and watches his old wedding tape. As he and his wife dance, you can see the old weather vane atop the Clam Brothers barn. The pair head there to steal it back. While there, Eddie distracts everyone by playing piano and singing the song "I Will Always Think of You" as BoJack sneaks atop the barn to steal the weather vane. They retreat back to the house and they put it on the roof. BoJack then falls off the house on purpose, expecting that Eddie will fly to save him. A misguided attempt to get Eddie to fly again after his wife's death. Eddie does fly and is incredibly upset about it. In retaliation, he grabs BoJack and flies him high into the sky, and they're nearly hit by an airplane. The pair fall down into the lake and BoJack pulls Eddie up, saving him from drowning. Eddie laments that BoJack saved him and sobs, claiming that he doesn't want to live anymore. BoJack retreats to the old Sugarman place and finally calls Diane back after nearly a year away. He apologizes and the pair fall back into their Hollywood-centric banter like nothing had changed. The next morning, BoJack has the old Sugarman place torn down as he heads back to Los Angeles. When BoJack arrives back at his place, he passes out on the couch. While he's asleep, Todd and a young horse named Hollyhock arrive. Todd tells BoJack that the girl is his maid.
This is your maid?
BoJack tries to reconnect with Todd as a friend, but Todd rejects his advances. However, Todd does clean BoJack's entire house to keep up the maid charade. Hollyhock ends up hanging out at BoJack's, who sends her to Channing Tatum's house to thank him for getting his mail while he was out of town. Todd arrives back at BoJack later that night and tells him that Hollyhock is his daughter, though it takes a minute for it to sink in. After Todd leaves, Hollyhock shows up and the pair of them talk about their situation.
Well, let me be the first to tell you. I'm bad news.
You're actually not the first to tell me that.
BoJack says he'll be a terrible father, and Hollyhock says she doesn't need another father, but she really wants to meet her mother. Unfortunately, BoJack cannot narrow down who he slept with in December 1999, but suspects it might have been the president of his fan club, Marcy.
I guess Marcy was kind of a poking holes in the condom type.
Hollyhock then starts to leave, hinting that she doesn't want to stay in her dangerous hostel.
Hope there are no murderers out.
Yes, everyone hopes that all the time.
BoJack tells her that she can stay with him while she's in LA. The next day, the pair start to try and track down Hollyhock's mother, starting with Marcy, who immediately claims that Hollyhock is her child. However, after some of her story doesn't add up, Hollyhock tells BoJack that Marcy is lying. They steal one of her scrapbooks to try and track down who he might have slept with in late 1999. Next, they visit actress Tilda Madison, who tells them that she did get pregnant, but she had an abortion.
Nice. Yeah, you don't want any little BoJacks floating around. Last thing this world needs is more of this garbage.
This upsets Hollyhock, who gets fed up with BoJack's attitude and makes him pull over, continuing the search on her own. BoJack
initially goes home, but then regrets that he isn't helping Hollyhock anymore. He then travels around LA talking to everyone on the potential mom list in order to find Hollyhock. When he does, he apologizes to her. Hollyhock expresses her guilt over coming to LA to find her mom in the first place. BoJack insists that it's okay.
No, it's not, because that means my dads weren't enough for me. And they are!
BoJack tries and fails to comfort Hollyhock, who decides she should probably leave LA. BoJack isn't ready to say goodbye, though, and lies about knowing who Hollyhock's mother is, claiming that it's
Carla Mercedes-Benz Brown.
Carla Mercedes-Benz Brown.
2 days later, BoJack admits that he lied about Carla Mercedes-Benz Brown and tells her he's going to help find her real mother, while also venting about his own mother. Hollyhock asks if she can meet his mother. BoJack calls Princess Carolyn for the first time since he left LA. He initially apologizes for his absence, but it's quickly made clear that he actually called so PC could remind him the name of the nursing home where Beatrice lives. The pair drive up to the assisted living facility in Santa Barbara called Walnut Springs to see Beatrice. When they see her, Beatrice doesn't seem to recognize BoJack at all and calls him Henrietta. She does, however, seem to recognize Hollyhock.
There's nobody here named Henrietta.
Henrietta, orange juice, now!
In October 2017, BoJack and Hollyhock visit Beatrice again. This time, while there, they look through old photo albums of Beatrice's life, and Beatrice starts to make some subtly rude comments to Hollyhock about her appearance. BoJack brings a Horsin' Around DVD to watch with Beatrice, and they realize that Beatrice actually recognizes her son in Horsin' Around.
Hush, Henrietta. That's my son on the television.
BoJack comes up with a plan to help Beatrice recognize him by putting on a live episode of Horsin' Around in the nursing home, but for an awful reason.
And when her eyes spark with recognition, I'm gonna sit down next to her, I'm gonna squeeze her hand and get real close and say, you, Mom.
The pair put on the live Horsin' Around episode for Beatrice, but unfortunately, it frightens and confuses her. In her confusion, she shoves over another resident of the facility and is then kicked out of Walnut Springs. She then moves in with BoJack and Hollyhock. Shortly after Beatrice moves in, BoJack starts leaving the house more frequently and for longer periods of time. During this period, BoJack's inner monologue is eating away at him, catastrophizing and highlighting all of his biggest insecurities. Beatrice soon starts to show a bit of livelihood, cooking food, making coffee for Hollyhock, and caring for a baby doll as though it's a real child. BoJack's jealous response to this is to throw the baby doll off the balcony. After this, he retreats to a bar and has a few drinks, before going to Diane and Mr. Peanut Butter's place looking for Diane. However, realizing that he's a mess, he opts not to see Diane as he hasn't contacted her since his return to LA.
First time she sees me, can't be drunk asking for help.
BoJack asks for help, and Mr. Peanut Butter takes the day off from his gubernatorial campaign to give him a friend day. PB uses his sense of smell to track down the doll that BoJack threw, leading them to Felicity Huffman's house down the hill. She has the doll but refuses to give it to BoJack because she's had to deal with the repercussions of living just below his house for years. She agrees to give him the doll back if he'll guest star on her TV show, FHBA Los Angeles. He reluctantly agrees. Before heading back to his house, BoJack grabs a drink with Mr. Peanut Butter and opens up about the Hollyhock situation. He's worried he's going to let her down and that she'll hate him.
Well, maybe this time, don't do the thing that makes her hate you.
BoJack returns home and gives the doll back to his mother. He sees Hollyhock sitting alone on the deck and goes out to talk to her. She asks him why he doesn't like spending time with her, wondering if she's the problem. BoJack reassures Hollyhock that he is the problem, not her.
You need to know that whatever I do, it's not your fault.
She then asks if the voices in your head that tell you you're garbage ever go away. BoJack lies to Hollyhock and tells her that they do go away. Shortly after this, BoJack finally calls Diane. She is not happy about how long it took him to call her and ends the conversation quickly. He heads over to her house to talk to her and finds that there's a big benefit dinner for Mr. Peanut Butter's campaign. He ends up paying a massive amount to get into the dinner. Diane avoids having the conversation with BoJack when suddenly a massive earthquake caused by the fracking around their house sinks the entire home underground, trapping the guests. On the third day underground, BoJack and Diane retreat to Diane's room and begin drinking. Diane opens up about her life and chastises BoJack for disappearing for a year and a half. She then asks why he didn't call her when he got back to LA.
I wanted to be better when you saw me again, and I thought I could be, somehow. But I'm not.
Diane tells him that she needs him in her life, and eventually BoJack tells Diane about the Hollyhock situation.
You got a daughter?
Diane tells BoJack about mutual consent forms, where they can submit forms, and if both the child and mother want to meet each other, the adoption agency can facilitate that. By day 7 underground, BoJack and Diane have run out of alcohol, but BoJack gives Diane his own advice on happiness.
Just pretend you are happy. and eventually you'll forget you're pretending.
Shortly after this, the house is rescued by a colony of ants. Soon, BoJack has to make good on his promise to Felicity Huffman, but only realizes too late that the series is actually a reality competition show called Felicity Huffman's Booty Academy Los Angeles. He brings Hollyhock with him to set. While there, Hollyhock meets an intern named Miles, and the two hit it off and spend the night together. The next day, BoJack tells Hollyhock she'll never hear from Miles again, but he instantly texts her. She immediately leaves to see him, opting for only Beatrice's coffee instead of breakfast. When Hollyhock arrives home that night, BoJack questions where she's been, as well as Miles' intentions, implying that Hollyhock isn't attractive enough for Miles to be interested in her. He says LA is a superficial town and she should be careful. Hollyhock angrily leaves again. The next day, BoJack gets Diane's advice at Hotel King Roosevelt, who tells BoJack to apologize and suggests that maybe his feelings are rooted in his own insecurities. BoJack instead hatches a terrible plan to determine that Miles isn't a good dude. On the set of FHBALA, he convinces one of the contestants to seduce the PA. However, she instead sleeps with the PA, who, as it turns out, is not Miles, who is actually the intern.
You think I was a PA? Nice.
BoJack is then understandably chastised by stars/judges Felicity Huffman and Sir Mix-a-Lot.
We make a show about empowering women and lifting them up, and you cheapen it with this coarse vulgarity. I cannot lie. You disgust me.
BoJack is then fired. Before he can leave, Miles catches up with BoJack and tells him that if he doesn't want him dating Hollyhock, they can work out a deal, and tries to give him his screenplay, confirming BoJack's suspicion that Miles is a dirtbag. He meets Diane at the hotel and talks about it, deciding not to tell Hollyhock. When BoJack arrives home, Hollyhock is drinking coffee and flipping through TV channels at an alarmingly quick speed. She's also sorted all of the change in the house into little piles on the table in alphabetical order by year. She asks BoJack about Miles, and he tells her that he was just jealous. Hollyhock expresses concern that Miles hasn't texted her, and BoJack then gives Hollyhock some of the best advice he's ever given anyone.
Hollyhock, you are an amazing woman, and you should never settle for someone who only loves the idea of you.
He then asks her if she wants to get some ice cream. She says she's not hungry and keeps flipping channels. Soon after this, BoJack brings Diane to the county courthouse to find Hollyhock's birth certificate, even though Diane is sure this plan is bad. They end up leaving because the line is too long. That night, BoJack calls Princess Carolyn to complain more about his day. Princess Carolyn tells him that when she has a really bad day, she likes to imagine her great-great-great-granddaughter talking to her class about her, and about how everything worked out in the end. BoJack points out that this is fake. Not long after this, BoJack, Hollyhock, Beatrice, and Tina are playing Uno. Hollyhock retreats to the bathroom and passes out and is taken to the hospital. At the hospital, BoJack tries desperately to see her, but the hospital won't let him in since he isn't her legal guardian. He waits in the waiting room. Later, he overhears a group of men talking about Hollyhock, which turn out to be her 8 gay polyamorous dads. They angrily introduce themselves and reveal to BoJack that Hollyhock overdosed on amphetamines. They blame BoJack and tell him that he can never see her again. BoJack returns home, goes to his bathroom, and flushes all of his pills down the toilet, collapsing in a panicked state, likely traumatized upon realizing that the 2 daughter figures he had in his life both overdosed. However, a week later, BoJack realizes the true nature of the overdose. Beatrice had been spiking Hollyhock's coffee with Chub Be Gone, a weight loss amphetamine, an old family trick, something she had been conditioned to do her whole life. BoJack furiously drives Beatrice to the new nursing home, requesting their worst available room. He opens her blinds to her new view of the dumpster, says goodbye, and starts to walk away, when Beatrice miraculously recognizes him for the first time since she started suffering from dementia. He can't help but stop and talk to her. She cannot comprehend that this is where she lives, and so BoJack lies. He tells her that she's in Michigan at the lake house with her whole family.
We're sitting on the back porch and we're listening to your brother play the piano, and we're eating ice cream. Vanilla ice cream.
Beatrice accepts this, and BoJack leaves his mom at the nursing home. After this, BoJack tries to contact Hollyhock and tells her dads that it wasn't her fault, that it was Beatrice, but they hang up on him. BoJack meets with Princess Carolyn at a bar where she tries to convince him to star in a TV show she's producing called Filbert. PC mentions Matthew Perry, which triggers a memory where Hollyhock brings up Matthew Perry while sending a letter to her mother via the adoption agency. He rushes home and finds that the letter had been forwarded from the adoption agency to both Beatrice and somebody named Henrietta Platschke in San Francisco, then forwarded to Beatrice at Walnut Springs in Santa Barbara, and finally forwarded to Beatrice back at BoJack's house. BoJack then goes up to San Francisco and manages to track down Hollyhock's birth certificate. It was never in Los Angeles, and on it her parents' names, Butterscotch Horseman and Henrietta Platschke. BoJack was never Hollyhock's father, he's her half-brother. He finds Henrietta's phone number on Facebook and flies to Wichita to give it to her. He arrives at her house and manages to convince her dads to give her the phone number. He says he understands if he can't see her again, but he needs her to know the truth about her father and who her mother actually is. They agree to tell her, but they make him leave. Soon after this, back in LA, BoJack is drinking alone at home when Princess Carolyn shows up. She tells BoJack that she screwed up and that she promised the network that he would star in her TV show.
I'll do it.
What?
You want me to do it? I'll do it.
God knows you've done enough for me.
Later that day, BoJack starts reading the script for Filbert when he gets a call from Hollyhock. She thanks him for getting the info about her mom to her. They have a really lovely conversation, but when BoJack starts to act too fatherly, Hollyhock cuts him off.
I never needed you to be a dad. I'm going to be fine, but I've never had a brother.
In early 2018, BoJack helps Diane move into a dilapidated apartment called Le Triste after her divorce from Mr. Peanut Butter. Diane claims that she and Mr. Peanut Butter are still friends and invites BoJack to his housewarming party later that week. Diane shows up at BoJack's house after a leakage issue at her building. The pair end up drinking the evening away together. While drunk, Diane comments that this is the first time they've both been single at the same time, though neither of them act on it. She mentions forgetting where BoJack had gone during the spring of 2015 when he abandoned the Secretariat set, thinking that he was in Michigan. BoJack admits that he was in New Mexico staying with a family, but does not go into details.
Luckily, it worked out all fine. No, and I got a boat, and I came back. End of story.
He attempts to ask Diane something else, but she passes out on the couch. The next evening, BoJack arrives at her apartment ready to carpool to Mr. Peanut Butter's party. He compliments her new makeover.
Did you get a longer neck or something?
Diane thinks he's hitting on her and playfully turns him down. Annoyed, he angrily heads back home, saying her fun new look isn't her authentic self. BoJack gets a call from Diane shortly after she returns from a trip to Vietnam. She apologizes for being a hot mess, claiming she just needs a friend to get through a rough patch in her life. In August 2018, Filbert begins shooting in a near replica of BoJack's house as the set. The set designer was allegedly inspired by David Boreanaz's house after touring. Shortly after beginning production, BoJack and his co-star Gina Cazador start hooking up. BoJack has been rationing his alcohol to last an entire week without binge drinking. He's also kept up his relationship with Hollyhock, including weekly calls with her on Sundays. Frustrated with the writing on the show, BoJack admits to PC that he doesn't like his character Filbert, as he sees too much of himself in the role. PC advises him to see the character as an opportunity to improve his own behavior off set and not take the character home with him at night.
And then when you're done shooting, you take off your costume and you're BoJack, the star of the show that everybody likes.
BoJack takes this advice to heart and becomes friendlier with the crew. During the shoot, he seems to be falling for Gina as they have chemistry, but she doesn't want anything too serious. Later on set, BoJack discovers Gina listens to show tunes from a corn-themed musical. Gina tells him in private her childhood dream of acting on Broadway, but she never made it in theater and settled for TV roles instead. BoJack tells Flip and PC about this, who mention having her sing in a nightclub scene.
It's your big break, and I help.
Gina is mortified, but BoJack convinces her to sing for PC and Flip, which goes less than stellar. BoJack later apologizes to Gina, claiming she just had a bad audition and that she shouldn't give up, but she ends the discussion flatly.
You did your good deed, so you can feel good about yourself.
Diane interrogates BoJack and Princess Carolyn about attempting to cast Vance Wagner, a problematic actor, as BoJack's partner on Filbert at the Forgivies. A picture taken out of context appears to make BoJack look disgusted at Vance's return to Hollywood. BoJack agrees to make an appearance on a female-oriented talk show called The Squawk. He tries to set the record straight over the picture, but the hosts continually talk over him, crediting BoJack as an outspoken feminist against choking women.
I'm just gonna stay here, being woke.
Anna Spanakopita is Vance's publicist and uses Diane's words in private as a targeted attack against BoJack during a press conference. BoJack shows up at Diane's apartment, asking her to help write some public statements to prove Filbert isn't sexist and preserve his newfound reputation. However, Diane comes up empty. BoJack experiences a revelation about the show during an interview with a Ryan Seacrest type.
You're not supposed to like John Filbert or agree with the things he does. It's a TV show. It doesn't glamorize anything, but maybe it normalizes it.
He abruptly leaves and heads to Diane's, begging her to join the show as a consulting producer to provide a more nuanced approach to the writing.
Nothing I do changes anything.
No? Changed me.
Convinced, Diane accepts the job, though she is ignored by Flip, who tells her to take the paycheck and stay out of the way. When Diane leaves set, she's confronted by Anna Spanakopita in her car, armed with the Manatee Fair writer's tape recorder. Diane hears BoJack vaguely confess on tape about almost sleeping with a girl on his boat while away in New Mexico. With Princess Carolyn on a personal trip visiting North Carolina, BoJack continuously calls PC, complaining about the aggressive shoot schedule and the scripts.
No show should have that much talking. TV is a visual medium.
BoJack can't contain his jealousy over Mr. Peanut Butter's far more favorable reception from the crew. Trying to win their affection, BoJack asks Flip for a stunt scene, but gets cold feet at the last minute, begging Princess Carolyn to intervene on his behalf. Because Princess Carolyn is spread thin on her trip, she forgets to contact Flip. While performing the elaborate motorcycle stunt in a scene written by Diane, BoJack is severely injured.
Sartre was wrong. Physical pain is so much worse than prolonged emotional distress.
BoJack calls Princess Carolyn while he's in the hospital, drugged up on pain medication.
Let me tell you, you accidentally drive a motorcycle off a building and suddenly you are everybody's favorite guy.
In October 2018, BoJack's mother Beatrice dies. BoJack delivers an impassioned but bitter eulogy at her funeral.
I kept waiting for that, the proof that even though my mother was a hard woman, She loved me and cared about me and wanted me to know that I made her life a little bit brighter. Even now, I find myself waiting.
He speaks with both contempt and sorrow until realizing he's in the wrong funeral parlor. BoJack asks for the crew to be extra nice to him on set after Beatrice's passing. And around this time, Diane sets a boundary with BoJack, asking for some space from him temporarily, as recommended by her therapist, Dr. Indira. BoJack starts talking to Dr. Indira behind Diane's back, unknowingly experiencing much-needed therapy sessions. Upon discovering this a couple of days later, Diane asks BoJack to see a different therapist, though he ignores her request.
Newsflash, you're not the only one going through shit right now. Maybe if I could talk to you, I wouldn't need to be looking for other friends.
Diane storms out, saying she can't see Dr. Indira anymore as it's a breach of privacy. Once Indira broaches future therapy sessions with BoJack involving discussing his mother, he makes a flimsy excuse and leaves. Diane apologizes to BoJack on the Filbert set, recognizing that therapy is a positive step for him. In denial, BoJack obliviously comments he bailed on the sessions after she left and only talked to Dr. Indira when Diane was avoiding him during lunch breaks.
Yeah, I'm not someone therapy works on. I might be too smart.
Furious at his arrogance comparing their emotional struggles as one and the same, Diane feverishly writes more pages into the script, alleviating Flip's writer's block in the process. The new dialogue includes part of his tape transcript from the Manatee Fair reporter.
If Fritz hadn't come for you, what would you have done with the girl?
Part of me is sure I couldn't go through with it, but another part knows that's a lie.
How do you make something right when you've made it so wrong?
At the end of the shoot, BoJack exchanges awkward eye contact with Diane, realizing she might know about New Mexico. On Halloween 2018, Mr. Peanut Butter and the party crew show up at BoJack's house once again. He complains to Gina about hating these parties, but that he takes no action to stop them. BoJack reminisces about the Jessica Biel mummy situation from 2004, and he completely forgets that she was married to PB at the time and openly disregards Mr. Peanut Butter's new girlfriend, Pickles.
Do I need to know this one? She gonna be around for a while?
BoJack bumps into Diane at the party as well, who's only there to drop off a new Filbert script, but she ends up stuck due to the jam-packed parking lot. He tries to mention the script involving the submarine scene, but Diane isn't really having it, walking off as he takes more pills. By the time Gina's returned with her makeshift drugstore costume, the party is over.
Hey, let's do this again next year.
Filbert wraps up production in November 2018. On the last day of shooting, Gina recommends she and BoJack stop hooking up upon the release of the show. BoJack picks up Hollyhock from the airport with a homemade sign for her visit. They arrive back at his home, but she's triggered by the memories of Beatrice drugging her coffee the previous year.
My mom is dead, so nobody is going to drug you with secret pills. All right?
After gorging themselves on pizza together, Hollyhock playfully tries to take his car keys so they can get dessert afterwards. However, a pill bottle falls out of his pocket and Hollyhock has a panic attack, assuming that he drugged her. She quickly dumps them down the sink.
I'm not doing drugs. This was medicine.
He pretends to not guilt trip her, but totally guilt trips her into helping him get more. They end up visiting Dr. Who, Sarah Lynn's former drug dealer, who explains that he spent a month in rehab at Pastiche's Malibu after Sarah Lynn's funeral. Now sober, he refuses to help BoJack. They head to Gina's unoccupied house as BoJack believes he had left some medication there. Hollyhock breaks in just as Gina arrives back home. BoJack distracts her by talking about continuing their relationship beyond Filbert's production.
BoJack, is it possible that we're the ones we've been waiting for?
Hollyhock exits the house quietly, grabbing the wrong pills by mistake. In a bit of desperation, the duo heads to the LA River to pick up from a drug dealer. Hollyhock is due to fly back home that night, but BoJack continues his guilt trip. The pair flee the scene of the crime once the cops arrive, including a barely recognizable Officer Meow Meow Fuzzy Face. Hollyhock questions whether BoJack actually needs the pills, as he was able to lift her over a chain link fence during their escape. He criticizes her while also victimizing himself.
So I'm sorry that you had one bad experience with my mom, but I have been in pain my whole life.
Defeated, BoJack takes her back to the airport and they apologize to each other. Hollyhock says that drugs are okay as long as he's only taking them when he's actually hurt and when a real doctor prescribes them to him. He promises, but he can't make eye contact with her when he responds.
Okay, I love you.
Hollyhock leaves without BoJack reciprocating. After she leaves, BoJack deliberately rams into oncoming traffic to receive more pain medication. He breaks his arm in the process. Approximately 2 months after the accident, in January 2019, BoJack and Gina get ready for the Filbert premiere. To his surprise, Filbert is well received in early critical reviews.
Filbert is an astonishment, with Horseman bringing surprising depth to the eponymous character.
BoJack gives Gina a pair of earrings as a premiere party gift. On the drive over, Gina asks if they should be a public couple at the premiere. BoJack hesitates before turning down a carpool offer from Mr. Peanut Butter. They arrive on the red carpet to a slew of paparazzi, and BoJack has an awkward exchange with Diane. She asks when the accident happened, though he can't remember it properly due to his overuse of painkillers. Flip and BoJack address the audience before the premiere. BoJack makes a statement about his interpretation of Filbert as a character.
And I think that that's what this show says, is that we're all terrible, so therefore we're all
okay.
BoJack chats with Gina over drinks after the screening, before a journalist asks Gina for a solo interview. During a smoke break, Diane confronts BoJack outside the premiere about his comments on the character, horrified by his rationalization.
I don't want you or anyone else justifying their shitty behavior because of the show.
BoJack points out that she wrote something that's connecting to people, and that should be seen as a good thing. Diane resists, feeling like she barely knows him anymore after what happened in New Mexico. She lists off a series of incriminating details before BoJack retorts that she never directly asked him about it. She presses on before they're interrupted by a photographer. Through gritted smiles, they argue about withholding information from each other. Diane states that his crappy behavior reflects poorly on her by association, which BoJack takes personally. Diane attempts to walk away, but BoJack rattles off other awful things that he's done, even mentioning the incident with Sharona, which stops Diane in her tracks. Diane questions how sincerely he regrets his actions. BoJack claims he feels bad, but doesn't show that he's trying to take accountability.
I'm the one who has to live with this shit. I'm the one who has to feel the guilt all day, every day. I'm the one who has suffered the most because of the actions of BoJack Horseman.
BoJack sees himself as his own biggest victim, but Diane immediately brings up Sarah Lynn. She reminds BoJack that he was the only consistent father figure in her life. He continually abused that trust by being sexually inappropriate with her, as well as breaking her sobriety for his own comfort. BoJack concedes that she won the argument, claiming he wants to move forward and stop dwelling on things. Diane tells him that he hasn't changed at all, and he angrily retorts,
Yes, congratulations. You are the last person to get that. I'm not gonna change. I don't need your help for changing.
BoJack says that he's improved as a person since the release of One Trick Pony, but Diane claims this isn't true. Not wanting to lose her as a friend, he confesses to visiting Charlotte in New Mexico. Desperately fumbling over his words, he claims nothing had happened with Charlotte's daughter yet, leading Diane to storm off. Realizing he messed up, BoJack ingests a substantial amount of pills and heads back into the party. He kisses Gina during an interview to the delight of the press. Filbert premieres and is a massive success, doing wonders for Gina's career. By March 2019, she is a bona fide star. BoJack has been taking pain medication in higher doses, so much so that it's warping his sense of reality and causing hallucinations, all while shooting Filbert Season 2. Despite the success of the show, BoJack still has an inkling that something is off.
It's like there's always something lurking just beyond the horizon.
Princess Carolyn has been keeping tabs on BoJack during production. His erratic behavior could jeopardize the entire production, not unlike what happened on Secretariat. BoJack ignores her comments, self-medicating with more pills, and criticizes her for being gone when he got injured.
You're doing a great job making me feel like you give a shit. You're gonna be an awesome mom.
BoJack now has a substantial number of stash locations for the pills. He takes them by the handful, completely dependent on them. He finds a ransom note that makes him believe somebody is trying to sabotage the show. Because of his impaired state of mind, he darts around Hollywood, eager for clues and looking to solve the mystery.
Who would want to take down BoJack Horseman?
No longer able to differentiate between real life and fiction, BoJack's behavior becomes increasingly erratic. During a visit to Todd's office, BoJack believes he's being attacked by Todd's sex robot turned company president, Henry Fondle, and attempts to fight back. He experiences a vivid hallucination of his past sins as a musical number performed by Gina. As Gina sings Don't Stop Dancing, BoJack journeys through his memories as set pieces and choreographed dances, all involving people he's impacted and hurt during his life. He wakes up from his nightmare and is confronted by Gina the following morning about his pill addiction. BoJack angrily tries to take the pills back from her and chases her around the house. He brandishes the ransom note as Gina reveals it's part of a viral marketing campaign for the show. BoJack demands the pills back from Gina and punches the wall. Later on the set of Filbert, they shoot a scene where Filbert must strangle Gina's character Sassy. In a drugged-out rage and unaware of what is real or not, BoJack continues strangling Gina after they've called cut.
BoJack? Buddy? I think he's really strangling her.
Disgustingly, Flip tells the cameraman to keep rolling. Mr. Peanut Butter intervenes and pulls BoJack off of Gina before it's too late.
What the f is wrong with you?
Still in a daze, BoJack flashes back to the heavenly staircase. At the top, he is only face to face with the giant Filbert balloon from the premiere, staring blankly down at him. After this incident, Filbert shuts down production for a few days. BoJack wakes up disoriented on his couch at home, alerted by a phone call from PC. She comes over and talks to him out on the balcony, coaching him on doing an interview with talk show host Biscuits Braxby to talk about the incident. BoJack asks Princess Carolyn to show him the video, not remembering the previous evening's events or grasping the severity of the situation.
Just let me see it. How bad could it be?
She reluctantly shows it to him, and he realizes how bad things got when he was drugged up. BoJack arrives at the Filbert set for the interview. He tries to apologize to her, wanting to come clean about everything to the public. Gina is furious at him, but tells him he can't tell the truth, as she's finally now getting the career that she always dreamed of.
People know me because of my acting, and all that goes away if I'm just
the girl who got choked by BoJack Horseman.
They launch into the awkward interview with Biscuits, even having to kiss each other when questioned about their status as a couple. The interview ends, leaving BoJack alone, occupied with only his own thoughts. Ironically, the WhatTimeIsItRightNow.com streaming service ends up folding due to the sexual harassment scandal involving Henry Fondle, the sex robot, canceling Filbert immediately. A disheveled BoJack shows up at Diane's apartment. He asks her to write a takedown article on him in an attempt to become a better person, but Diane refuses.
Whatever you put in that story, no one is gonna hold you accountable. You need to take responsibility for yourself.
Feeling helpless, BoJack tries to take more pills, but stops himself, realizing he can't get better on his own. Diane drives him to Pastiches, a rehab clinic in Malibu, encouraging him to seek help.
You can go back home and try to do things your way like you've been doing all your life, or you can see what these guys have to offer.
Diane shares a story with BoJack about a toxic friend she had in high school. Against her better judgment, she ended up staying friends with that person out of a sense of loyalty. She now feels like she's doing the same for BoJack, as she knows this is a positive opportunity for him. BoJack decides that he does need to give rehab a try.
I'm gonna say, hello, I am BoJack Horseman. Obviously, you know who I am because I'm very famous, and also we called ahead. And I am here because I need help.
BoJack checks into Pastiches and starts his rehab journey, struggling through the first few weeks. Upon seeing a selfie of Sarah Lynn during her time there, BoJack changes his approach to recovery with a renewed sense of purpose. At rehab, BoJack's therapy horse, Dr. Champ, asks BoJack to share a story of the first time he ever drank alcohol, but he deflects the comment, turning it into a joke. BoJack's last day in rehab was meant to be in June 2019, though he had reservations about leaving.
I'm here because I made choices. Nobody made me drink.
He also spills the beans on the other individuals in rehab, including a woman named Jameson, who continues to drink smuggled-in vodka.
This is your 5th time in rehab. Maybe it's a sign it's not working, huh?
Jameson complains that she's forced to be there by her father, and BoJack follows her off-site to a house party as a chaperone to keep her out of trouble. While at the party, BoJack nearly relapses, but triggering memories send him into a panic attack. He eventually finds his way to Jameson's house. She tries to lash out and damage her father's car, but BoJack stops her.
Parents are terrible, but destroying things isn't going to change them. All you can change is you.
After recalling a troubling memory, BoJack channels his repressed childhood rage and destroys the car with Jameson. This wakes up her father, with BoJack discovering this is a pattern of behavior with Jameson. He and BoJack have an earnest conversation.
Change is hard. Takes a long time.
Jameson and BoJack return to Pastiches the following morning as he criticizes her ungrateful attitude.
I wish I had someone when I was your age who cared about me enough to put me in rehab.
Jameson tries to sneak in a water bottle of vodka, and BoJack takes it from her. He agrees to a selfie with the attendant and signs up for an additional 6 weeks of rehab. BoJack keeps the bottle of vodka as a reminder for following through with the program in honor of Sarah Lynn. Soon after this, BoJack contacts Princess Carolyn, waking up her baby in the process. He asks for help with making a list of people to apologize to. Princess Carolyn obliges, asking for his opinion on a baby name in the process. The following day, BoJack calls a stressed-out Princess Carolyn from Mr. Peanut Butter's phone, stating he just showed up at rehab for the friends and family meeting. He asks her to come pick him up. BoJack tries to get him to leave, but Mr. Peanut Butter sticks around, using the group to garner his own life advice. BoJack talks to Mr. Peanut Butter after the meeting about the dangers of bottling up his feelings.
You think you're protecting them from your toxicity. You convince yourself that you're being selfless, but it comes out in other ways, and it infects everything.
2 days later, BoJack wakes up Princess Carolyn, who showed up at Pastiches to pick up Mr. Peanut Butter but promptly fell asleep. Later that day, BoJack calls Princess Carolyn, apologizing for making her life more difficult during that week. He claims he didn't want to bother her with the friends and family meetings due to her already overloaded schedule. To his surprise, Princess Carolyn says she'd be happy to come to them in the future. In October 2019, BoJack sends Diane a series of letters from rehab while she's on the road with Guy for Girl Crush. He admits that the structure is actually quite helpful for him, even though he believes the experience will ultimately be fleeting.
As nice as this is, I know that someday I'll have to go back to the real world.
BoJack sends the last letter to Diane just as she's landing back in Los Angeles, showing he has finally made a breakthrough in recovery.
I wasted so many years being miserable because I assumed that was the only way to be. I don't want to do that anymore.
BoJack gets a night away from rehab to go to a surprise wedding for Mr. Peanut Butter and Pickles. With his Pastiches-approved chaperone, he has to evade the couple throughout the house as they fight over Mr. Peanut Butter's infidelity. Diane shows up to tell BoJack that she plans to move to Chicago with her new boyfriend. BoJack and Diane hide out in a ledge as Mr. Peanut Butter admits he cheated on Pickles with Diane. Pretending to be smart home appliances, they convince PB to apologize to Pickles sincerely. Afterward, BoJack helps Diane back in, asking if the cheating business is why she's leaving. He finds out she wanted to tell him in person to make sure he'd be okay without her.
Promise? Because if something happens to you and I'm in Chicago...
That's not a friendship. That's a hostage situation. go to Chicago.
The pair finally leave the party with the rest of the trapped guests. By November 2019, BoJack has been in rehab for 6 months and Dr. Champ is ready to send him home. BoJack makes it outside but hesitates, seeing the paparazzi birds awaiting the arrival of Joey Pogo, a Gen Z influencer. BoJack has an internal crisis, realizing he's being kicked out for someone more relevant than he is. He interrupts one of Dr. Champ's sessions and insists that he's staying, scared of life without the structure of rehab. Scared of leaving rehab, BoJack tries to drink some of the vodka, but can't do it, chucking the bottle out the window. It somehow lands on a pallet of water bottles and is immediately consumed by Dr. Champ. Desperate to do the right thing, BoJack shuts Dr. Champ up in his room, trying to make sure he sobers up by the following morning. The next day, BoJack apologizes to Dr. Champ. They agree to not tell anyone about it, and BoJack helps him escape out the window. Dr. Champ steals a nearby van, leaving the facility, and BoJack packs his things once again, ready to finally head home. On the way home, he spots the van at a bar, and he tries to convince a drunken Dr. Champ to go back with him, but he refuses.
Check, please.
During their arguments, Dr. Champ drunkenly observes BoJack's lack of healthy relationships with other horses, stemming from a hatred of his parents.
Okay, you got me. My parents gave me an internalized self-hatred of horses, so my horse body is a prison that I can never escape.
Eventually, BoJack brings Dr. Champ to Partridge's, a direct competitor and neighbor of Pastiches. Dr. Champ directly blames BoJack for his relapse.
Of course you did this to me, because I cared about you, and you ruin people who care about you.
Realizing the fallacy of this claim, BoJack wishes him luck and leaves rehab for good.
I want you to remember what you did to me.
I remember everything. I'm sober now.
When BoJack arrives home, he begins to clean up the house, but is haunted by memories of his worst behavior from the past. He leaves to go for a drive and clear his head, though all he can think of is past arguments. He arrives at his destination, an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting. BoJack settles into a seat only to realize that Sharona is one of the attendees.
God, this feels so dumb. And I'm an alcoholic.
He awkwardly attempts to talk to Sharona, but she brushes him off. From there, he goes to grab food with Todd. BoJack learns about Todd's struggling asexual dating app, but compliments his nannying abilities. He then discusses his plans for traveling the country to distance himself from LA.
I thought, that sounds perfect. Every city a clean slate.
While at the airport, he chats with the quirky Cinnabon cashier Maud. His first flight brings him to Chicago to visit Diane. She's in the middle of a serious depressive bout while Guy is out of town, and the pair catch up at Parmadillo's. BoJack asks if he can stay at her place, but she hastily refuses, revealing she's been struggling with writer's block and depression. BoJack does his best to be encouraging, citing medication as a possible solution.
What's the point?
Of antidepressants? I believe the point is to be antidepressed.
BoJack attempts to refocus the conversation, paraphrasing Dr. Champ's wrongful criticisms. He instead reworks them into a showing of gratitude for her loyalty.
I wanted to thank you for believing in me when I didn't, and for encouraging me to accept the help I needed.
The next morning, BoJack selflessly tidies up the apartment while Diane sleeps. Then he flies off to Connecticut to visit Hollyhock. His arrival overlaps with Hollyhock's plans with her best friend Tawny, and she explains that all of Tawny's acting classes were canceled as the professor quit, forcing her to change majors.
I'll bet a lot of actors would love to teach in a place like this.
Without a further destination planned, BoJack heads back to LA and visits Princess Carolyn. He gives her his Hockney painting as a belated baby shower gift.
It's a 1970s pop art interpretation of the narcissist myth.
Narcissist? I thought the painting was about me.
He asks Princess Carolyn for a reference to apply for the professorship at Wesleyan, which she obliges. Princess Carolyn voices being worried about missing formative moments with Ruthie after she returns to work, but BoJack reassures her that needing help isn't a sign of weakness.
You need your own Princess Carolyn to take care of you.
In January 2020, BoJack calls Dean Squishy Face about the still undecided teaching position at Wesleyan. At his AA meeting, BoJack vents about how lonely his house feels post-rehab.
But it's the same house, the same city, just nothing's changed. So how am I supposed to?
He's approached by Sharona after the meeting, who cites the Sarah Lynn incident as her rock bottom. He apologizes to her, and she gives him a haircut for old time's sake, revealing he's been dyeing his hair ever since Horsin' Around ended. BoJack then receives a call from the dean, awarding him the position at Wesleyan.
I'll be on the next plane.
Welcome to Wesleyan, Professor.
At the airport, BoJack overhears Maud's relationship woes. Feeling she might hit it off with Todd, he mentions the asexual dating app to her. Due to icy conditions, his connecting flight is canceled, and BoJack spends the day stuck in Washington, D.C. After a wardrobe change, he runs into Mr. Peanut Butter, who's coincidentally there to address Congress about depression. They spend some time at the Smithsonian, checking out memorabilia displays from their respective shows. BoJack decides to finally give Mr. Peanut Butter the crossover episode he's always wanted.
This is the best day!
With his flight rescheduled, BoJack visits Old Town Horseburg and attends a church service with the townsfolk made up entirely of horses.
It is only when we show ourselves forgiveness and mercy that we truly live a life of grace, that we are reborn.
Sitting in thought after the service ends, BoJack is approached by the preacher, who invites him to stay for the next service. Later that month, BoJack prepares for his first day of classes at Wesleyan by rehearsing his opening lecture. BoJack begins class as the students eagerly interrupt his flow, wanting to show their work from the previous semester. BoJack enjoys helping them refine the scenes, getting so caught up that he unknowingly goes 20 minutes over their designated time. 6 weeks further into the semester, BoJack has taken a more active presence on campus. He engages in regular office hours, counseling with his students, and goes to AA meetings outside of class. BoJack attends all of Hollyhock's rugby games, noticing that she's been more evasive with him than usual. She even refuses to let him hang out with her after a game, saying there will be alcohol at the bar.
That's okay.
And young girls.
What's that have to do with anything?
To try and salvage his relationship with his sister, BoJack becomes extremely supportive of Hollyhock during her games. It doesn't help. After finding out she quit the team, BoJack heads to her dorm to talk. Hollyhock sets a boundary with BoJack, requesting that he prioritize being a teacher first while she focuses on studying, and in return, he invites her to the acting showcase at the end of the semester, which she agrees to attend. BoJack receives a call from his accountant about how much rehab had cost him. To recoup, BoJack sells Elefante to Mr. Peanut Butter and Joey Pogo. In March 2020, BoJack invites Diane to his student's acting showcase and asks about her book progress. Later, BoJack invites Princess Carolyn to lead an industry Q&A session with his students. Princess Carolyn tries to recruit one of his students, Stan, to represent him as an actor. BoJack tries to discourage this.
You're gonna look back and realize these days on campus, they were the last days you were truly free.
Despite his best efforts, PC convinces Stan to sign with her. The acting showcase happens at the end of the semester, in late spring 2020. Todd, Diane, and PC are all there to support BoJack, but Hollyhock doesn't show. BoJack delivers a heartfelt opening speech before they begin. Backstage, he tries to call Hollyhock before storming over to her dorm to confront her. Hollyhock realizes she was missing the showcase and immediately texts an apology to Tawny, claiming she's been busy writing final papers.
People came all the way from California to see my showcase, from Chicago.
Concerned, BoJack asks her why she's been avoiding him all semester.
This was my life, my world, and you just, live here now.
BoJack apologizes for never asking Hollyhock if she was okay with him teaching at Wesleyan and offers to stop teaching there the following semester. Hollyhock instead tells BoJack that Tawny says he's a great teacher and that she loves Tawny even if they're in a fight.
Are we in a fight?
Yeah.
BoJack rushes back to the end of the showcase, applauding the hard work of his students. He abruptly receives a call from Charlotte, who demands he stop a group of reporters from bothering Penny.
I swear I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you better figure it out.
BoJack passes out in a panic attack and is dragged back to his office by Todd, PC, and Diane. Holed up in his office while avoiding the students, BoJack explains the situation to his friends. He finishes his story, each of the others responding in separate ways. PC is in full spin mode, citing the lack of illegal activity. Todd sees his conduct as sketchy, whereas Diane wonders if there isn't a larger aspect to the story.
They're working on something bigger. What did you do this time?
BoJack says he's been on his best behavior since leaving Pastiches. The group decides to make a comprehensive list of his actions prior to attending rehab.
What's the point of working on myself and getting sober and getting better if no matter what, there are people out there just waiting to tear me down?
BoJack goes on a defensive tirade, yearning to get his own revenge on the reporters. Todd calls out his toxic behavior.
Call me when new BoJack's back.
Shortly after this, Diane receives a call from Paige Sinclair, a journalist from the Hollywood Reporter. She hangs up and reveals the subject matter.
Their story is about you and Sarah Lynn.
With his biggest fears realized, he finally tells Diane and PC the real story of his involvement with Sarah Lynn's overdose, that he was with her the entire time.
I left and came back and pretended I'd found her that way.
They're interrupted by one of the students, asking BoJack to deliver end-of-year superlatives during the cast party. BoJack obliges them, savoring his last bit of normalcy.
You've shown me the type of person I didn't know I wanted to be. And this semester, I got to be that person.
PC urges BoJack to write a legally ambiguous statement to protect his new reputation, but Diane compels BoJack to be honest, even if it causes him to lose his professorship. BoJack receives a call from Paige Sinclair, who questions him about his involvement with Sarah Lynn. Revealing her story will run the following week, but BoJack denies all charges. Furious at BoJack's lying, Diane leaves his office in disgust. With PC's help, BoJack writes a disingenuous statement to refute the allegations.
Rehab was supposed to be a fresh start. But no matter how many starts I get, there's always the same ending.
PC tells BoJack that she's still there for him, against her better judgment, but with the same bond of loyalty that has kept them together for decades. She wants their relationship to have a happy ending.
Is it possible you letting me go is the happy ending?
BoJack decides to own up to his behavior, no longer content to keep running away. The Hollywood Reporter story breaks, and BoJack agrees to do an exclusive interview with Biscuits Braxby. They shoot the interview on the old Filbert set, previously used for the damage control interview with BoJack and Gina. During the interview, BoJack explains that Sarah Lynn's death was his wake-up call to change himself through attending rehab and embracing sobriety. His biggest revelation came from recognizing how his consumption of television at a young age imprinted onto his personality as an escape from his tumultuous home life. He previously saw life as an acting role, but now recognizes it as his impression of writers and actors working through their own issues.
I felt like a Xerox of a person, you know what I mean?
During the interview, BoJack comes across as sympathetic. Post-interview, BoJack brags about the quality of his performance to Princess Carolyn, and the following morning, BoJack wakes up to a positive outpouring of support for his interview. He receives a call from Dean Squishyface, who welcomes him back to teach at Wesleyan, and BoJack and PC receive a call from Pinky Penguin, ecstatic about the ratings boost for MBN. He compels BoJack to do a second interview, despite PC's hesitation. BoJack does another interview with Biscuits, who discusses a series of incriminating actions on BoJack's part. On the night of Sarah Lynn's overdose, BoJack panicked and called himself from her phone, with Biscuits noting that he waited 17 minutes before calling the paramedics. The questions keep coming as BoJack is asked about his relationship with Princess Carolyn. Attempting to pivot, he compliments her adaptability in the industry.
Quite an accomplished woman.
You said it. She was an agent's assistant when I met her, and now she's running her own company.
BoJack becomes increasingly defensive and reactionary during the interview as Biscuits accuses BoJack of taking advantage of power dynamics in his relationships. Biscuits presses on, asking BoJack about Sarah Lynn, mentioning the first time she got drunk was on the set of Horsin' Around. Assuming Biscuits spoke to Sharona, BoJack throws her under the bus on national television.
I loved Sarah Lynn. She was like a daughter to me.
Digging himself deeper, BoJack admits that he didn't sleep with Sarah Lynn until she was 30 years old. This catches Biscuits off guard as he attempts to backpedal, blaming it on drug consumption. Biscuits continues, revealing Sarah Lynn had died in the hospital and could have been saved if BoJack hadn't hesitated to call an ambulance. After the taping, BoJack defensively vents to Princess Carolyn in the parking lot, but she isn't having it.
I think you have 3 hours before this interview airs and your world changes completely.
On his way home, BoJack stops at the Laugh Shack Comedy Club, seeing an old outline Herb had traced of him on the wall. He does a set for old time's sake, before the interview airs and his life changes completely. By late summer 2020, BoJack has become a Hollywood pariah. He's lost his job at Wesleyan, and Hollyhock won't return his calls. Additionally, Sarah Lynn's family has sued BoJack, resulting in a $5 million settlement. At BoJack's AA meeting, none of the other attendees are willing to sponsor him, and Vance Wagner offers instead. BoJack receives a call from his lawyer and accountant, informing him that he's being sued by Xerox, bankrupting his entire estate.
Sarah Lynn's death cost me $5 million, but saying something bad about a brand is going to cost me $100 million?
As a result, BoJack is forced to sell his home and moves in with Mr. Peanut Butter as his roommate. He receives a letter from Hollyhock, but fearing the worst, avoids opening it.
I can't open it. What if she says she never wants to hear from me again?
Unemployable and broke, BoJack becomes an extra on Birthday Dad. He also discovers he wasn't invited to Todd's housewarming party, so he contacts Vance Wagner and the pair meet up at the diner.
Okay, do I have a horn? Because everybody keeps looking at me like I'm some kind of freak.
This joke launches into BoJack and Vance planning a raunchy comedy called The Horny Unicorn. BoJack hesitates, but is persuaded to come on as the acting lead, with Vance directing.
Come on, I know you need the money. When are you gonna stop punishing yourself?
BoJack and Vance show up at the party, but Todd refuses to let them in. Needing a friend, BoJack joins Vance, heading to his daughter's college campus to help. However, Vance is only there to verbally harass her for social media usage, making a spectacle of BoJack in the process. BoJack is then invited by a student to a frat party. When he's abandoned by Vance, he goes outside and attempts to call Hollyhock, only to find that she's changed her number. In a panic, he finally reads her letter. Realizing she's cutting him out of her life, BoJack wanders back into the party in a daze and ends his sobriety. Not long after this, BoJack has begun shooting The Horny Unicorn and is drinking on set regularly. He receives a call from former ABC executive Angela Diaz, who asks him to visit her estate that evening. He arrives at her mansion with a vodka water bottle in tow. Angela reveals that they want to digitally remove BoJack from Horsin' Around to release the show on Blu-ray, and if he agrees, he'll receive a substantial payout.
Do it for Sarah Lynn. Doesn't she deserve more than to be remembered as the girl you killed?
BoJack accepts the offer. They drink together, with him doing the complete BoJack dance for her. BoJack finds out from Angela that during Herb's firing, she lied to him. She manipulated BoJack into allowing Herb to be fired to save his own career.
I had this whole speech I practiced in the mirror. I was terrified you were going to call my bluff.
In a rage, BoJack tries to burn up the contract, pinning the blame on Angela for the downward spiral of events from his life after Herb's firing. In defeat, BoJack takes some horsing around Blu-rays in Angela's car before driving to his old house. He breaks in and watches his old screen test from horsing around, recognizing that he has no one to blame but himself. Drunk and high on pills, BoJack calls Diane and tells her he's going to go swimming unless she calls him back. He passes out in the pool, nearly drowning. While drowning, BoJack dreams of a dinner party hosted by his mother Beatrice, along with old friends and colleagues who have since passed. He helps get a bird out of the house with the other guests before adjourning to the dining room. The guests talk about the best and worst parts of their lives looking back. BoJack is asked by Quarter Eye Jackson to share his own experience.
I guess my worst part has to be, right before I got here, I think.
The group argues over the virtues of sacrifice versus personal happiness, everyone citing their own experiences. They are soon joined by BoJack's father, appearing as Secretariat in his prime. BoJack learns Herb had considered ending his life after the horsing around fiasco, but persevered to do what he could to help humanity. During Secretariat's memories of the bridge, BoJack vomits up black tar onto the table, commenting that it must have been from when he went swimming earlier. He continues on, saying the best part was helping out a student from his class.
It reminded me of when I was young, just starting out. You and me, screwing around, hitting up open mics, trying to figure it out. I think that was the best part.
Beatrice invites the group in to watch the floor show, but BoJack stays behind, stating he usually wakes up at this part of the dream. This time, he cannot wake. BoJack joins up with the rest of the group, with Herb as the master of ceremonies. He watches as Carolyn does a sexualized remix of Don't Stop Dancin' with Prickly Muffin. After her dance, she plunges through the door into the void. Horrified, BoJack is unable to rescue her once again. He pleads with Herb to tell him about the door, the audience diminishing with each performance.
Where does this door go?
Sit down, buddy. You'll get your turn.
No, I need you to tell me.
During Zach Braff's routine, BoJack joins Secretariat outside on the bridge. He listens to a nihilistic rant by Secretariat during their smoke break. Looking for some semblance of impact, BoJack asks him what he'd do differently instead.
Speaking as your dad, it's important that you know that I cared.
BoJack comments being able to chat with him was nice before he wakes up. Incredulous, Secretariat flicks his cigarette butt and reveals BoJack's outline drowning in the pool below. BoJack rushes back in, trying to stop the show while accidentally pushing Zach Braff into the void. Wanting to wake up, he pleads with Herb for help, struggling to retrace his steps, but recalls contacting Diane.
I couldn't have drowned if I got out of the pool to call Diane, so I shouldn't be here.
The show continues as BoJack listens to Secretariat's poem titled The View from Halfway Down. The poem's tone shifts from defiance to anxious terror to regret, with Herb coaching Secretariat similarly to BoJack's screen test. BoJack looks on in horror as Secretariat falls down the void before making a break for the door. He ends up on stage, harassed by Beatrice, Crackerjack, and Herb to accept his fate.
Has anyone ever come back from this place?
There is no place. It's just your brain going through what it feels like it has to go through.
Resigned, BoJack watches the penultimate routine involving Beatrice and her brother, doing a ribbon dance routine to I Will Always Think of You. He watches her mummify herself and is absorbed through the tar of the void, snaking onto the ribbon. The final act for the night is BoJack himself, introduced with both reverence and vitriol by Herb.
Crippling alcoholic, a talented charmer, and a stupid piece of shit.
With no one left to perform for, BoJack approaches the door with caution, trying to make peace with his fate.
See you on the other side.
Oh, BoJack, no. There is no other side.
BoJack rushes out of the theater with the tar abyss hot in his trail. With all the exits blocked off, he heads to the kitchen, seeing the bird woman from earlier consumed by the tar. BoJack pleads for Diane on the phone to rescue him. He finally remembers she hadn't answered his call and left her a voicemail before going back to the pool.
What do I do now?
BoJack, it doesn't matter.
Well, if it doesn't matter, can I stay on the phone with you at least?
Diane's voice comforts him as he accepts his fate. Later that night, the homeowners return to find BoJack face down in the pool. He's brought to the hospital and is resuscitated. He wakes up and is arrested by Officer Meow Meow Fuzzy Face. Shortly after this, BoJack is sent to court for breaking and entering into his old home, with the jury consisting entirely of people he's wronged in the past, and he's sent to jail for 14 months at the Hollywood Supermax prison. 1 year later, BoJack is thriving under the structure of prison, acting as the director for their production of Hedda Gabler. He's finally doing Ibsen, and all it took was going to prison. In fall 2021, BoJack is awarded time off to go to Princess Carolyn's wedding. He's picked up by Mr. Peanut Butter, who also buys him a new suit to wear to the event. During their lunch at the diner, BoJack remarks on PC's upcoming marriage.
Honestly, I thought it would be with nobody because I wasted all her best years.
Turns out her best years are now.
While eating, BoJack catches up with Mr. Peanut Butter's life and learns about the runaway success of his show. They stop at the planetarium to do a press event with Mr. Peanut Butter, presenting the repaired Hollywood sign. The sign reveals another costly typo, dubbing the town Hollywoob. At the wedding, Todd runs into BoJack and drags him down to the beach beach to watch the fireworks together. Outside, Todd reveals his true reasons for the hurry.
You just seemed really overwhelmed at the party. I thought you could use some air.
BoJack talks to Todd about his concerns re-entering society and staying sober. He worries about having to make his own choices without the rigid nature of jail keeping him in line. Using the hokey pokey as a metaphor for change, Todd explains to BoJack that he'll be responsible for turning his situation around himself.
You do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself around. You turn yourself around. That's what it's all about.
After enjoying the scenery on the beach, BoJack heads back to the wedding. He's approached by Princess Carolyn, who reveals the real wedding was a week ago and the current one is just a networking industry event. Princess Carolyn anticipates that the upcoming release of Horny Unicorn will be BoJack's big comeback. They share a dance together as BoJack shares his sitcom trope ideation of a disaster happening at the wedding. Princess Carolyn admits to BoJack that she has some worries about losing herself in the marriage, as she's grown so accustomed to doing caretaking during her time with BoJack. He quells her fears, stating she deserves her happy ending before asking about representation once he's out of prison. PC humors him, but doesn't commit herself.
I can recommend some excellent people.
BoJack finds Diane sitting on the roof. The conversation is tense before BoJack realizes Diane has been traumatized ever since receiving his voicemail. She expresses that she wishes she could have been the person to save BoJack.
That was never your job.
Why did you always make me feel like it was?
BoJack and Diane talk about how their lives have changed since last speaking. Diane reveals that she married Guy and they live in Houston together. BoJack ponders if this might be the last time they ever talk to each other, and realizing this might be the case, Diane thanks BoJack.
It's going to be okay. And I'm sorry. And thank you.
Before Diane can leave, BoJack tells her a funny story from prison. They banter together and they fall into their old dynamic.
It's a nice night, huh?
Yeah. This is nice.
The pair of them sit together in silence and stare at the stars. And that is the complete BoJack Horseman timeline.
Mr. Blue, I told you that I love you, please believe me. Mr. Blue, I have to go now, darling, don't be angry. I know that you're tired, know that you're sore and sick and sad for some reason.
Okay, thanks for coming on this journey with me. Congrats if you watched this entire compilation, because wow. Huge thanks to my editor Joe Murphy and also Tracy Troush who helped co-write the last couple of timelines. I couldn't have done it without them, and I hope you guys enjoyed. Peace.